everybody. Welcome to day 2, top 16 of the Ink Open here in beautiful Glen Burnie, Maryland. I am here with Garrick and Colors Law.
That's right. We are here, and we are doing the top 16 today. We had an incredible 274 players playing in the Open yesterday, all competing to make it into this top cut, and now the top players are trying to earn that national championship qualifier to make it to the North American Championships. And in the top 16, we have 5 Blurple,
Woo! I tried to do
4 Amethyst Steel, 5 Amber Emerald, or dogs, most likely.
Yeah, there's got to be dogs in there.
There's some others.
There a discard deck in there. 1 Sapphire Steel and 1 Ruby Amethyst. So the great rivals of Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst both have 1 contributor here. In the top 16.
The delegation sent 1 representative.
Yeah, pretty much. They're like, okay, so depending on kind of where the Ruby Amethyst falls, they might just win, right?
That's true.
Run the table. Run the table, eat the dogs.
Hey, we had DLC and it was his last CCQ, right? I don't know. There was a lot of Lorcana last weekend where we had the Ruby Amethyst in the bracket where it was just eating all the dogs all the way up.
That was in Melbourne.
Yep, Melbourne. Yep.
Melbourne.
Down under in Melbourne. It was, as far as the overall field yesterday, it would be more of what you all would expect. We had 60 Blurple players taking up 22.7% of the meta. Amethyst Steel actually was just behind with 58 players. Amber Emerald, percent, and then we had Amber Amethyst, interestingly enough.
There was a lot.
Yeah, taking up 8%. And then Amber Steel came in at 5.7%. And we had 3 Ruby Steel players yesterday, which is
I love it. I love it. I love it.
And we had 1 Ruby Emerald player and 2 Ruby Sapphire players. They're still believers. Everybody,
there were only 2? Oh my gosh.
Guys, Sailor is in top 16 and he's playing dogs. You guys can give up Ruby Sapphire for now.
He's
okay?
trying.
Come back later when
he was actually saying last night that the way that his deck is constructed, it is very similar to Ruby Sapphire.
That's what they say to feel good. They say
he really said that. He was like, it is really similar, and I think that's what, and I'm assuming, in his mind, he has a very specific play style, and so when he constructs his deck, it's in a way that moves and flows kind of similar to his play style. So even though it is dogs, we know that today. So
and that is a board wipe. He said, Sisu, under the sea. We'll just kind of...
They're the same thing if you squint at them. They're both uninkable. They both cost 8.
He also, instead of going with... I was like, I don't want to spoil it too much, but instead of going one way with it, he enabled the board wipe even harder. So that's kind of what he did to make it feel
I think you just tell everyone.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because the deck lists are open, so
they're open. You guys already have them.
Not here.
Well, I'm going to talk about Sailor's
the other
deck.
players have them.
These are the other ones.
Oh, these are the other players. But yeah, so
he's in
so
there.
he's basically taken out
Scott
Chromacon.
is playing the same exact list.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he's basically taken out Chromacon, and then instead of kind of going with the Chromacon thing, because there was going to be so much item hate, because, between Melbourne and this weekend, he decided that, hey, what if I just make sure that I can shrink everything and turn it into, it's all under the seeable now. It's all Sisu. So he basically created Sapphire Coil.
Yes. Yeah, Ice Block and Sapphire Coil, Deck Moon, or Deluxe Lullaby, and
Yep.
Rhino.
And Rhino, and created a build your own Sapphire Coil, be prepared deck with this Amber Emerald version. So, and I think maybe he's doing an interview, and I probably just said all the things, but he'll say it better because he's Sailor.
Well, and I want to do a little moment, in award shows they do, Remember the Fallen.
Right.
There were some really stellar moments. Before we talk about the decks that made it to top 16, there were some rounds yesterday that we had moments in the very bright sun.
We did.
I have ones I want to highlight. We had Daryl on Amber Sapphire.
Who did
he
great
won.
until the very
we had,
end.
all of these, so you can
All
copy
of them.
paste that statement.
It's so terrible.
We
literally last round, we're like, how did you do? Fan favorites? And they were literally out now. And it's
I'll speed run the fan favorites here. We had Braydon on Amber Steel. And we said, it's happening. It's real. No. Then we had Skylar Dins playing on his Ruby Steel. And we said, it's happening. It's real. And then, unfortunately, 5-0 and then 4 rounds of pain after that. And then we also had our beautiful Justin of Jack Shadows. He was playing his Sapphire Steel to great success against an Emerald Sapphire, which is a
He
really...
did go 7-2, though, and just breakers broke him.
Yeah, and so luckily one Sapphire Steel did make it in. I know that summoned Riplungs into Adrian.
Don't
just came
give
in.
him
He came into the chat. If you say
Create
Sapphire
doesn't need
Steel 3
anything
times.
else. Is he here again?
He needs a win. Honestly, Sapphire Steel fans, they stand by it and they deserve happiness. And those are just the moments of the decks that we saw that were very, very stunning on stream. But unfortunately, they didn't make it to the top 16. So that's just our any other moments for the fallen.
That was our
in
remembrance from our hopes and dreams as we get into these. But the thing is like, okay, we had fun. We were able to then go into like the deck. Sorry, we were able to go into the decks that we were like, these have hope. We have building potential. There is potential here, but these are the tried and true ones that have made it into the top 16. And I am excited. Like we said, we've got some like different variations of the Amber Emerald. We've got some different variations of the Amethyst Steel, and I think this is when we're going to get down to what actually is happening in the meta, how people are teching, how things are kind of going from this point. And I think so. Yesterday we had fun. Today we're in it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have fun today. I don't. Are we
No,
not
you
having
can't.
fun?
You choose. It's one or the other.
Oh,
It's one or the other.
We have Ruby Amethyst in the top 16. I'm going to have fun. I don't know about the rest of you, but yeah, I think that going back to the dogs deck discussion, I think a lot of people mistake the deck as like an aggro deck. It's
feels
really
like it on the
more,
label,
it's-
but then you look it over and you're like, oh.
This is a combo deck. This is a control deck that can get under
say-
the other control decks just because there are so many 2-questers that you can flood the board with. But you're able to control other mid-range decks. You're able to control the control decks to some extent, especially when you're playing those 4 Under the Seas, because Amethyst does traditionally struggle with Under the Sea. All of their best cards, Genie, Elsa, and all of their early cost cards are all 2 strength or less, so they get wiped, and you just keep it pushing. You can just finish the game quicker than the other control decks can. So it's not really just like the Amber Steel deck that we remember from the Fabled meta or the Emerald Amethyst, like really quick deck with the Inkcaster and all of those cards that gain lore really, really quickly. It's more of a control style deck that can just finish quicker than the other control decks, which I think is really cool. I think a lot more people are going to be picking up this deck, and that's what you need to realize when you're playing it.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the paper. People are like, talk about Sam, and so we're kind of looking, being like,
I was like, where
But yeah, I mean, so control decks is such a fascinating thing because I mean, it used to be Sapphire or Ruby really had the market cornered on the control style, but we're looking here at Sam's deck, and it is an Amethyst Steel.
I'm seeing a Lexington, and I think I know that actually, like, Ferrante as well was running Lexington, and he actually walked up to me yesterday. He's like, I'm undefeated. And I was like, what are you playing? And he's like, Amethyst Steel. I was like, nah, man, we can't do that. And he's like, but I have Lexington in the list. And
We've seen so many Lexingtons.
But the thing is like, I walked away, and I was like, wait, he didn't say Gigi. He said Lexington. And like the difference between Gigi and Lexington, and I know that we're all playing Gigi because she's a bright and shiny new toy, but she also has that Lawrence issue where like once you crack into her, she's kind of not as great. And yes, you might be able to exert down Lexington, but maybe just being a 4/4 is kind of fine, you know? So that was another thing too. And Sam's list as well, I'm seeing too, like that's another thing. They're playing Lexington. So maybe Gigi's just a shiny new toy, and she might be the best in snow, but she's not the best in Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating watching the evolutions of some of these lists. We saw Yzma Conniving Chemist pretty much drop from the meta entirely, and she has worked her way back in. She's able to steadily, I mean, one of the things I love, the interaction between, I'm trying to see if they have it, but Royal Guard is not on this list, but that's one that's very fun.
Oh,
with
right,
that
yeah, 'cause
Conniving
it's just
Chemist.
yep.
Yes, exactly, because he increases the strength by the cards drawn on that turn. But I mean, 3 cards is just good. I mean,
there's only 2 Genie Wish fulfilled in this list.
yeah, but we have the magical research. I mean, so yeah, I mean, looks like, I mean,
Oh, it's aggressive. Oh, see, it takes us a minute. We are actual professionals, but it does take us a minute because I do see the 3 white roses as well as the Pocahontas and the Christopher Robin joining the fun. So yeah, this list is a little bit more aggressive. We only have the 3 angels because we're not fighting back too much. I'm just trying to win the game.
yeah, 2 Demona. So as far as, let's see, Hades looking for a
Cobra.
deal.
Look at that. So
is-
yeah, it's very light on the removal aspect of it. It's just enough to control the game to get to where I need to go, but everything else is actually quite aggressive. Yeah, I like it. This feels kind of similar a little bit to Fia White that won the CCQ in Leicester. At Axiom.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're like a lot of letters. You don't have to say some of them.
Yeah, I said Leicester and like I got laughed at, but
That's
I was like, well,
a
there's like a
tradition.
lot of stuff in the thing, but yeah, I really like this list, and especially if it is dogs, it's got it's like this is kind of aggressive with a little bit of teeth, right?
Yeah, and I think it's very fascinating watching people titrate their decks. For example, the dogs list. We saw Emerald, and then immediately said that's dogs. But when we say dogs, it can be circle of dogs. We haven't seen a lot. But it is something that you can do. I mean, I've seen some people put Black Cauldron in their dogs list. So, I mean, you are able to do some fun things in these lists. The element of surprise can be valuable at times, and also it's fun to try different things. So when we see these lists, we say, oh, it's a classic, this list. But then there's always like a little signature that people put on it,
Yeah,
on the things that they like to do in the decks.
And I think that's too very much that's where I was talking about, like, oh, this is the day where everything gets a little fun. Like, yes, these lists are looking similar, but also too, it's these minute little differences between all of these lists that kind of you're able to get into the head of each player and be like, how did you decode the meta? What did the meta say to you in the time of creating this list that you were like, I need this many and this many? And it's kind of crazy too, because I know we always look at lists, right? And we're like, oh, my list was like 2 cards off or 4 cards off or 6 cards off or whatever. Like I thought of that like 6 weeks ago. But the thing is when you get down to what list you're going to bring to this tournament, the 60th card is the most important one. So if you say I went 3 Genie Wish Fulfilled and you went 2 Genie Wish Fulfilled, that's actually a massive difference in terms of a 9-round tournament, right? Because I'm going to see Genie one more, I don't know math, but like it's going to be, I don't know, 33% more times than you. But I might brick more than you did, and you didn't. So, like, all of these little decisions are so fascinating when we get into day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something fascinating, too, because, I mean, in that room, knowing there was so much diversity, I mean, there was no deck where I was like, oh, that was the deck everybody brought.
Right.
That means that, like, everybody had a different journey to get to the top 8, so it's kind of fascinating. I mean, my favorite story, we talked about Joshua Paltry's finish in Atlanta, and he was able to get a win with a Amber Amethyst, and one of the things people realize is that he didn't play any Seal that day, and so it's a mixture of your deck has to be right, and then you kind of have the day you have the matchups, your deck, you get the draws. For example, sometimes you put this one of a 1 helping hand, and then you go, I never saw it in a game.
Yeah, I never saw it, never needed it. I just inked it every single time, that kind of thing. So, it definitely works. And again, that is like one of the things. I know that, Sailor here is sitting in the, top 16 and about to go in and get in there and do top 16. And he has teammates that brought the exact same 60 that did not do that.
Yeah,
so
it's not a magic bullet to get through this.
So see, he went up this bracket, and some of the other ones went up the Ruby bracket, and never saw the light of day. So it's like, again, there is so many decisions, and that's why it's the metagame, and that's why it's fun to get in there. Maybe it's fun for me from a zoomed out perspective. I think it's fascinating. When I'm in it, I'm like, I don't know, I'm gonna put 62 cards and then
60 specific list, which Scott is playing. I believe Kurt Spice came up with the idea originally of just getting rid of the Chromacon, playing the Underseas. How many people brought this exact 60 to this tournament? 4.
Yeah.
2 made it into the top 16.
That's a
so
good conversion.
I think that just was the deck to bring, and Kurt was one. His last match was a win and into the top 16, so they almost brought 3 of the 4 into the top 16. So we might see a complete shift in the way that the Dogs is played or the philosophy behind it. Do we need the Chromacon anymore? Can we just get away with the Under the Sea?
Yeah.
It depends, and that's the fun thing, right? So, do we need the Chromacon anymore? And then everybody starts feeling safe, and they start pulling the item hate out, and they start getting rid of that. And then you can put the Chromacon back in there, like, yeah, I gotcha. Like, just when you thought you were safe, you took your Binges out of the deck, and you took your Plutos out, and your Clarabelles are always going to be there, because, hey, let's face it, that's a great card. But at the same time, there's a lull, and you're going to get safe, and I'm going to be able to bring that Chromacon right on back.
Yeah, I mean, today we are starting with an exciting matchup. So we've talked about that Dogs list a few times here, and so we are going to get a chance to see one of those lists with Scott Chevron, who is a Ink team member, and then we also have a deck that people will be very excited to see of a Ruby Amethyst, which we have not seen on stream thus far. Correct?
That's correct. We have
Yeah.
not seen the Ruby Amethyst show up on stream. We've been trying to show you as many different decks that we can, and like Katie mentioned, we had some crazy decks and crazy matchups yesterday, and the top 16 is the top 16. It's what you would expect, but some of those outliers were able to make it in: the Sapphire Steel, the Ruby Amethyst, but this is going to be the first time that we're seeing the Ruby Amethyst here, and it is a little bit of what you would expect based on what we saw in the last set, but there are some very, very fun inclusions, Color.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was like, yeah, it's the same. Ooh, except for, and I mean, and this is always the fun thing. And again, this is a complete meta call, but we do see the Mulan Elite Archer and the Injured Soldier. So there is the Mulan shift target situation in this Ruby Amethyst list, which I think is actually a really great way to tackle the meta because, this has to be respected. And you're not really kind of exerting in the face of, like, Dogs isn't really exerting early anyway. But boy, once you do, this Mulan is an actual, it's just a power bomb. Just boom, 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 So
yeah, I mean, one of the things I think is fascinating is people say you have to respect, which is a term you see here in TCGs a lot, which means it might happen. You have to, it might
That's
happen.
a good way to put it.
And so one of the things I find fascinating about that is when you have to respect something, sometimes you respect it a little too hard and you don't play the way you would have played if you weren't, you basically play to your outs versus respect things can be a little in conflict.
Right. You're like, play to your outs, except for this out is a nuclear weapon. Yeah, it's fine.
And to that point, I think Mulan's one of those cards where you might be playing around it a little bit, and then suddenly you run into it, and it scares you. I've seen players go, and they had the Mulan shift line. Now, that being said, that element of surprise, a long way to that point, is yesterday Michael had the element of surprise where people aren't sure what the list is, but today he hands his list to his opponent, so you can't be caught off guard by any of the cards. So will that change how it goes? Maybe not. A lot of these players are seasoned; they got here for a reason. But I think the open deck list can change a little bit. Michael knows that Scott doesn't have Chromacon, and Scott knows that Michael has that Mulan.
Yeah, I really like that inclusion because it's a card that I think we've all been really excited for since it was first revealed. The Elite Archer, we're like, we have to make this work. Imagine you shift in, you blow up the entire enemy board, and then Sisu was like,
it's happened to you, though. You know it.
Yeah, but then Sisu was Sisu, and she just did it with no hoops to jump through. She was just like, I'm just going to blow up the board regardless.
She's just beautiful. Just a perfect water dragon.
Yeah, and now she's gone. So
she's not gone.
Mulan is
she's
back
infinity.
On the menu. Well, in Core Constructed, which is a tournament today. But we have Mulan Elite Archer coming back into the game. No Sisu around. What is the big body in Ruby that we can put onto the board and start clearing things? Because Ruby traditionally was the deck that cleared the entire board, and now it kind of struggles to do that. Emerald does it better. Amber does it better. So it's cool to see that card back in the game.
Especially with the Headless Horseman, because you can just have the Mulan out, and she's just ready to go, and then you play the Headless Horseman, and then Mulan just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and now she's just like a real board wipe. So, I mean, clearly I might have had some soft spot for Sisu. So this, I mean, it's like build your own Sisu, right? Like we're getting there, kind of like Eric, what you were saying. It's a different meta. We have a little bit like situations. We have to take all of our blocks and build our really powerful cards. But like, hey, let's get there. So I'm excited. And I looked over and I was like, oh, I see cards.
Yes. We are getting into the match here. We're taking a look at the opening players' altars. As you can see there on Scott's side, he does have that Mickey Mouse Amber champion, which can sing that Under the Sea all by himself and makes the cards much, much more resilient on Scott's side of the board, which can help against that Elite Archer. It makes them much more powerful with more willpower there. And we do have the Mulan. We have a Diablo in the opening hand as well as a Lumiere for Michael. So it looks like a strong opening hand for the Ruby Amethyst player. We'll see what they're able to do to contend with this Amber Emerald. But what's interesting is in this specific matchup, Ruby and Amethyst has no way to interact with items. So right now, Chromacon would be the one to go.
Yeah, that is one of the hard things because this is something that if you kind of hang out with the players as they enter day two, one of the things that's exciting, first they go, I made it, and then they go, who am I playing? And I think for Scott, that was a hard moment because there's so many cards that are right-sized for Scott's deck and Michael's deck, and Michael knew that coming in, that dogs were going to be rampant because, like you said, I mean, look at these powerhouse cards, that Mickey Mouse being able to turn everything into a little bit of a stronger target. And so, I mean, I think Scott has an uphill battle. Now, he is the higher seed going into this game, so he does get to go first, and as we know, dogs can have some super high momentum. Yes, so there we go.
I was going to say, that's not exactly what we wanted. We don't want to ink a go-go to play a Bobby, but we do get to draw a card and discard a card, which is the Under the Sea. So that's telling a little bit of a story about the hand of Scott here.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby can be interesting because he's kind of like a soft mulligan a little bit later. He might have that Under the Sea that he mulled away or altered away, and now he gets it back, or rather, he gets a chance to get a better card. However, that Mulan comes down carrying the 2 damage, and so Michael does have a character on the board, and she is a pretty hefty challenger.
She is, and also it works so great with Cheshire Cat because, I mean, hey, like if your dogs aren't turning sideways, you're not getting damage on anything. And if you're not getting damage on anything, Cat looks silly. But in the face of this Mulan, actually, it's kind of great. It's not coming down for another turn or two, but hey, it's definitely a problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's something that Scott definitely needs to keep in mind throughout this match because, again, no Chromacon means that the Cheshire Cat will be able to feast a little bit easier, especially with the Mulan already teeing up the 2 damage as she comes into play. You can remove that, then shift, and now you're not really worried about taking any damage back from the opposite side. Not that the Dogs deck can challenge very well, but here comes another Bobby. Let's see what Scott is able to get rid of here. Just trying to shape the hand a little bit better as a Tramp is going to hit the discard.
And I think that's one of the things we talked about. We talked about Infinity versus Core and cards that we no longer see. One thing we talked about all the time was a Rapunzel trap, meaning that you're opening yourself up to damage that you don't necessarily want your opponent to get advantage of. So cards like this, they weren't around for a while, but now we're seeing them come back with the advent of that inexplicable Cheshire Cat because you're like, I don't care if you're going to go ahead and turn sideways or not. I'm going to get that damage no matter what.
As we ink a Tramp, a big old Tramp, and to play a Daisy. I mean, we are kind of going wide, which is nice, but I mean, Donald's Date and Bobby Zimmerowski Cheese Kid army isn't really going to get us where we need to be, especially now we know that the Daisy Donald's Date is going to bottom actions, which Ruby Amethyst doesn't really run a ton of actions, so which is like 0. So 0 actions, yes. So we will be able to get a card every single time off of this Daisy.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you bring out the actions because we've seen Mowgli working its way in last set, and then we also have that Timon coming in to make it even more, and then we have Ursula. So it's easy to protect your actions by saying the actions are in the characters. If you put the actions in the characters, you don't have to worry about them being ripped from your hand, which can be absolutely devastating. So in this case, Michael says, "Don't worry, they're all where I kept them safe and sound."
You got 1 drop for 1 drop, just like all 4 going there. I mean, it was still a remarkable amount of things to do in 2 ink, but at the same time, we have staring down the Diablo, which is a 2-cost 3/3 with 2 lore, which Ruby needed that, right? Right, Garrick?
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely needed. I mean, Ruby needs they need some help. We have 1 here in the top 16, and I think that's pretty indicative of the state of Ruby right now. And I don't want to say that the color is being bolstered significantly by Amethyst, but Amethyst is just so good right now that it's hard to pair Amethyst with anything and have it be a bad deck. I mean, we have Amber Amethyst doing really well. We have Sapphire Amethyst doing well. Ruby Amethyst. It's just Amethyst is good, and if you pair it with something else, it's probably going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to enable whatever the other ink color wants to do. Card draw is basically saying, what is it? What is your goal of that ink color? I'll help with that. So in this case, we were trying to aid that damage, moving damage, inflicting some removal here. So Scott is kind of having a non-favorable way to run dogs. I mean, we say it's not an aggro deck. However, sometimes when you're going first and you're in a match that's control, you want to take advantage of the time where you get a little aggressive start. But Michael's not doing any ramping activity you see in Sapphire. He's been pretty much putting pressure from that turn 1 with that Mulan. So Scott just has to hope he can navigate where he's able to get to a point where he can just break and start questing and be okay, because soon interaction is going to start being forced with some pretty heartbreaking cards that Michael has in his list.
Yeah, and we did see that he did ink that Tramp a little bit early on, and right now he doesn't have a ton of singing power, so he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He does have another Tramp in hand, though.
Okay, and he has to ink the Nani, probably deciding whether, okay, so we are just going to go for the full Tramp at this point. Now, we did see him discard the Under the Sea, so he might be able to keep Under the Sea, but at this point, he needs a Della's and an Under the Sea, because Diablo's 3, Mulan is probably 3, and Cheshire Cat is definitely 3.
Yeah, he did get rid of one Under the Sea. You have 4 in the deck. I'm just wondering if it's ever worth it to just get rid of the Mulan. But you can't right now because you can't Sing it. The Tramp just came down this turn. The Cheshire Cat is almost certainly going to activate here and move this 2 damage somewhere. I mean, Michael might want to save that later down the road, but it just seems so tempting to use it when you have the ability to, as a Daisy, a Lady, a Lilo, and another Tramp is going to hit the discard here. So Scott, only 1 more available to him in the deck right now, which is something we definitely need to keep track of.
So we are going to this 4 inked turn. Like, Katie, kind of, what are we looking for here? It's like we're 0 to 0, 0 to 2. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh, that's a greedy thing for Ruby Evans to be 2 up on Dogs player.
Now, when I play this deck, I like to draw cards. So there's a favorite turn 4 is going to be that Genie Wishfulfilled. We saw him enter. Oh my gosh, was it back in Shimmering Skies at 5?
Yeah,
Has it been
Shimmering
around that
Skies.
line?
He's got
Goodness.
2 Lumieres in hand, though.
Oh,
He could
okay,
drop
so-
both of those and prevent an Under the Sea from doing really anything. But we're going to go for the boost first, and we could still play the Lumiere, removing one of the Bobbies here. Now, I saw Scott's hand. It is a Della, and it is an Under the Sea.
Okay, so we are going to be able to shrink and up. Just kidding.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about shrinking and then increasing. And so really what we're talking about there is going to be that strength that these characters have when they challenge in. And so many of these cards in Scott's deck is talking about the strength. It's targeting things 2 or less. And that's that Under the Sea. So both of them are playing with that increasing strength and decreasing strength and to their advantage. Michael saying that Lumiere is coming down and saying, guess what? My board just got beefier and scarier than ever, which is frustrating when his board is already pretty strengthful. Strong. There we go.
It's so right. It's very, very strong. And again, now the Under the Sea will be able to hit the Lumiere, and you can also use the Della on the Mulan as well. So, but at that point, you're still not going to be able to do anything about the Cheshire Cat and the Diablo here. But we are going to go ahead, use the Della's Moon Lullaby, trying to get rid of that Mulan. That is my main target, is get that out of here.
Well,
But
he targeted the cat.
well, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the cat is a problem because he's got persistent abilities. In Disneyland Arcana, you have one-time effects and then use them over. And so Boost has that mechanic
I
where
see
you're
what
able
he's doing.
to keep doing it over and over again. So in this case, he did go ahead and do that Deladux Moon Lullaby, get to draw a card. And what do you think he's going to be doing for that darn cat on the board?
Sorry, I was like, he's probably looking for a Rhino or another Della because he does have 2 ink left available to him. He also is able to, we saw that Amber Champion go down. And so hopefully we were trying to find a Rhino into a Della, and then that way we'd be able to get them. But I think that's not actually...
Yeah, he's able to do what he
Oh,
can
it does. It's
here.
-2. Della's great. Della's is -2 strength, not 1 strength. So we are good to go.
Yeah, so he's able to do a little bit of cleanup here. He'd like to do a full on board ride. They're doing a little math here to make sure because we have the plus, the augmentive effect of Lumiere plus the minus of the Della. So we're doing a little count here.
I think this is
they're
the
trying to
boosted
determine
card.
whether or not Scott gets to see what the card is underneath the Cheshire Cat, because Scott does get to choose the order in which Under the Sea puts the cards at the bottom of the deck.
And once it goes into your discard, it is open information, correct?
I don't think it goes into discard. I think it just goes
just
straight
goes under.
under
So
the
that's a
white.
good
So
point.
I'm
So
pretty
they
sure
don't
that you
let him
don't
see it.
know. Yeah, the boosted card is not revealed in the Under the Sea interaction. You are able to stack it, but I'm pretty sure you have 1 mystery card or however many mystery cards that were boosted, and then you are able to then stack the other revealed cards as you see fit.
Yeah, and so that's a good point. Your discard is always public information. What's in your deck isn't, so they're just getting a judge call on that interaction. So now Michael still has 2 pretty substantial cards on the board, and we see some greatest hits of all time on the other side. We have that Elsa Fitzspirit. Once you have 5 ink, we talk about forced interaction, and Elsa is the queen of doing that. She's able to go in and say, you know that card you've been keeping upright for a specific reason. I'd like to exert it. But he also has that Spectral Parrot. What do you think he's weighing here as far as these 4 cards he has in hand? There are a few different
Inking.
options.
It's the inking. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm also stressed out for Michael. But Garrick, tell us why this is a little bit of a hard decision.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a really... I mean, this is a problem sometimes that you run into in trading card games, where you run into a turn where, well, specifically Lorcana, when you need to ink, but everything in your hand is so good you don't want to get rid of it, right?
It's so good.
He could just go double 2 here, or just go Iago and pass on inking. I don't think he's really under a lot of pressure to ink up to 6 and get to Demona right now. I really like Lumiere on the board. I really like Diablo on the board as well. It makes it much, much more more difficult to get hit by another Under the Sea, but does go for the Iago into the Inkwell. You've already seen the Della's used once. I think Iago is a really good card to put on the board, but Michael knows his deck, knows the matchup. We'll see what he opts to go with here. Of course, Elsa is always a great option to get down onto the board. Remove this Daisy Duck before it can even start questing, or go for something else.
Yeah, not a lot of evasive decks in evasive cards in Scott's deck. He has that Go-Go, but Go-Go is not known for being
Hanging
there for
out.
challenging. We saw one go into the Inkwell, and normally she's used as kind of a game ender to get a little bit of reach on the deck. So all that to say, Michael probably would favor that evasive, which he had with Iago or that Elsa. In this case, he did go ahead.
And we're doing it. Sorry, I was like, we're doing it. We're just going to go full force. Fifth Elsa, fifth Spirit, going in here, tapping down the Bobby Zimmerowski, because, hey, that is 2 willpower. And notably, Elsa has 2 strength. So that's perfect.
Yeah, we challenge into the Tramp here with the Diablo. We're going to start stacking some more of that damage onto the characters, and with something like Cheshire Cat, being able to find that off the top is so valuable. And now, taking a look at Scott's side of the board, we're left with just 2 characters and really, really low resources in hand. So with that in mind, we are going to put the Lilo Escape Artist onto the board, and we find another Under the Sea.
Under the Sea comes out, and it's so big here. Oh my gosh, because I guess maybe that was what Michael was like, oh my gosh, like Elsa, she's 2. I don't want her to get under the sea, but hey, I've seen him discard one. He played one. JK, he's got the 3rd one in hand.
Yeah, that's really, really, really good for Scott, being able to find that there off the top on the second Under the Sea. Still had Tramp available with 1 more character to sing it. Michael was not able to remove all of that off the board, and now stuck in another position where becomes a little bit better here, as he's probably not going to get under the seat again, as Elsa probably won't either, but you never know. If you get up to 7, of course you could play them both down at the same time, but if you are putting Elsa onto the board here, what are you really using her for? You can exert the lady here and go for her with Diablo, but I don't know how much high value that would be. I think maybe you just want to get your 2/2 drops down and use Elsa later when she can challenge in for 3.
I do not want to see Shift Lady coming down onto that lady and like being able to just kind of grab things back. But I guess we're just really grabbing back Under the Seas at this point. So, I mean, no, we have Tramps and other things in there as well. So, yeah, I think I liked your line a little bit there, Garrick, by being able to take out that lady, because Scott is only on 3 inks, so you're not able to shift. You're not able to hard play a lady if that happens to be the card that you draw off the top.
Yeah, Scott immediately puts the card there to the left. Not really super happy with that option that he got. Or
Battle Lilo, look at that, going in for the challenge. We don't often see Lilo come up with hands and start taking things out, but recognizing something good. Katie, help. Sorry. I got excited.
I mean, as far as it's tough to say because we can't necessarily see their hands. I mean, ultimately, Scott's making sure that he doesn't let Michael's board get too big, because you're going to run his board is not Scott's rather. He's not really able to do some very efficient challenging. So if you see something that you're able to take off the board with challenging at this point, he's going to take it, especially that Lilo Escape Artist, which he's able to play before he draws a card. He does not do it right now. He puts it thoughtfully aside in his discard to remind himself that he has the ability, but he's looking for a little bit more valuable things, see if there's anything better he can do. But ultimately, he knows the power curve is going to get to a point where Michael just has better top end cards than Scott has, so the momentum just starts slowly sliding to Michael, and that's the hallmark of a control deck.
Yeah, it was really strong for Michael to find that Cheshire Cat really early in the game and then follow it up with these Lumieres and the Diablos. It's so hard for these cards to be removed by Under the Sea, despite the fact that we've used 2. Michael has now rebuilt the board while challenging throughout this game, and Scott just left with 1 character, and he is staring down quite the board on the opposite side. However, I mean, the Lumiere is almost never going to be questing, but the Diablo is going to be a tough ask to remove it. Scott draws, thinks a little bit, and just passes again for the 2nd straight turn. So that's not what you want if you are the Dogs player. You need to get as wide as possible and start questing here, because Michael really doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. He's playing Amethyst, but hasn't found the card draws. He has another Lumiere, which is going to be devastating for Scott, and you see the look on his face there.
Yeah, We definitely see that going on, and we're going to go on a quest here because, hey, this is the thing. Diablo has 2 lore on him, so turning him sideways is actually kind of exactly what you want to be doing. And notably, Michael at 10 and Scott at 0.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we talked about earlier is Amethyst is just such a powerful engine because it enables the card draw. And Michael has had the control aspect of his deck, and he has had the card draw, but he's been able to still navigate. I mean, we haven't seen those powerhouse of the cells like the Genie Wish Fulfilled, being able to bounce things with Olaf. So in this case, Demona's another one that's you're able to get some cards, but he's been able to retain. We talk about retaining value on your turn, and he's been able to.
Christopher Robin. That's just like, sorry, I'm like, this is a crazy include in this deck because it is aggressive. It's like Diablo. It comes down. It could cost 1 or 2 with depending on that underdog ability and if you went first or second, but it has 2 lore and it is a quite aggressive card, which is such a huge stray from the days of ye old Ruby Amethyst, right? Like we were aggressive-ish with our mini Surfer minis, but now this is Christopher Robin has the 2 lore. We also saw the Sisu, who also has 2 lore. So this deck has the ability to go fast once it does establish itself as the predator of this matchup.
I think Scott is stuck with 2 Della and a Rhino in hand. Is that right?
Yep.
Or is
So
there?
he's
There's
got
another
the
card there in
shrinkage.
the back, but yeah, he's out of Under the Seas. We can draw here with Della's.
Yeah, and I mean, Della, like you said, the ability for the Vanish ability, for example, if they're using Iago, there's utility there. And anything that says and draw a card is going to be worth its weight in gold, especially in this Amber Emerald deck, which doesn't have unlimited card draw, very little actually. So he's looking at here. I think one thing that's kind of interesting to point out, it's masterful what you're able to do in this deck with 3 ink. Scott has been not drawing many cards, not getting much ink, but he's still in there. But this is kind of, when you see 3 Under the Seas, 3 of the 4 gone, it's hard. You run out of options.
Scott's looking at this. This is a Lumiere, right? Like I am, like it is. I'm just assuming that's what he's saying. He's looking at it. He's like, is it still a Lumiere, or do you think that maybe something else has come onto the board and not Major Elsa, a actual 4, 5?
Yeah.
Oftentimes, too, what you're doing at this point is you're just kind of talking through, because there's a point when you're playing this game that you're like, I'm pretty sure I'm done. But this is it's timed, but it's not really timed. And so he's just saying, okay, let me look one more time. Let me do the math one more time. Is there any sequencing where I use these cards in my hand to do what I need to do to win? And it's very difficult when you have Evasive. You have these big bodies, 2 Lumieres.
Isn't this point you always say, like, oh, when you go to the fridge and you're like, did I buy better snacks?
Yes, it's when you go to the fridge and say, I swear I bought ice cream, but you just didn't, unfortunately.
You did. It's not there. But at the same time, hey, we are in the top 16 of the Ink Ink Open, and this is our first game of the day. And why don't you take your time and make sure that every single multiverse timeline is applicable in this situation, and maybe we can get there. Never give up, never surrender, as Battle Daisy has gone on in.
Yeah, you're forced to challenge here as the Dogs deck. That's not what you want to do. But if he was able to find the Under the Sea, the 4th one off that Della's, he'd be kind of back. He'd get rid of just the Elsa, because the 2 Lumieres would be boosting each other, making them have 3 strength. Here comes
what about that Elsa?
Yeah, the 3rd Elsa of this game, and we are going to remove both the Tramp and the Daisy, and that just might be all she wrote for Scott on the Dogs right now. We're just going to cruise our way to the finish line here on the next turn for Michael. Scott would need an actual miracle, I think, as he draws the lady, and he doesn't have it. Michael is going to take game number 1 with Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst believers, stand up. We are loud, we are proud, and we have to get one more win here to go into the top 8 of the Ink Ink Open. But it's not over for Scott. He can find ways to navigate through this deck. I think what you want to definitely avoid is having 2 Under the Seas in the opening hand and having to remove one of them from your hand with Bobby Zimmerowski. You want to find them spread out a little bit more throughout the game for sure.
So not clumped up, like all of your board wipes clumped up. So starting out with 3 Be Prepares in your hand is bad.
Especially in this, because we rotated that car out. So that
Yeah,
means
that
you
would be
gotta get
really
deck
bad.
check, bud.
I am like hard force and infinity. Anyway, so I mean that's like right. We have like again the same thing. I mean, I guess if you want to be correct and talk about Corey, like Raging Storm, do you want 3 of those in your hand opening up? Especially they do. They cost 8.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Now, one thing I this weekend, so it's been the Ink weekend for me, where we kind of started, where I got to go to a local league night, and I saw Scott, and he said, "I want to sing one song and one song only." And you might not guess the song because it was "The Dog Days Are Over," because he said, "I just want to see someone beat dogs." And what a poetic, sad thing! Like this is it's like an O. Henry poem.
Because he was not on the deck
No.
at that time,
Yes.
and he decided to switch to it last moment. So it is quite tragic, Shakespearean,
If
if you
you
will.
can't, if you can't beat them, join them. Yeah.
And
I
then
see
Michael
it.
said he said, "I sang the same song that
Dog
night."
days are over.
I love Florence and the Machine. Shout out. Yeah. Two players here having a little friendly conversation in between the game here. I mean, I will say of Scott, one of the friendliest people you'll ever meet.
He brought bagels yesterday. He is a delightful human. At one point, one of the Illumineers.
You know it's a bad matchup if we're talking about how nice Scott is. Come on, guys.
Look at him. He's got, by the way,
Yes,
he's
I know.
got Hollow Taco nail polish on. If anybody's wondering where they can get that, it is Hollow Taco, which is one of my favorite bespoke nail polish brands. But they're kind of gibbing and gabbing here because this is. So a lot of times, we talked about this a couple times, you get to see your matchup. You're like, I made day 2. What's our matchup? And you go, ugh. Because there's just matchups where you say, what's the split? Then they're like, on the play, on the draw, bad. Because Scott just has a he navigated it. He said, I'm in this, but he never got any lower. He literally was trying to be the control deck against a stronger control deck. And that's just an uphill battle that's hard to overcome.
Yeah, there are some times in the rock, paper, scissors sort of instances that we find ourselves in as trading card game players where you are just the scissors and they have rock, and there's really not much you can do about it. I remember being at the North American Championship with a certain really high-profile team. They were play testing for the top cut. If you won one round, you made it to Worlds. And one of the players was play testing against their teammate, and they were like, this matchup is actually impossible. I'm not going to Worlds. And they didn't, because the matchup was just that bad for them. It looks like this might be one of those instances for Scott because he doesn't have the Emerald Chromacon, and Ruby Amethyst is able to take advantage of it. Now, Scott obviously didn't miss it that much. He only dropped one round the entire day yesterday, 9 rounds going 7-1-1, but this is the rock, and you're the scissors, and sometimes you're going to get smashed.
Yeah, I think I was talking about this exact same situation. Now, you said there were 4 people that brought this deck, and a few of them went one way, and another of them went into the Ruby bracket, is what I was so lovingly calling it. And that's kind of what ended up happening. They hit Ruby after Ruby after Ruby. There were 2 Ruby Sapphire decks in the room, and they hit 50% of them. So, they had what was it, 0.08 chance of hitting the Ruby Sapphire player in the room, and that's what happened to them. So, and that was like round 2. So that's just like the tale of 2 stories, right? The tale of one deck, 2 stories, 2 outcomes, and Scott now gets to face the wrath of Ruby, which is crazy to say in set 11.
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone has to face it.
Right, yeah.
It might as well be Scott, but Scott off to a little bit of a stronger start here. We have the lady, the 0-3. She can quest a little bit better than Bobby can, for sure. So if we're getting off to a faster start, this is the way to do it. And Michael, not able to find a 1-cost character to put down, but does have the Diablo in hand to follow up with that beefy 3-3 stat line. So let's see what Scott is able to find here. The Grandmother Willow discounting another lady, and we are going to start questing. This is something Scott wants to do.
Well, that's the crazy thing, too, is like I did hardly ever see a dogs player turning lady sideways on turn 2, at least. But the thing is Michael didn't play anything on turn 1. They missed their turn 1 play. And now they're sitting there looking at a guidebook like, is that your turn 2 play? We're in trouble. Just kidding. It's a Diablo. It's fine. We're all fine. Everything's good.
Yeah, I mean, but one of the things we talk about is getting under the other deck, and that is usually basically you can't go through them, so you try to go under them, like a double Dutch situation. So getting an aggressive start, knowing that, listen, Diablo is a 3-3. You can do a lot of damage, but he certainly cannot challenge more than one character.
And
so
the Ember Champion! Sorry. I love this card. Katie, this card is amazing. Why is this card amazing? Help us. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. I love this card. This card is so amazing. It's basically Rapunzel's Tower, but like infinitely better.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes it where you can quest out a little bit earlier. I mean, a lot of times you don't want to do any quest. I mean, we talk about value, and so Scott knows if I quest, I might not be able to retain it. In this case, that Amber Champion is going to increase that the willpower by 2, making it where Diablo is not able to feast as much as that greedy bird would want to. However, now that Cheshire Cat's on the board, you do have to be mindful of floating damage. Any damage becomes very scary at this point. So Scott's taking advantage of this ability to do a little bit of questing. It says 1, which is not, that can't be right.
Oh, that's I don't think that's completely correct, but it is nice here because also those ladies are 0s, so they're not really actually doing damage. So Michael's sitting here and says, "I'm just gonna quest. If you're gonna quest, I'm gonna quest." Technically, we have about the same amount of lore on the board until you start throwing tramps and other things down, in which case that starts to get a little bit scarier on his side. But that Amber Champion adding 2 willpower to all of your Amber characters, and even though they're dual links,
I think you're
Amber
gonna like
characters-
this.
What is this? Okay, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh! So now they have +4 willpower and a Daisy. That Daisy 1/8. It's a 1/8.
Yeah, this is what Scott wants to see. This is exactly what he wants to see. The Cheshire Cat comes down on the opposite side of the board, but it doesn't really matter because everything has that additional 4 willpower. So now these ladies have 7. Good luck getting through that. Even if you challenge with both characters on the board, it's not enough to remove a single lady here. So Scott thinking about whether or not he wants to start questing. He definitely has the ability to do so with all this willpower, but thinking about all the permutations, he's got no cards in hand, and Michael has a full grip of 5. Next turn, we are on turn 4, so it's not like we're getting into Elsa or anything like that, but could drop double Lumiere or something like that that Scott might need to be cognizant of.
Yeah, but even in that instance,
We're challenging.
We are challenging. I'm sorry. I'm just excited about this Amber Champion because another little fun secret ability of the Amber Champion is that whenever you have 2 or more other Amber characters in play, it's a sing or 8. So it can go ahead and just single sing Under the Sea. Now, that is something that I find a little bit interesting, if that is like the really ability of that, as now that Scott has a lot of his stuff turned sideways. There's a lot of it turned sideways. So hopefully we'll be able to find maybe an Under the Sea and maybe like one more Amber character just in case Michael does something crazy here and is able to really move some things around. So
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that we see is you're like, oh my gosh, that Amber Champion is protecting everybody. So then you say, well, then I'll go for the Amber Champion. So there is that Headless Horseman that could really like to take advantage of the Mickey's 2 willpower or strength here. But you can't do it all. One of the things that's a very difference between these 2 decks is how many characters you can play per turn. Scott's going to win in that war every time where he's able to play more than one. He like you mentioned, his hand is empty currently, but he might be able to find some cards. So long story short, and he can't do a ton of things each time, especially with only 1 Cheshire Cat.
yeah, the Cheshire Cat is going to be able to move some things around here and there, in which the Amber Champion is a 2/5, and we have 3 damage floating on the Grandmother Willow, which is silly. That's just ridiculous. Actually, she's a 1/2. Come on, guys.
Yeah. I mean, both Amber Champions, though, are currently 7 willpower, so even if you challenge in with the Cheshire Cat and move 2 of the damage, it would not be removed because they do buff each other. We are going to go ahead and remove the Grandmother Willow, put a single damage counter onto our Cheshire Cat, which we can use later. Katie mentioned the Headless Horseman that is in hand for Michael, so that is definitely going to be something very juicy to play down on the next turn. We'll give all of his characters an additional 1 strength as well every single time a character is banished. That's something that Scott needs to keep in mind, because if he exerts everything here and that
Under
we
the
get
Sea.
rid of the
Getting rid of
put
the
it at the
genie.
bottom.
Yeah, it doesn't go at the top of your deck. That would be actually bad. It would be bad for me and you, and the whole card is supposed to be good for me only, as we put it on the bottom of the deck. And now we're just kind of sitting there thinking, as the Amber Champion did his solo singing of an 8-drop song, and we're going to turn some things sideways. And again, yeah, having to keep in mind that that horseman that is just going to come down imminently.
Yeah, the Horseman is going to be a lot less threatening now that the genie is removed from the board, but we'll see what Michael is able to do here with that Headless Horseman if he does to opt to go that line, but he won't have any spare ink to move any of the damage with the Cheshire Cat, Katie, which also needs to unexert.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you get to the point where
He's
you're kind of like,
sleepy.
because I mean, there's only so much you can do. I mean, he has 5 ink, and 5 ink for Scott is the same as infinite ink, but 5 ink for Michael is truly I can do 1, 2, maybe, and so it gets a little stressful because he wants to move damage, he wants to challenge, he wants to remove, and Cheshire Cat's like, all me. He's like pointing at himself like, I can't. Do
I'm
all
just
that.
inexplicable.
Yeah, that's an inexplicable play that you're asking me to do here. So,
And we do go for the Cheshire. Just kidding. I'm going. It's the Headless Horseman, Terror of the Deep, Sleepy Hollow, and he does come down, pop the Amber Champion. Just kidding. He's back. He's back. He's fine. And we're deciding: is the Amber Champion really the target here? Am I choosing the most champion of Ambers?
well, you picked one down, one more to go because they are the tent poles of this board that Scott has because ultimately they are building up everything else. If he can get rid of the 2 Amber champions,
It's the Amber Champion. Yeah, I mean, well, we had to think about it. We had to think about it. Like,
We can challenge into Daisy now because the Cheshire Cat has an additional strength here. Actually, no, there's another Amber Champion. Never
Yeah,
mind.
that's-
There
I think
is another Ember Champion, but we
We'll
can't
go for the
take out the
lady.
lady
Yeah.
because we only have 2 willpower left on everything. So, and then that does get rid of some of the damage. We do only have the 1 floating on the Cheshire Cat because lady is so good into that, not leaving too much floating damage around for that. But the Horseman is a 4/2, so he will be able to do his own battling next turn. And we saw him Inca Demona. Does he have another one?
possibly. Now, I will note that the Amber Champion is quite nice when you have 2. It's kind of like when we had Cogsworth in the days of yours, where if you have 1, it's good, but 2 is better because they can help each other because it's other. In this case, we lost the other Amber Champions. Now we just have 1, so that Mickey Mouse is a little bit more reluctant to turn sideways and to be exerted because suddenly he's vulnerable to all sorts of mayhem on the Headless Horseman. So Scott has that Rhino, which is able to go ahead and get rid of the strength a little bit on the other side. But like we talked about, what are you able to do? And with 1 card and no more songs, he suddenly is not feeling as free and fancy as he was last turn.
Yeah, we are at 11. And like you said, going from a 4/2 to a 3/2 is kind of fine, I guess. But again, with the Amber Champion, I don't think that 1 strength really matters too much because Daisy's still sitting pretty at a 1/6.
Yeah, and I think finding the Rhino is not bad here. It makes the challenging a lot worse on Michael's side for the next turn. It wouldn't make it really easy to clean up the Amber Champion here. Obviously, there are things like Lumiere in the deck. We have to always keep that in mind if we're Scott. We are not super close to the finish line by any stretch of the imagination. We're at 11, which is pretty good, but if we start questing here, the Headless Horseman is going to take advantage of that ability to give other characters on the board additional strength. That gathering strength ability is very, very powerful and very appropriately named. So Scott right now has a lot to think about.
And it seems like he is thinking about it. He's like, let me just read this. Maybe, again, we're looking through the refrigerator going, maybe I did buy that extra pack of snacks. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the ice cream that I want is in here. And he's like, nope, that still says things that I don't want it to say.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this matchup, I kind of think of a bell curve if you're into kind of data. And you think about, like, when is the deck firing at its most strength? And so Scott had his most powerful turn 1 turn ago. And at that point, you're just looking to keep riding the wave of the top of your deck. But Michael's deck starts heating up. He has 5 cards in hand, and he's able to do so much. So Scott has to be very aware that his time in the sun, where he was the most powerful, is waning, while Michael's sun is just rising on the horizon. So he's saying, if there's another horseman, if there's anything, how
Right.
bad?
And even if you just have an Elsa that forces me, so I pass here, and okay, I mean, we're just going to full send it. I mean, so now he's
Half
turning
send.
those. Yeah, we're half sending. We're turning that. We can't.
He said, as long as you
it's
don't have
over.
that.
No.
It's actually so over.
Yeah.
That's the worst possible thing that you could see.
Yep.
Now there's no reason not to just quest with this
Just
Amber Champion. It's gone. It's not long for this world. It's going to be
yeah.
banished by the leaves no traceability of the Headless Horseman. And this is one of my favorite legendaries from the last set. I think Whispers in the Well was exactly what this game needed to really reinvigorate it. And we've seen it here. Winterspell has continued that on, but there's so much diversity and deck building options in the deck in the game right now, and Headless Horseman is a great build around card.
I'm sorry, I blacked out. I forgot that the Rhino is not dry, and I was like, now would it be worth it to just challenge the Amber Champion and the Rhino, but then that would be cheating because the Rhino just came into play. So, yeah, just to maybe get rid of the Cheshire Cat. But at the same time, yeah, seeing that flip off of that is just so rough. But I agree with you. I would want a quest with that just because it's like, hey, what else am I going to do with it? Maybe you'll fall asleep and not play the other horseman in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things we saw turn 1, he inked that Ursula Deceiver, which kind of telegraphs the pain that Scott feels. In so many matchups, you can say, as long as I get, especially with Scott's deck, you can go and grab the pain that you're trying to avoid, the action that is going to devastate you.
Yeah.
But with Michael's deck, he's baked all the actions into the bodies. We used to have Brawl. In this case, you have...
He's like, you weren't supposed to play it. My dude, we had a gentleman's agreement. Why would you play it? Oh, okay, my Ember Champion, that seems like the best target. This is going to lock it up because, again, the Cheshire Cat is going to be buffed double. It's buffed twice from the 2 terrors of Sleepy Hollow just hanging out. And I've left with 1 lonely Rhino. And we'll just play a Mulan just to fan the flames of pain.
Yeah, Scott at 14 can go to 15 here. However, getting over the finish line is going to be almost impossible.
And that's GG's with he draws a uninkable lady. Oh, on 4 ink.
Thumbs up to Scott. I mean, great run. Really interesting deck. Sailor also on that same 60, so we'll see if Sailor is able to win here. No Chromacon, but Ruby Amethyst able to take it there. So all the Ruby Amethyst believers out there, I'm one of them. Let's keep the deck alive, okay? We had some Ruby Steel faith, we had some Sapphire Steel faith, and some Ruby Amethyst faith during this tournament. It's not over. It's not all dogs. It's not all Blurple. It's not all Amethyst Steel. There are ways to attack this meta. We've seen Amber Steel Songs come back, but it looks like the dog days are a little bit over for Scott.
I do
For
feel
Scott. Yes.
yeah, there's more dogs out there. The dogs might have their day, but a shout out to Scott. One of the hardest things as a player is deciding what deck to bring, and it's very interesting because I saw 2 meta calls here. You saw Scott saying, I don't want Chromacon, and you saw Michael saying, I think there's going to be a lot of dogs. Both these decks couldn't exist in a world where the meta was different. Michael knew that there would be a lot of this deck in the room, deck beating dogs, and he knew it had good conversion rate, and Scott wouldn't have brought his deck if he knew that Michael was going to be running around with Headless Horsemen. So it was 2 players that said, I think this is the right call, and one of them they both made it to the top 16, and then they met each other.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the tale that's here. And so shout out to Michael Nagel. He was able to go ahead and finagle his way into the top 8, where he is securing.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
I just found it.
I love that for you.
She's
I
a pro.
love that for
She's
you.
a pro.
Oh, wow.
It's
Okay.
right here, and I picked it up.
Picked it up, and it's just all yours, and you made it yours. I love that. But yeah, and I can hear them in the other room, and they're laughing and they're joking, and so like that's another thing too is like making it all the way to top 16 and seeing your complete literal worst matchup still didn't ruin the mood. You still had an amazing run and everything, and also like again with you, Garrick. Anytime we get to see Ruby and the Amethyst shine, it's like, aw. Aw, like,
It's just, it's cute. Like, you
Yeah.
feel bad for us? I don't
no,
like to hear
like,
that.
Oh, like it feels nice.
Good for
It
you.
feels nice. Not like a, was it? No.
for her.
Just like a, oh, like a.
It sounded like,
I mean, I'm not
aw,
going to like
nice.
throw a parade and start freaking out because the deck's not that real, but I'm just like, oh, he's right there. I can hear me. Okay. As we're getting set up for interviews now, that's going to be exciting.
Enough.
It's real
real
to
enough.
a point.
Shout out to Rebecca Quest, a true believer of Ruby Amethyst, as well as Terrace in the chat. So many great players. Hi, Georgie, another one. We have all
Georgie,
the
hey.
Let me check Twitch
All
chat.
12
if,
of us are here.
If Kendall is not in,
I think actually I saw Kendall earlier said cope, and then I was like, oh.
Oh, he said he needs to. He better be eating his words right now. I want to see him in here apologizing. Rip Lungs is in here. We'll see. We'll see if Sapphire Steel is able to make it. Let's get a Sapphire Steel Ruby Amethyst final and
Honestly.
really set things off.
If there's no locations, there's no locations in the Ruby Amethyst, so the Sapphire Steel's a little bit favored, but it's fine.
And it's so funny because like we're kind of talking in this little code here. We're like, you got the Kendalls, the Rip Lungs, and it's what we were talking about here is
is a weird noise from the future.
But
it's fine.
what a lot in this community. So this game, we are now on set 11, and what we have seen is that there's ink pairings where people are like, "That's my ink."
That's
pairing.
right. Yeah, I am going to do my thing, and I'm going to do it a lot, but I'm going to do it with this ink pairing.
Yeah, and so we have seasons, you know, where there's going to be times where your pairing is quite good and times where it isn't. And so if you have been with Disney Lurkana since the beginning, there was a time where Ruby Sapphire, it was only, or not Ruby Sapphire, well, that was a time too, but Ruby Amethyst was the only deck in the room, and then more cards came out. So to
Right.
see it come back, to see these loyalists, we have Kendall Burnett, who is a very, very skilled player and who had great success early on with this deck. I bought his guide and got
I
a
was
top
gonna say,
four.
I bought his guide, and I also,
Scott's here.
yeah, I bought his guide, and I also won a set championships. And then within the next set, I was playing another deck, and I actually played Kendall in like the top 8 for whatever of a tournament, and he beat me into the dust. So I mean, again, like these prolific players, like terrific, prolific players that have really made a name for themselves with different ink pairings, but then we have rotation, and so we're all trying to figure out our new identities and our new where we're going. And I think Kendall literally just plays what's good now, and he's like, you guys are coping. But I do appreciate that we have our creates of the community, we have our R&Bs, we have the Sapphire Steel community.
And they're happy too, because
They're
there is
happy.
one Sapphire Steel in the top 16. And we saw a few people bring it. There's a couple variations. That's one of my favorite things. For example, we used to say Ruby Amethyst Bounce, and that was just what the deck was called because you had that Merlin and Madam Min package, but it's been rotated out. However, now it has taken a different flavor, and blue steel, which is going to be the Sapphire Steel. It has different variants. We haven't seen the Kiwi variant, which is more aggressive.
No, it is very aggressive. Yeah,
We've
but
seen instead the more ramp heavier one where it's trying to do a double ramp to get to big beefy targets, which is
big
scary to
stompy
do.
boys. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I
it-
always like to say.
It
Yeah.
can be scary to do in the face of dogs who can really eat their lunch while you're trying to get to your bigger stuff. Or if you miss that ramp, they love that. The dogs love missing the second ramp or the
Yeah.
first. So yeah, different flavors. But the thing we're not saying is they're still Blurple, the Amethyst Sapphire. There's still Amethyst Steel, and there's still there were 4 or 5 Amber.
Emeralds,
Emerald
yeah.
decks that made it in, so like just because Scott is out, you're gonna see it. There's no way to statistically get rid of 5 of them in the top 16. There's gonna be one that made it in.
I think it's so funny to me that everybody's like, oh, dogs, and it's like, oh, it's because it's doing something powerful, but also too, I am so the new Ruby Amethyst, I will say, and I'll just go ahead on record, I'm not as huge of a fan of it because I was talking about like Diablo has 2 lore on it. See, like all of these things so it's a lot faster, right? That's like something I have the brainworms where I want to take game actions, right? I want to play Ruby Sapphire of Ye Old. I want to bounce and I want to lose tempo, but that's okay because I'm Madam Mim Fox. So I love game actions. I like doing stuff on my turn. So there's nothing that tilts me further than a dogs player just the board and then winning. And I'm just like, I didn't even get to play. I didn't do my thing. And it's like, I don't even really want to win. I just want to do a bunch of stuff on my turn.
Yeah, and I think that's why, as casters, players don't like this, but we love a Game 3 as casters because we want to see both decks do what they came to do, and we got to see both players do what they came to do. Scott unfortunately didn't. It was actually 2-0, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It felt like there was a time. Scott was able to show what his deck wanted to do, but the Headless Horseman said, I shan't let you finish
And I think
that
that's
thought."
why we've got our hero's favorite as the Ruby Amethyst because that's what dogs does to us. It makes you go, you had a plan, but you don't get to. And Ruby Amethyst looks at dogs and goes, you have a plan and you don't get to. And I think that's why we're just like, woohoo! You know, in a very professional.
Yeah, a professional
Woohoo.
tally forth, we
Yeah.
say. But we're going to go ahead. We got the interview set up. He was running around. The winner was running around in circles, but we got him. We grabbed him.
Yeah,
Daisy's about to interview
it
him.
was a lot. We
But
had to
we're
get
going
him.
to go ahead and cut to that interview right now.
And here we are at the interview. This is a sound check. Make sure we're working. How are we looking over there, production? Good to go? Good to go. Okay, I am here with Michael after coming off your top 16 victory, playing the Ruby Amethyst strategy, making a lot of Illuminators in the community. Very happy to see that deck in prominence. This is the back-to-back weekends to see that deck getting into a top performance in the major Disney Lore County tournament. But first, before we get into the deck, can you just take the time to introduce yourself as we want to get a chance to know you?
I'm Michael Nagel. I'm from Bayville, New Jersey, right by the Jersey Shore, if you all know that. I've been playing since set 2. Ruby Amethyst from the start. With this, I wanted to go back to my roots, go back to Ruby Amethyst, give it a good run, and this is my first ever big event, so I'm just happy and completely blown away that I made it to top 16, and I'm glad to make all the Ruby Amethyst players proud.
Right on. First event. You've been playing since set 2. This is your first major event. You're doing extremely well, and you're playing your pet deck. So why Ruby Amethyst now in this meta? A lot of people believe Ruby has been taken down a couple pegs or two, and here you are in a prime position to maybe make a deep run. Why'd you bring Ruby Amethyst to this tournament?
So like I said, I started with Ruby Amethyst. That was my favorite deck, going from the very beginning. Switched it up a little bit in the middle when it was not really working too well. But then like the last big event, I saw like dogs winning. So I'm like, okay, there's gonna be a lot of dog players here.
Right.
And I specifically made the deck to like stop the shenanigans of the dogs players. So the first 7 rounds that I played, no, I didn't go against one single dogs deck. I was very upset. And then 8 and 9, I played against both dogs decks, got them, and that's how I got to the 16. And I'm just so happy to bring the deck that I love, that I started with, to a top 16.
Man, that is such a really cool story, and I'm everyone excited for you. Everyone's happy for you to see Ruby performing well. Like I said, getting another top 8 finish. But can you just talk about your deck specifically? This is open deck list. You have some really cool inclusions in there. You're back on the Mulan shift. You're not playing some of the cards that I thought a lot of people would be playing. Maybe like that Hercules, maybe like the Sven or something like that. Can you just talk about some of the techs in your deck and how you have geared your deck to face against the dog strategy?
Yeah. So I started off playing with Hercules and more of like the hero build to like not take damage on swings, but I've just come to find out that like whenever you play the Hercules, it just gets under the seed or not under seed, let it go or into the unknown, and just there's so many ways to remove it, and it just doesn't give me what I want for the uninkable value. So I decided to cut that. I ran the Mulans because throughout the whole tournament, I found that playing Cheshire Cat on 3, Mulan on 4, and boosting the Cheshire Cat to move the 2 damage right away, it came in so handy. Yeah. Every game I tried to do that, and it kind of throws the opponents off guard. Like they're not seeing it. If I have no damage on any characters, they don't see how I'm going to get that, and then Mulan just does it for me. What else? The Headless Horseman's always like best Ruby card, I feel. Two toughness is rough, but it does what it needs to do. I don't even know what my deck list is anymore. What else? I have the one Olaf for like the mean, malicious, scary bills, just in case.
Okay.
But a lot of it's mainly just like big, like 2 questing bodies to get really fast. The Christopher Robin was I just added in. That was new. I originally played the Liquidator, just for Reckless to get the daisies out of there. But I wanted something that can, instead of just killing the daisies, I can keep up with the daisies. And Christopher Robin does that phenomenally. And then with the Lumieres, boosting them and kills like the two health guys. So it's an amazing deck. I love playing it. It's so much fun. And it's amazing.
Right on, man. It was a stellar performance to watch. We do have a watching area out there, and people are starting to gather around to see as we're getting closer and closer to the finals. And there was a moment there where the Daisy Duck quest, and you reveal the Headless Horseman, and it was just pretty much the final nail in the proverbial coffin. It was really not a lot he could have done there, but this matchup, it just seems so one-sided. How's the rest of your run been going though? You say you didn't play a lot of dogs. How do you beat the Sapphire Amethyst deck for the viewers out there that might be watching using this deck? That seems like your roughest matchup.
Well, I wouldn't say that's my roughest matchup anymore. Like the Christopher Robbins help because it just gives me that early aggro. Like I played one Blurple matchup today and I beat him 2-0 on the draw, which I feel like was because of the Christopher Robbins. And just being able to get more characters on the board before he gets to that 7 ink to get the Hades or the Demonas beforehand, just to make the lore gap that much greater to where he can't physically come back from it. Right. I feel like my worst matchup is Blue Steel, like allies. I saw one allies deck and he just blew my whole board up every turn. I couldn't keep a board, and it was really rough. One of my best friends who's out there rooting me on, he also plays that, but luckily I didn't play him this tournament. But yeah, I think that's one of the worst matchups.
All right, well, I mean, well, looking for you, there's not a lot of that in the top cut, but there is a ton of dogs and there's a ton of sapphire amethyst. So maybe you're in a good spot to keep pushing this thing through and get a first place finish and punch your ticket to the North American Championship.
Yes. Thank you so much. This has been what an experience.
Absolutely.
I'm so happy.
But we are going to let you go so you can go and get ready for your top 8 match. But before we do you have any special shout outs you want to give anyone who maybe back home to help you get to this spot?
Yeah. So like my friend Matt, who came out all the way out here with me, he didn't make top cut, and I didn't expect to stay in top cut. So we got a hotel like last minute. Just thank him for like sticking it out with me. My wife back home, she supports me with all my games and all I play. Thank her. My local area, Shipwrecked right here in Lacey. Everyone who plays there, amazing people, love them all to death. They're what make me a better player. So I'm thanks to them. Yeah, that's really it.
Right on. So shout out to everybody at Shipwreck and shout out to everyone back home, man. And again, good luck to you on the rest. And hopefully you keep it rocking and rolling through the rest of this event. So we're going to kick it back over to the booth and see what the broadcasters have to say about what they just heard in this wonderful interview.
Amazing interview by JDZ. As always, congratulations to Michael for the big win in the top 16, playing a Ruby Amethyst, going up against the Dogs. But Katie, you have some information for us over here?
It's just coming in from New York. So I do have the Ravensburger Play Hub. If you guys are at home, the event number sometimes, I think we might be able to have somebody pin it, but it is event 334184. That is right, 334184. But I can give you a rundown. There's only 16 players left, so it's not that bad. I will say that there is a few Sapphire Steel people, like, they're pacing. They're like, my wife's in labor.
What happened?
What happened?
I'll let you deliver the news.
Oh, no.
You lost Sapphire Steel players.
so
I'm sorry
sorry.
it didn't happen. Ruby Amethyst, they're going on. Maybe the next one for you guys. We'll see what
On
happens
to the
in the
next.
top 8, though.
You got a CCQ last set, though.
Take it on the chin and keep it moving. Yeah,
What
that's
they
it.
always do. They know how to do that. You guys lose all the time.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
I didn't say all that now.
Their secret Discord just lit up.
I know, right? I know. I just got it. There's like a wall with my face on it now. It was like darts. So,
but I mean, we do shout out to the followers of dog decks everywhere, because Sailor, who is one of Maelstrom's finest and tallest, was able to get the win in his round. We still have the outstanding between Zarek on Team Ohana versus Tomaz, who Tomaz does have that dogs deck, so we might see another one. It does look like he was against Christian, which I believe Christian, I mean, he's on one of those other 3 decks that there are 5 of.
He's on
one
one
of
of
the
those
other
out
ones.
there.
Now, we did have Benjamin Fishman, who he was able to score his win with his own dog deck. So dogs are coming up, guys. So don't worry too bad about that.
you'll get to see it again.
And then lastly, we have Lux Ferrante and Alex Hudson were able to secure their game win. So we do have one outstanding game going on. But we're wrapping that up. And then what else do we have on? What's going on out there? Tell me what you just saw. You took a little lap out there. What'd you see?
I went out there to see how the players are doing, and they are stressed. But we got other other pods going on. I talked to Doug, who was the Sapphire Steel player. Shout out to Doug, and that was a great moment yesterday. We were like, oh, he's playing Blurple, and then boom, Jasmine comes out of nowhere. Great player. He told me, because in the finals of the last Ink Open, the Dave won, and there was a battle of the beards between Doug and Dave.
All right.
And Dave ended up taking that, and he ended up taking the tournament, so it was a little bit of a double sting to the heart, but it was just a funny story. Doug was like, the only reason I came here was to play the Dave, take his bounty mat, and rip it in half. And I was like, we need that energy. We need that professional wrestler, like, rivalry energy.
There's always a little bit of that going in, isn't there?
It's all in good fun, but shout out to Doug. Great run with a deck that not a lot of people expected to see. It's really cool to see those kind of decks coming in and taking some names and making a big splash in a huge event. I mean, top 16 is huge, a 300-player event, a CCQ, some of the best players in the world coming all from all walks of life, all areas in North America, and meeting here in great Glen Burnie.
Glen Burnie.
Which I just learned is a real place.
Just learned.
Just
Been here
now?
for 3
You've
days.
been
Yeah.
here since Thursday.
I've been calling it Baltimore since Thursday.
It's just down the street.
Yeah.
But for people in the chat, we have people talking about their favorite locals that have made it. So definitely in the chat, let us know, because I mean, we're going to be able to pick our top 8 game here coming up here pretty shortly.
I was about to say, like, we were like, oh, all over the state. Yeah, but we also have Sailors Canadian. We have Georgia. We have a bunch of other people all over. Like, it's not like North America has shown up, and I mean, and actually too, we even had Tiago, who, like, obviously he's from North America, and Jonathan Lamb as well.
We
who was
don't
here.
know.
But
Tiago's
like,
omnipresent.
but I was gonna say Tiago he's been all over the world recently. So yeah, like everybody kind of coming all over the world. JDZ was just from Australia. So it's a really, I don't know, I'm like, everybody's all congregating in this nice little not Baltimore area that we're in.
It's Baltimore light.
Okay.
It's probably not a suburb, but shout out to all the people watching right now. Over 800, pushing 900. If you could hit a follow on JDZ Quest stream, that would really, really help him out. If you like what you're seeing, hit him with a follow. If you're watching on YouTube on Podcana, hit us with a like. It really does help us out. We got 400 people watching and 22 likes on the stream. We can bump those numbers up, right?
Podcana is this little podcast. Have you heard? It's pretty.
Not
good.
really. I think every time this is actually my favorite. I was talking to Tiago, which I think you might also be on it too, right, Garrick? You're on every
Let's
podcast.
all just make fun of Garrick for a little
No,
bit.
I would say
No,
Garrett's been putting in the hours with podcast.
He absolutely has been. And then, so I'm standing next to Tiago, and actually somebody came up to me yesterday, and they were like, oh, my son would like to introduce himself to you. He was in the Young Illuminators tournament, and he got top 8 with Ruby Steel. And we saw that Ruby Steel deck on Podcana, and we were just really excited because we know you also love that color pairing. And I'm standing right next to Tiago.
He was there,
and he was on that episode, and I was like, "Aren't you on that show?" And he goes, "No."
He was.
So we love Podcana, and apparently they were up and up on the Ruby Steel deck. Sky was up. Sky is also on Podcana.
He committed.
You
I love
guys-
seeing
you
somebody
guys,
commit to a
like,
deck. Like
So-
somebody says it's viable, then he tried it.
Yeah, I mean, he was also a believer in Ruby Amethyst as well. So if you're interested in Ruby decks, Sky's got a couple cool ones that we've posted. So check them out, definitely. Check out the lists that have been played today. To answer the question in the chat, is Ferrante on Ruby Amethyst? No, he is a trader. He's on Amethyst Steel.
He's on Lexington's though. He was
is
very
on-
excited about
on
it.
Lexington, and I think that's probably the right choice. I would go with Lexington as well if I was playing that deck. Stone by Day is not that bad.
It's not that bad,
It's
guys.
not that bad.
What are you
He'll
doing?
unexert. He'll
Yeah.
unexert eventually.
And if he doesn't, he's fine. He can stand
He's
on
a
his own. All
4/4,
right,
right,
he's
yeah.
got his own.
What Gigi's gonna challenge in once and then be a 2/4? No, thank you. I
Right.
would rather have just a big 4/4. He's waiting.
He's waiting.
As soon as
and
he is
he tucked-
unearthed,
Yeah.
he is going to strike.
I will awaken. But we are gonna probably, do a little break here where it's gonna be very, very quick. We're gonna get our next casters in. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go buy
Katie's
some
taking a
packs,
break, but I was
probably.
going to say, I was like, we have a bunch of you out there, and I know you're watching Podcana and you're supporting it because it's important. Support JDZ. Also support this guy over here, Garrick of the Glorcana Lair, and then Katie of the Lore Keepers Inn. Winston, we're all here. We all need support. We all love you guys, and we all need a little bit of validation every once in a while. So you know what?
I need
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's pretending like he doesn't.
I don't.
He does.
Honestly, you can support
He
Garrick by
does.
pretty much if you find a Lorcana podcast and you
He's
follow
just
it. There's
there.
a chance you're supporting Garrick. There's like a 1 in 7 chance that
Just-
you've hit a Garrick podcast.
Just wait until I'm on Club Lorcana.
It's
I'm
coming.
I'm
Did you
becoming.
talk to Jeremy?
I talked to Jeremy. I'm his best
Is that
friend
what you
now.
were doing yesterday?
Sorry,
oh
Zan.
my gosh.
Sorry. Me and Jeremy are best friends now.
This is my favorite
Actually-
beef. Is trying to steal Zan's best friend.
gonna
And
say-
I'm going to steal Zan from Jeremy as well. So I'm going to be each of their best friends.
My goodness. I was like, yeah, JDZ and I have had a show for we have Masters Disaster for like 2 days, and Garrick was like, yep, I got this. Let me on. I was like, you know what? I'm going to put fumbles on it. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. So
But shout
Garrick
out-
doesn't collect his Infinity Stones of all the podcasts for Disney World.
The last shout out I will do is Garrick is kind of like when you see someone treading water and they're peaceful on the top and treading on the bottom.
It's
that
like a
has
little
been-
duck. Are you a duck? That's why
I'm
Donald Duck
trying
is
to
your
be
favorite.
nice. Why are we doing it? I'm like trying so hard to land a compliment.
You have little duck webbing feet.
so hard. But no, Garrick has been preparing all week. He's a member of Team Inking, and so he's kind of like doing it all. Where he's like, if you see the credits, it's acted, produced, directed, and so
absolutely.
thank you, Garrick, for
Thank
setting
you,
this up
Katie.
and being part of this because we couldn't do it without people producing. We just show up and be talking in a shoe closet.
Yeah,
so
that's
thank
true.
you, and it's been a pleasure. We're gonna go to a quick break and then have more Disney Lorcana for a CCQ.
We'll be right back. I'm gonna send you to a black screen, and then you're gonna see a cool little graphic.
You
after
will.
that.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Promise.
Don't get scared.
Don't get
Trust
scared.
us.
It's not gonna break.
Yeah.
It's not gonna break. You're gonna see it.
That's
Get it.
Greetings and salutations, my fellow Lumineers. We are back. Round number top 8 is going to be happening here very soon after a nice dynamite action back. Stop. Okay. Take two. Greetings and salutations, my fellow Lumineers. We are back with some top 8 action soon to be underway after a fast and furious top 16. We did have a bit of a delay. One of the matches in the top 16 did go long, and it is about to conclude here in just a moment. And what a fantastic match it was. I wasn't here. Luke, you weren't here. Color, tell us about that match. What did you enjoy seeing from the booth?
I mean, I enjoyed seeing. But it's like, okay, whatever. I enjoyed seeing dogs kind of not win, but I didn't enjoy
I knew
seeing
that's what she was gonna
Scott
say.
lose. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like the thing is like, I love seeing Ruby Amethyst get to do its thing, and I love seeing I mean, it's only because we have to have like a villain of the set, right? Like that's like a little bit of the story. And I feel like because it's the most powerful, it is the deck that is kind of shaping up to be like the villain deck of the set. So Ruby Amethyst being that underdog, being the people's hero, it was kind of nice to watch that. You know, it wasn't nice because I think Scott got kind of in a lot of situations where, you know, you want to play the game. And some decks and some matchups give you very, very little agency and ability to play the game, so that wasn't fun, but it was kind of fun.
I like the fact that the villain of the set, you know, the villain deck is full of hero dogs, and the hero set is full of villain deities.
That is a very nice,
Okay, that might also be my own perspective, right? You know what I mean? I'm like, I like the one with all the villains in it, like where like the Diablos and all of those, you know, the Horseman Strikes, Hades, even, you know. That seems like the hero to me.
Damona's there, I think. But honestly, after talking to that Luminary, again, huge shout out to Michael. This is his first Disney Lorcana tournament of any of significance.
Oh, yeah.
And to have that type of performance is just something that you need to look at. So a lot of players tune into these streams, and there are a lot of new players out there in the Quest world, in the PodCona world, in the Disney Lorcana space, from all over the world, wherever you're watching. If you're new to this game, you can be the next Michael. Do not be intimidated.
Yeah.
Show up, show out, go to your locals, sharpen your skills, and then show up to one of these tournaments, and you could have your chance to be in glory and fame. But Luke, you're a great player. You're probably the best player on the broadcast team right here, going to the national event.
Hey,
What are some of
good.
your tips for some of these newer players that are just finding out Disney Lorcana and getting into these tournaments and getting better? What are some of the things you would tell them?
Play more. I mean, that's it. Play as much as you can. Try to befriend the local scene, you know. If you're losing, ask them why you lost. You know, they'll be more than happy most of the time because they want their tiebreakers to be better. And like the community's fantastic, so they're just going to let you know. You know, it's just like, oh well, you know, you did this and that allowed me to do this, and then I won. And sometimes that's all it takes to just open your eyes and realize what you need to do a little bit differently and sharpen your skills there. And, you know, I had chatted with him just a little bit while they were setting up the feature match, and he also had beat dogs on the draw twice.
Yeah, wow.
Already today. So, like, if he gets the right matchups for the rest of the day, I don't know if you chatted about the bracket or not already, but it's possible that, you know, Red Purple just walks dogs all the way to the finals and wins.
I see what you did there. That's pretty creative, Luke. I like
Walking the dogs, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. Like, again, we saw, and you kind of saw a very expert firsthand look at Ruby Amethyst's run in Melbourne. So that was, like, set up in a really, like, a way where it was, like, dogs. And he's like, oh, I built the deck to get rid of this, right? This is, like, the thing. So,
and that honestly, that's a very fair point, Color. That is a textbook meta way to play this game. If you don't like losing to a specific deck, if that's the way that you want to give it up, build your deck to just beat the thing that you just don't like the most.
That's how I play.
And that's how a lot of people play. I mean, it makes you feel so good. And maybe you might not get that matchup. Even talking to Michael, he said, I didn't get the matchup I wanted a lot of the times. But when you do, you feel so good. You feel so confident. And then maybe, just maybe, you can be that quote-unquote lucky Illuminator to get that nice, easy bracket right to the finals and win the tournament. That happens all the time.
And you look so big-brained when you do it. You look so good.
Yeah.
You're just like, of course I knew this was going to happen. It's why I did it.
Absolutely, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So I like that approach a lot. And but looking at the bracket, there is a ton of Amethyst still around. We do have dogs, as we say, going into Ghent next week. A lot of the Illuminators that are here are going to that event. A lot of the Illuminators are watching this tournament right now because there's a lot of information that can be gained that can be gained here that will reflect what we'll see next week. But if you're going to Ghent next week, Color, what deck are you taking if you could be there?
And me personally,
You
or
personally.
just with okay? So
no,
my
Matt,
okay,
speaking
I was like
from your-
me personally.
No.
Hold on, let me
You
see. Okay,
your
so
expert opinion.
I got an enchanted the wall yesterday.
Okay.
So that's where I would
so
start.
Luke,
Okay.
you're going to Ghent next week. What are you taking? We're not taking the wall to Ghent. Okay, we just can't do that. Okay, I don't think that's a
It's
responsible.
actually legally incorrect.
I mean, you
'cause it's an
could.
Infinity card. No, it was not reprinted.
I
You
mean,
would be in
maybe
a lot of trouble.
maybe the artist is there to sign it.
Okay,
and
there you
that's
go. There you
why.
go. Right on.
You can
But-
take it.
No,
Yeah,
seriously.
they'll let you
no,
into the country. I promise.
Metagamically speaking, what do you think
Right.
gives you the best edge to do well in that event?
The thing is I feel like with everything that we've seen, and it's really the best deck to bring is the deck that you're most comfortable with,
Ooh, yeah, good
with
point.
the
Most of the
proper
time, yeah.
tech that will kind of attack what you're trying to accomplish, right? So like if it is like dogs had a really great showing this week, but they were taking Chromacon out. Maybe I don't have to have as much item removal in my deck, and then I can go more towards like maybe pumping my characters up, or hey, there's even that card that says like your character's strength cannot be manipulated. I don't know, that's a card. It
Okay.
exists now, but I'm just saying like play the deck that you're most comfortable with, but tech in a way that gives you the advantage to what the meta share is looking right. I wouldn't say like, unless you're a jack of all trades where you're like, hey, I can pick up dogs, I can pick up Amethyst Steel, I can pick up all these decks and feel comfortable and feel amazing, then I don't know, I'd play Amethyst Steel because over 9 rounds I'm trying to be consistent and I like drawing cards. So go ahead, Luke, you're better at this than me.
To jump onto hers and to actually call back to how to get better. If you were to just win playing with your friends, swap decks sometimes. Not everyone owns all the cards, right? So not everyone can build every deck. But just playing all the decks not only allows you to, pick up what could be at that meta the best deck and play it well and have reps on it, but it also lets you know the agency they have. Sometimes, like, knowing how it feels to play against your deck, you understand what they're going to target first, which then could allow you to protect it more. If you feel like, oh, I'm taking out, say, this new Bambi, that when it exerts, if boosted, you get to put cards in your hand, and it's like, oh, that's just beating me over and over again. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're going to save the removal for it. So maybe I shouldn't play it first. Maybe I should play something else to eat a strength and then follow up with that, then continue gaining a card advantage. And that might be a lesson you don't learn until you see it from the other side.
Very great points, man. You guys, see, that's why you guys are here, man. Okay, I love what you guys had to say about it, and I do that. I do those things myself organically, but maybe there's someone out here who doesn't do those things, and now you got a little bit better for your wear. Speaking of people that are at home watching, we have viewers all on Twitch, but there's also viewers on YouTube as well. Let's go ahead and get both of those supported PodCon official stream, JDD Quest official stream on Twitch, on YouTube, all over the world. I think we have some people restreaming in multiple languages. Let's see if we can get all these streams up to a high viewership to let people know that Lorcana is happening. This is a CCQ. The winner of these events the winner of this event will go to the national tournament happening. You will have to face off against Luke, so that's probably not going to be very good for you, as Luke is definitely taking this thing down first place. Maybe you can get lucky and take a game off of him, but I don't know. At least you get a chance to be there if you win this event. So it is about to be time. What do we got? Okay.
We've got some information here coming. New York is in with us, so we are getting no. All right, that is from New York. We're saying that this is actually a blank piece of paper, and JD is staring at it intently, which knows that he's getting this information straight from his brain. Look how intent this is. This is like deciphering as if we were going to get message from.
You got this.
This is what I have to deal with, people. Okay, so listen. Okay, we can talk about the meta, and we can talk about this, but this is your average Worlds competitor.
I'm just a troll.
This is your average national championship competitor. This is what you have to deal with. So there is a metagame within the event metagame, but and at the same time, this guy's going to be looking across the table from you. So you have to be able to be locked in and not take any of this. And I can't handle it. I'm just kidding. I can't handle it. 2 point.
It is important.
Two
Being
point.
able to not let your opponent throw you off while you're playing is like very important. And I'm just trying to help Color here. I'm just being mean. So what do we got?
Oh no, that was.
Oh.
Oh, was that private?
No, something else. No.
That was a private moment between Garrick.
No.
Garrick missed JDZ, and so he wanted to come in. And actually, that note just had a big "I heart you," and JDZ was like, "Ah, yes, I know some of these words." Yes.
No.
Yes.
It's just we're just deciding what match that we want to get for the feature match. It's still some deliberation on what we're going to pick, but we're listening to the chat. We got the YouTube chat open, we have the Twitch chat open, and a lot of people are trying to see what the Zarek versus Ferrante. I believe that's going to be a rematch. That might be the match that we're going to try to drag down for you guys. So stay tuned, keep it locked. Make sure you are letting us know in the chat what you want to see. You guys are a part of this experience as well, and let us know how we can fix this thing to make it better in the future, because there are going to be more. Obviously, there are going to be more tournaments like this happening in the next few short weeks. I know Glimmer Games is coming up very shortly after DLC in Ghent. We're also going to the Great White North. There's going to be a tournament, and ETB, Enter the Battlefield, will be doing their CCQ as well. There's tournaments in Calgary and Montreal as well. CCQ's there. We have the Enchanted Citrus Clash happening in beautiful and shiny San Diego, Southern California. There are going to be tournaments all over the world, and we're going to try our best to keep elevating the production value of these events. So feedback is necessary to do that. So it all starts with you at home. So thank you guys all for being here, locked into the dojo, getting active. The matches are starting here very soon. We're just getting all that set up again. There was a long delay after the top 16.
And we gotta be showing up to these CCQs if you want them to continue happening. These stores, they need all of our support, so we can do it. And I love it because these events are so fun to be able to travel to, and you get to see your friends that you'll be making. Like, the more of these events that you go to, the more people you're gonna meet. It's gonna increase your knowledge of friends,
for sure.
Your knowledge of friends. You're gonna get the metagame on friendship.
Yeah, exactly. You
and
can
a
meta
lot
all
of
the
us,
friends.
if we're being honest, have needed that for years. Okay.
Yeah.
So no,
Ain't that true?
I was actually talking last night. Like we all went out and we all went to a place. And we had this. We were like Disney karaoke, and I think all of us had an idea of what Disney karaoke was going to be, because we are who we are. And then we got there, and it was actually like a place that none of us would ever go.
Oh, that was
right?
wild. Oh my
like
gosh.
It was like
Oh my goodness.
it was a place
For yourself, I have been to places
Oh my
like this.
goodness.
but like it
multiple
was just like
times.
this dark old like kind of place where, I mean, it wasn't like a back alley, but it was just like, I don't think that. And so all of us actually congregated in the corner, and we were just a little bit terrified, right? Because we were like, we play card games and we sing Disney songs, and we wanted to sing Disney songs, and now we're all just kind of here, and it's loud, and there's pool in this area, and then these people are talking about stuff I don't understand, and I think all of us kind of like, and then all of a sudden, one brave Illumineer, and I know that they're Illumineer because they had their team jersey on, went and sang the Mulan Strength of a Raging Fire song on karaoke, and that whole corner just instantly relaxed. We immediately, everybody was like singing along, and they came around and they had you, and you didn't know some of the lyrics, but then they went on, and then you came back and you nailed it, and then it was like, but it was such an amazing experience, because this was a situation where socially I am so bad at it, but this game and this community has given me a place and has given me an area where I feel comfortable. And it was crazy because in those situations, I've been in those places where, for like a work function or something like that in my normal life, where I have to pretend to be okay with what's happening. And so then I look around because something happens and it's normal, and I look around and it's just me. And I'm like, man, I really wish I could be talking about cards. I could be doing anything else. And then in that last night, I look over and I was like, oh God. And then I look over and 4 people are like, oh God, you know what I mean? So it was just like finding your community and finding your group of people has been one of the best parts of this. And like the game itself is amazing. The mechanics are amazing. Mm-hmm. The art is beyond incredible. But what really makes me like, I want to travel and I want to go do this as much as possible is because of the people that you get to meet when you come to these things like this, whether it's a DLC or CCQ or even just like set champs or your locals. Like it's incredible. Growing up, I did not think there was as many people as like-minded as I was. I felt very alone.
I just have to.
And now as an adult,
defend myself a little bit here. First of all, Irene was amazing at that song. She
Irene,
she definitely got the crowd moving.
Perfect.
Sorry, JD, you did a fantastic job of getting second place at karaoke.
Uh,
But
I
Actually,
agree.
Garrick
killed
stole it with friends on the other side, and then you were the backup. So you were a
But-
very good supporting role last night. He's like, this is news to me, and I will cry later.
But she almost fell down while singing, and I chuckled, I blinked, and then there was a microphone in my face. So
She was like,
I-
laugh at me, get on in
Exactly.
here. Laugh at me and get on in here.
But
Show
I
us
think
what
you guys are both having a serious miscounting of the events as they took her last night. Okay, because I was
You
at
did
that same
sing
event.
first.
You
I
didn't
was at,
sing first.
I was
slam poetry,
I
the
think.
circle of life.
I was at
That was great.
I was at that event, okay, and I got to tell you, you guys didn't set the stage correctly first. You roll into this event, and we are in Glen Burnie. Shout out to Baltimore, Maryland, okay, but Glen Burnie is no Baltimore. We're in the suburbs, I would say, the deep suburbs, and you're driving through this neighborhood essentially, and to get to this bar, imagine like a Roadhouse type environment in your mind, okay? We're talking biker bar adjacent, no bikers, but there appears to be a ton of bikers in the dojo there where we show up. Lights slightly dim, place is packed.
was
Saturday night vibes, okay? We get in there
Scary.
and obviously we didn't belong because we were still wearing the
I
same
disagree.
attire of which we were wearing.
A lot of us had
of-
like
of there.
backpacks with
There,
actual
there,
cards.
there
still.
were people with Disney Lorcana attire. I still had on a Mickey Mouse sweater with scarf. My wife has a matching shirt as well. We did not fit into the establishment as it were. I think that's
Right.
pretty clear.
There was a lady at the bar who was not with any of us, who when someone was singing a song lifted up like a Winnie the Pooh or a Simba doll. I think it was a Simba. Mm-hmm. So like, I disagree that you did not belong there.
I think Disney will supersede all. Okay,
Yeah,
It
exactly.
is going to,
and
it's-
that is
this-
why the community is so
this,
amazing.
This was a Disney. Shout out to Kurt Spice. Okay, he's the one who set this whole
Absolutely,
thing
yep.
up. But then, as time goes by, you can kind of feel the energy start to change. And by the time we left,
Absolutely.
I believe we did change some
It
minds.
was
in
a
there.
Disney bar, yes.
We did change some minds.
Yeah.
I think minds were changed, and I think we might have recruited a few new players. I was out there passing out a couple booster packs, a couple of cards, letting people know what Disney Lorcana is. Spread the word. All right, let's get active.
Loved it. No, it was definitely it was a really lovely night. And again, it was just more to highlight the community and like these situations where like again, like maybe we're not like, the best. I don't know. I'm just going to speak for myself. I'm not like the best at being social, but it was like at the height of my social anxiety and uncomfortableness, I was able to look over and see like 4 people being like, yes, correct, yes. And then it was like, oh, well, we're going to sing that song from Mulan. Hold on. I know this one. So it's an amazing situation to come. And I have not felt that in like another kind of trading card game space. So I do appreciate
And also my rendition of Circle of Life, I think
so crazy.
added like almost brought the world closer together. I'm trying to be as humble as I can on this.
Actually,
but
I have the
it's
video.
like- it's
I have
like-
a video of him and
it's-
Garrick singing Friends of the Other Side.
It's like
and
it's
good.
like Elton John and slightly down JDZ.
yeah,
Thoughts?
just
Like a little.
He didn't like get to sing the very beginning of it, so he just did slam poetry for what, like 18
I mean,
bars.
that was the longest.
was-
they had a
it was
45.
amazing.
There was a 45-second intro there.
Yeah.
They set me up for failure.
I-
We
Yeah.
succeeded.
It
Okay.
was great. He did. He
There
did.
it is.
He
too
did.
good.
It was
All right.
crazy.
too
Somebody redeemed the highlights of slam poetry
There it is.
like IRL, and it was crazy.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to take that, and the next time someone redeems slam poetry, just like pop that video up
Too
and
easy.
have it play.
Yeah.
That's too easy.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
I absolutely love it. But it was a really good time, and those moments can only be achieved when you come to these type of events because there's always going to be something happening. These magical moments that you just you never know. You never know what you're gonna get when you come to a Disney Lorcana tournament, and it was truly a great amount of fun. But it looks like we have some Illumineers seated down at the table, ready to get active here in just a moment. So I think I'm having some issues here. Just give me a brief second while we get this going.
Yeah, it looks like the players are here. They are shuffling up, and we will get that to you as soon as possible as we go into our top 16 of the Ink Open Tournament, which is a CCQ, and also I'm pretty sure a PPG qualifier, and another a lot of cool things tacked onto this one. So this is a big deal as we are watching a really proficient pile shuffle. So you're not really missing anything unless you've never seen somebody pile shuffle their deck before.
I never have.
I swear that I've seen you do it a couple times.
Yes,
as they
already earlier. We did it while doing pack rushes yesterday.
Yes,
so I am a liar.
And yeah, we are kind of getting shuffled up here. I see that the judges are sitting everybody down. It does look like I think we have Ferrante, which I know is Amethyst Steel. So we have Ferrante on Amethyst Steel, and then we have a mystery deck at this point. So we will get the names and everything up here, and you guys are not missing anything at all. We're going to get in there.
Was second seed going in yesterday.
I think he was first, was he not?
He was first up until the last round. And had Kurt won his last round, then Ferrante would have been in first place. But unfortunately for Kurt, he did not win. And fortunately for his opponent won and then is now in first seed.
Ah, so it is Zarek versus Lux Ferrante here, and I have a lot of friends in the chat here. Let's go. Well, I'm not saying that one, but Zarek is definitely going to be playing against Ferrante, and I'm not sure what he's on. Maybe it's Blurple. Blurple would be kind of fun. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I think it might be Amethyst Steel versus Blurple, which actually would be kind of fun. That'd be a little spicy, right? We've never seen that before, but we are going through all of these deck lists, which are super well organized in an amazing fashion as we are getting the players.
I blame the casters from the last round.
I don't know who they were. A little bit unprofessional of them to kind of mix it around so much, but we'll get you that deck list here sorted in a minute, unless Zarek has like another name that they go by.
I think Zarek has more than one name.
How many names does Zarek have? Dox
nope.
him right there. No, just kidding. He only has the one name, as we do have a... Ooh, we've got Basil and Cheshire Cat in there. So I'm assuming...
Blurple.
Yep, looking pretty blurple to me. That's Sailed as we see. A couple of Svens. Oh, yeah, we could just go ahead and take the 4 Tipo right out of there. Just take the Tipo right out of there. You don't even need them.
I'm pretty interested to see how this matchup goes. Traditionally, like the last few sets, the Amethyst Steel has not been favored into Blurple, but as Frank Karsten showed, it's a very consistent deck and it can win, even its bad matchups. And there has been rumors that, maybe it's not as bad as people think if you have the right setup going. Blurple has to respect dogs sometimes, and the more you respect the aggro decks, the more that the Sapphire decks can beat you up a little bit. So we're going to see if Zarek's able to handle Lux Ferrante's variant of Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, which has Lexington's in it. But again, Let It Go is a house of a card.
It also would come down to a card. I want to see if they're playing that new Amethyst Pocahontas. I think that's a card that kind of can help a bit. I mean, adding that questing power, and maybe you can get underneath the Sapphire Amethyst strategy. They have more game, I think, than they did before, but you never know. A great way to find out is by getting active and let's watching the game. Here we go. The top 8 is underway here in just one moment. You guys are not missing any action. I cannot wait. I'm going to send it in, and here it is. Lux Ferrante versus Zarek Ohana. We got a lot of fans of both of these Illuminators in the chat. This is a rematch of the round of the earlier Swiss portion of this tournament, and I believe Lux Ferrante got the win, but maybe Zarek can even the scales here a little bit. I like a nice rematch in these tournaments in the top cut whenever they can come up.
Yeah, a lot of Zarek fans in the chat tonight, so we're excited to see this kind of pop off. Again, now we're sitting here. There's no dogs on the screen, none in sight. So we have our Amethyst Steel, which is our new, old, reliable deck of the format. And we have Blurple, our Sapphire Amethyst combination that is kind of... It's like sneaky good, but it can be targeted really, really easily. So you can tech against this deck quite easily. And it seems that Ferrante has that inclusion of Lexington in their deck, which might be the secret sauce. Get GG out of here. Get GG out of here, you guys.
I don't know. I'm a GG gamer. I'm a GG believer. I think GG, to me, I think is a superior card. I believe if you can bring down that Elsa, exert that Lexington, he gets frozen in time, and then he can't do anything. That 4 strength doesn't matter if you can't put it into challenging capability. There's a lot of exerting effects in this Sapphire Amethyst strategy, mainly that Elsa. Everyone knows that. You could just really finesse and wombo combo this guy before he can even sing a song. It feels bad. I'm a GG believer, and you can just send that damage off and keep her going. So either way you want to do it, I think both of those cards are super phenomenal in this situation, as Lux Ferrante is electing to be a Lexington gamer.
Yeah, Lexington Gamer. And that was another thing. I think we were discussing it earlier with Katie and Garrick. We were saying, like, Lexington Exerted is it's kind of easy to get your cards out of your hand as Amethyst Steel. And Lexington Exerted is still a 4/4. Gigi has that Lawrence kind of, drawback where if you slam into Gigi, she's only 2 strength. If you slam into Lawrence, he was a 0 thing. And it's like, it's kind of giving your opponent a lot of agency over what your character is doing, as opposed to the 4/4 just kind of sitting there.
What are you slamming into this GG?
I don't know. I'm gonna throw Tipo at it.
That's a plus. I'm taking it.
Well,
give me your card.
more
Give me your card, buddy. I'll take it.
slightly more important to this matchup than GG versus Lexington. Actually, I was chatting with Ferrante earlier, and I asked him how he was beating Blurple, and he said Diablo, Obedient Raven, was what
He did. Yeah, he's like, I did talk to him. He's like, I'm undefeated. I got Diablo and Lexington in my deck. That is spicy. And I was like, in a way that ketchup is spicy, but I'll get back to you on that. And now he's undefeated, so that's on me.
Yeah,
how was Diablo winning, though?
He was on the draw one game, and he said he normally doesn't want to play double Diablo on turn 2. His opponent did not play a 1-drop or like really commit with a 2. I think it was a sail, not a 2-drop. And so he opened on Christopher Robin into Diablo, and got up to like 12 lore.
Ooh.
Like just off of the Diablos and the Christopher Robin before
Shout
they
out
answered.
Diablo's spellbook. Am I right? Just getting there.
Basically.
Hey, gain a lore. Oh yeah, forgot to deal with this little thing that also draws you a card when it is banished. So again, Diablo doing Diablo things. He's still good even though Crab isn't here.
And
As Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf
helping him.
is a pretty nice one-cost character, too. Maybe you probably don't want to play it too early, but it might tell a story about what Lux's hand is going to be. I think at any time, a 1-2-3 sing strength is going to be what you're trying to do, no matter who that 3-cost singer might end up being. Return fire with Basil.
Yeah, Basil coming down. He's a detective. He has support, and he's going to be helping doing things. Maybe a little bit more than that helping hand is. But if we see, hopefully not a Doc, we need any other 2-drop. And it's a Calhoun, which is a pretty good thing in face of a Basil.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but I think he wants something a little more aggressive when he's being on the play here. He wants to be able to exert and gain some lore. Like a Christopher Robin would have been fantastic for him. He's probably setting up here for a 3-drop into strength, which, as we were saying, it's what we always want to be doing here.
1, 2, 3, 4 strength.
Yep. Well, Zarek
Just like we learned in kindergarten.
Zarek's just trying to empty his hand with small characters to be able to take advantage of ramping into a possible Demona. If he plays a Tigger next turn, which we do have 2 of, it could really slow down Ferrante a little bit here, but that Lexington.
Looking at Zarek's face here, kind of wondering. He's like, "Oh, these are cards, aren't they? Man, they're in my hand, and hopefully we'll have a little bit better here. We could throw down some kind of 4-cost, but I mean, it is an interesting line to go for the double Basil, because at this point, we're trying to stay ink efficient, and also a lot of times when you get into these, it's like, are we going to low to the ground, or are we trying to save and conserve the Basil so we maybe ink later, so we don't have to start potentially inking our good cards in our hand? And it might be what Zarek is sitting here going, man, I wish I had one of those Basils in my hand, so I had to ink that instead, as we do opt to go for the Hypnotic Strength, which is great against Vanish characters, but we put a Genie Wish Fulfilled down so we can go ahead and draw a card.
He might have a ton of there might be a ton of 4-cost characters in hand too, and he understands that the Strength of Raging Fire play is probably going to be imminent. Just thinking of which one you can play down. You can see, I believe there's a little peek of some ears of Dumbo, so electing to favor the Dumbo over the Genie, or if you send the Genie to the blender in order to save the Dumbo for the follow-on play. However, this Lexington is going to match up nicely to that 4-cost character, so we do have a nice real retro peek to the past. Amethyst Steel 1, 2, 3 of an Olaf Calhoun Lexington. I haven't seen that this entire set. I think going back to that Calhoun is a pretty good call as well with all these dogs around.
Yeah, as we go ahead and opt to ink the Demona to play the Genie in our own kind of fashion. It's not a mirror match, but it is an Amethyst mirror match. The Strength of a Raging Fire comes down, didn't have it, doing 4 damage to the Genie and putting it right into the banish pile, which he only got to fulfill like 1 wish, right? Not all of them, just a couple.
He did, but how many cards are in Lux Ferrante's hand now? Now that Lexington is exerted, will he be able to ready next turn? I believe you have made the curve tight enough to where you only have 2 cards in hand, but it might be a hand shuffle of 3. So I believe that Lexington will be deadlocked on the board. But the genie is now not able to quest because he's no longer here. So that's one freedom that you have to. That's one less thing that you have to worry about, as you still have that Elsa support Basil play to take down this genie, and I think that's pretty clean as well.
Yeah, and you also could take out the Calhoun on board if we don't have that Elsa to do or we don't want to use it yet. But it's definitely the type of situation where we're trying to get down on resources. With Michael here having 4 ink and 2 cards in hand, he can draw ink, play something that might draw another card. He's getting close to being able to play Demona, draw 3 cards and exert the opposing board. So Zarek here kind of wants to match that.
Okay,
wants to
going
get
for
some...
the trade. I'm sorry. I was like, ooh, wait,
Yeah.
what are we doing? We went straight for the Olaf trade, and that was like the last thing that I thought was going to happen. So now we are going to be able to do something with, so we just deny the Olaf trigger. Go ahead and use our 1 of 2 Tiggers to bounce that Calhoun right back to your hand. So now this is looking a little bit more equaled out.
Oh, and the important part about that is Lexington now does not ready.
Right.
Ooh.
Because
Looking pretty bad.
he's stoned by day.
Stone by day.
If that's GG, we're back up and we're getting active. We're doing other things. But I guess even if she were ready, you wouldn't be able to. You probably wouldn't do anything with her anyway. Just keeping her as a staunch body. But now that Lexington is vulnerable coming in on that following turn, especially with this Royal Guard, that'll be a nice quality trade if you can get that supported with Basil and get a string high enough to clear this Lexington on that following turn. So Lux Ferrante now in a pretty miserable spot here as you go into that 5 ink turn. Elsa hits the board and really rocks the boat a little bit. That's a great play for Lux Ferrante in this spot as we get a quick pass over. Both of these Lumineers playing with a vigorous pace as Zarek now trying to maintain the initiative. What's a great card here, Luke? Call it.
Demona's pretty good, but
We saw one in anyone.
Demona's pretty good. Yeah,
I don't know if it's actually good here. Zarek has a lot of cards in hand. We're probably going to play an Elsa to try to push some more damage, or
Hades,
of course,
looking
Hades.
for a deal. Is Ferrante going to take that deal? This is my favorite mini game in Disney Lorcana. When that Hades comes in, it says, hey, you can put that on the bottom of your deck, or you could give me 2 cards. And you have to sit there and think, do I make deals with the Lord of the Dead? And Ferrante said, absolutely not. It's on the bottom of my deck. You don't get 2 cards. I'm moving along here, as we did go ahead and trade in and get rid of that Lexington as well.
Well, I think he has to make that deal one way or the other. It's both not good. He's either giving him 2 cards or there. Hades comes in and says, you are making a deal. You're going to the bottom of the deck. And,
That's not a deal. That's an ultimatum. Sorry.
Well, yes, exactly. And that is why you don't make deals with Hades.
That's exactly. You put the card on the bottom. You don't give him any card advantage, as we have the Tigger coming in. Just kidding. That's Sven. He rushes in as a Challenger 3, which is absolutely massive, but he is only he's got 3 willpower. But, at the same time, if we had that ability, we would able to just keep that damage around. Hopefully, maybe looking for a Cheshire Cat coming in soon.
Yeah, I've been loving this Sven Leaping Reindeer coming into this set. He's one of my favorite cards. Every time I see this character on stream or any tournament play, he's always doing something really cool, coming through, taking down a Genie, taking down an Elsa in a plussing fashion, and staying around and becoming a menacing threat to follow back on. And he's hard to get challenged because that character is itself evasive.
Ooh.
So sending
okay.
Diablo in, just cycling a card, showing that Lux Ferrante's hand and status might not be as strong as he would like. He's just trying to get some more information. Calhoun there really doesn't have a clean challenge on anyone unless you can bolster her strength in some form or fashion.
Yeah, we could really use an Elsa.
Oh, we're going to look for our own deal, though. Instead, we go for another 5 cost. We're looking for a deal. Are you going to look for a deal on my looking for a deal? Or are you going to look for my deal on this reindeer that only has a little bit left on him? And it is going to be that. And, hey, you didn't make a deal with me. I'm not making a deal with you. Nobody gets cards as we go to the bottom with our Hades.
So normally drawing the cards is like an option that you might actually want to do. But as we had said how many times about Demona already, you don't want to draw those 2 cards and have your opponent play Demona and be like, oh, you don't get to draw any now. It just undoes what that Hades was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it takes the value straight out of that. As we could have, nope, that's just kidding. That Sven is evasive, is all get out. So, nope, Calhoun is not going to be able to reach out there and be able to catch that reindeer. As we sit here and kind of try to think about what we have a lot of, I saw an Elsa for Spirit in the hand. I'm seeing it into the unknown, but that's not going to, well, actually, we could do the double thing.
You could. And we might be seeing it right there.
Hey, there it is. We played the Elsa Fifth Spirit, exerted down our character, and then sang into the unknown on it, which does get rid of it handily.
Yeah, I really do like how Zarek is playing this game as we get our first dock trigger of the day. Right on time. I think Ferrante needed that to kind of keep the fuel going. Calhoun has been looking a little paltry in this matchup so far. Hasn't really been able to do anything. Hasn't been able to quest or challenge or just been or even assist too many songs being sang. So this board is looking quite feeble for Lux, so that Doc came in right on time. But look at Zarek's body position. He looks so comfortable in this spot, knowing that Dumbo is in hand. I believe still, and you can draw 2 cards next turn, and there's no no threat.
Yeah, we love that exact from the evasive reindeer there. That does actually have proper evasive, is not alert, so you are able to use that Dumbo ability on the Sven and the Elsa, like you said. And since we're not exerting, we're not doing anything. Why not? Let's draw some cards.
He played it so fast.
I know. He's like, this is what I wanted to do. I was doing this. This is what I wanted to do the whole time. So we pay 1, gain 1, and draw 1 from Dumbo's ability of breaking the world's greatest records. Oh, it's there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like the board match, like it's kind of settled down. They only each had 1 card in hand, and they needed one of their forms of card advantage. But Zarek had been holding on to that Dumbo, as you're saying, long enough just for this moment, put him back into the game. Or at least ahead. So if Ferrante didn't draw that dock there or have that dock, he would have been in a terrible spot. He's still in kind of a rough position, but he does have options and a few cards in hand now. He just needs to answer this Dumbo basically on this turn.
Yeah, we're getting to that phase of the game where these Demonas are going to start dropping, and that's where it gets absolutely experimental. It gets out of control when these Scourge of the Wyvern Clan start hitting the board, and I believe the Demona power kind of leans on Zarek's side right now. He has all the control. He has a lot of characters. He has this very threatening Royal Guard who's just looking for a trade, looking for a deal, looking for a trade should be Royal Guard's code name there. As
just menacing with all of the arms coming out of there. He's like, I'm royal, I'm guarding, and I will come at you 6 ways to Sunday. But at the same time, now Ferrante over here counting their ink over and over again is like, oh, come on. And again, kind of what you said, there's a lot of evasives on Zarek's side with the Sven, the Elsa, and the Dumbo. So really, like you said, that Calhoun is just kind of standing there being like, okay, I'm not as nimbly-bimbly as you guys, and I'm just going to kind of wait. I have to wait for potentially that Palace Guard to come in, as we do have our own Elsa Fifth Spirit to come in and get that exerted Palace Guard down, and we can go ahead and take that out. Oh, perfect, because Sven is actually only 3 willpower, so we do go ahead and clean up the Sven, clean up the Palace Guard, and now it's looking a little better for Ferrante.
Yeah, there's still the issue of having your opponent gain 2 lore and draw 2 cards, but being at 9 lore, Ferrante might just be like, have your cards. If you're exerting them to draw cards, you're not challenging, and I can burst through the last bit of lore I need. And like that just might be his game plan to finish this out before Zarek's onboard card advantage engine just takes over this game.
Yeah, going back to that last turn, that Elsa was so impactful, man. Coming in, being able to clear a character, being able to exert a character, give your Calhoun some value, and take down another evasive threat, completely swinging the momentum of this board. So Zarek, who is in a super comfortable position 4, look at his body language now. Stress coming in there from the Ohana mainstay.
I see a Let It Go as well, I think. Or maybe I hallucinated a Let It Go because it's always there and it's always watching. But we also have another Elsa Fifth Spirit in hand. So we, have more challenging power if we so choose. Again, but like you said, if you're challenging, you're not drawing cards. But if you're not drawing cards, you're challenging. And I kind of just want you to let me win the game at this point. Like, if you could just maybe draw cards and not do anything. Thoughts?
I'm pretty sure Zarek's hand is Let It Go, Elsa, Demona. And we keep talking about Demona. And every time Zarek's had an opportunity to play it, it is just not what he needs. Like Demona's powerful, but when your opponent's characters are already exerted and
they don't have
you're just drawing them cards and you don't have characters that can profitably challenge, it's not really what you want to be doing. But sometimes you just need a 5/6 that can brawl and rumble.
Oh, yeah. Imagine if that Elsa didn't appear. You had that board that you had before. Demona would have been a bit more viable, as we are going to Elsa Diablo.
That must have been the Let It Go I saw, I guess.
Yep. I was going to say, I thought it was a Let It Go, but it was a Basil, which is inherently not as great. but it
No.
can't. It's like a build your way to a removal situation, as he does have. He has a 2/1 with support, so he will be able to do stuff and things later. But this late in the game against Steel is kind of scary too, because he has only 1 willpower.
Yeah, so Zarek has to decide if he wants to draw with this Dumbo or if he's going to take out the evasive and then challenge in. Okay.
Yeah,
Good
we got to
choice.
clean. Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to clean it up. We don't need cards. We have everything that we need on the board in our hand. It wasn't let it go.
So the Elsa must have been there instead of a Demona.
You guys are actually so high on Demona that you're hallucinating. I think sometimes you
Apparently.
want to you see what you want to see. Yeah.
Well,
No.
there's the Demona. Maybe I saw it on Michael's hand and got puzzled.
And then we did put the Genie Magical Researcher into the Inkwell, which is a really an amazing new boost card that says whenever you boost 1, you are able to put a card under it. And then when he quests, he quests for the number of cards that are under him. So he's really good, but he's also really in the Inkwell. So Ferrante's saying, I don't need this. This is gone immediately. And we try to, there's a little bit of a head shake trying to be like, all right, what is my game plan? Where am I going? How am I getting all of these evasive characters on here? I would really love maybe a Cheshire Cat. That seems like a really great thing to do.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat. We haven't seen one from either Illuminator thus far, and I think when the cats start to flow, we talk about the Mona Wars, we talk about evasive wars, we talk about Genie Wars, we talk about all the wars you want to have. But those Cheshire Cat wars are quite robust as well. As I think now with all that damage floating around, if Zarek can find one before Ferrante can, that could be a nice clear path to crawl back into this crawl back into a winning position as you're kind of losing the lore race. Clearing your Elsa, taking down this Calhoun would be a great play.
Yeah, at this point in time, we don't have any way of getting to those evasive characters except for maybe the Cheshire Cat or Strength of a Raging Fire or some kind of like little damage movie thing like that. And I think Ferrante keeps looking at the cards again, being like, what if I kept shuffling you and I shuffled you so quickly that you changed into other cards that I need?
It's like, why aren't you Lexington? And yeah, we cannot be inking twice.
Nope.
But I've been there where you are in the tank for so long. You're like, oh, I could ink and play this. And it's like, oh, no, I actually couldn't do that.
Oh, no, a tempo dock. So we go ahead and elect to play Dock the Bold Knight and into not taking any drastic measures, just keeping the last card in hand and then passing. So that did look like a very difficult turn there for Ferrante.
So we saw him try to ink an Yzma. So the question is, does he have another 4-drop after that? Or is it a Demona or another dock? Because when you're playing a tempo dock, it means you have more card draw. Or he's in a rough spot and he wants to get a strength going. It could also just be that he's trying to burst out.
The let it go comes down. We knew it was there, but at the same time, when it happens, you're still just like, yeah. But Ferrante didn't know it was happening, and now he has a little bit more ink, which is nice because that's really what he wanted last turn.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he has one less character on the board.
This honestly is
bananas.
this game is actually pretty fantastic. I mean, I like how they're going back and forth, and you can just see how one person is trying to pull ahead, one person is trying to control the other, one person is trying to quest off, one person is trying to gain resources, and it's kind of building on itself as we're getting almost to the penultimate portion of this game as it's dragging deeper and deeper. Looking at this double dock, you did, like you said, Luke, you got a sneak peek of what Ferrante is holding on into hand. We have that Yzma. If that Conniving Chemist can stick on the board and start to refill Lux Ferrante's hand, that's exactly what he would need to kind of accelerate this thing into deep terrain. Maybe he can get some of those Cobras. Maybe he can get some of that instant lore burst as well.
As we immediately play and pop a Junior Woodchuck's guidebook to go ahead and draw 2 cards, being as Zarek looking at the board and being like, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and, we sailed.
Dude, I don't always draw 5 cards, but when I do, it's tipo, sail.
Yeah.
Followed by...
Let it go. Let it go. I mean, if you dig that far in your deck, you got to find some type of removal, right? And we did here. Man, that's a lot of ink. Man, that's a little growing boys into the inkwell. As the only thing that I can think that would be kind of sick at this point would be a Cheshire Cat right off the top for Ferrante.
It would slow down Zarek and then allow us to get some questing down and basically answer 2 characters over 2 turns, requiring Zarek to have Hades or another Let It Go to answer this cat immediately.
That was so much ink in one turn. So we went sail, and then also ink for turn. So my goodness.
I think you're just trying to set yourself up for another potential Demona and get as much value as you can. I believe the hand is going to be that Hades the Infernal Schemer. So if Ferrante can bring down a high cost character in this spot, maybe that Conniving Chemist that we saw earlier, that Hades the Infernal Schemer will be a nice quality follow-up. Oh, and by the way, you got that Dumbo, 9th one in the universe, still hanging on. He is heavily damaged, but he is not out as you can continue to draw some more cards to continue to refill your hand.
Yeah, we are going to go play the Genie Wish Fulfilled. Go ahead, refill your hand like JDC said, but at the same time, I mean, that was still quite a bit. That's 4 ink to go ahead and see if we can dig a little bit deeper in our deck to get what we need. And we still have, oh, actually, it was like a hidden amount of ink there. Those sleeves are crazy blending together, as we do have a few options here, going 1 card deeper into our deck as we weighing those options, being like, what's in your discard? This is a hallmark of a good player. I always love this. Like, can I see what's in your discard? And sometimes I do it just to be like, can I see what's in your discard? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, these are all cards. These are all, but make it seem like you know what you were looking for. As Ferrante knows exactly what he's looking for before he makes a decision. Look, what's he looking for?
Well, he's probably counting how many pieces of removal, so he can be like, oh, does he have this? And he's like, you know what? I've seen a lot of Elsas. Like, do I not have to play around Elsa anymore? You know, like he kind of sees what cards there's been multiple of, so he can kind of not have to play around that.
Well, we did go for the Ghostly Serpent, which we also discarded our Yzma that we saw earlier, gaining the 2 lore, and then just taking the 2 docks on a quest, getting us up higher and higher. And I think Ferrante's just saying, hey, I'm going to race you. We are racing, we're zooming, we're moving, we're grooving. And if you can deal with me at every point in turn, then go ahead, because you're at 4 and we're at 5, and I'm at 16.
Yeah, this spot is looking quite cumbersome. I really like how Ferrante has navigated this situation. There were a lot of instances in this game where I thought he was down, but he was never out, and he's playing to his outs. You're going to quest this thing hard. We're going to get these Cobras. We're going to discard. We're going to win this thing off the top of the deck. And you have this very threatening Genie who is almost going to have to incur this Haiti on site, and you might have to get some quality trades in with this Elsa and this Dumbo. Both your Elsa, I think you're going to lose your entire board just to play the game.
Absolutely. And I see a Cheshire Cat in Zarek's hand. I also see a Hades. So if you take the turn off and Hades is the only thing that you do, I don't know the one you want to do, but you could play the Cheshire Cat and move some damage around and potentially save your current board. But you're absolutely right about that. They're just 2 docks, and 2 docks are going to be able to, and we chose the Hades.
I think we're going to have to lose our Dumbo, honestly.
You gotta lose the Elsas as well. I think you're gonna have to clear because
the Elsas are exerted. We can't use them anymore.
Oh, that's right.
Well, we got a baby tilt on the Elsas, and that's a little bit.
Okay, there we go. I see it now.
There we go.
Full
there
on
we go.
tilt. That's what we. Okay, well,
get that sideways. It means exerted. That doesn't mean tilted.
So now we're getting up to 18 lore, and you already know. I think we saw 1 Cobra be used already. We see 1 on the board now, so I believe 2 Cobras are outstanding within the deck, and they always have it. I've never seen them not have it. So getting up to 18 is just super dangerous. Anything over 15, at least to me, is just very problematic to see. So Ferrante looking very cool and calm. Zarek now under the stress button, trying to maybe change these cards around. You are on the draw as well, which is a cumbersome spot to try to overcome, as we're just going to have to reluctantly pass back on over to Ferrante. Do you have it? You didn't slam it, so maybe you don't.
I was like, the 3rd Cobra? Really? No. I mean, they always have it, right? They always have it.
Oh, there's only 3 in the deck?
No.
Oh, never mind. I thought you said 3rd. Like, okay. Is he playing 4
Does
or
he
3?
have the 3rd Cobra?
Yeah, does he have the 3rd one? Because we already saw it, but we have an Elsa 5th Spirit is going in and exerting the Hades, which I don't think we mind about that. But wait, is that a Demona over there as well?
We're just doing it to empty our hand to get as many characters in play that need to be answered with as little resources, so we can just Ferrante's game plan now is just play as many characters and hope they stick. We only need 2 lore.
Yeah, this spot looks over insurmountable here as you get to your Demona a bit too late.
Well, hold up. I see Blurple do some crazy things in this situation.
You can freeze. Wait, you got Song. Yeah. Let's see if he can do it.
We have Shift Elsa, exert the Demona and the Hook, keep them exerted.
I don't know, man. We got you never came back. I never came back. We didn't come back, and then also some other things. So I don't know. I mean, I have the deck list right here, so I do know. But at the same time, I've seen Blurple do some incredible things. This game is probably over, but I also went into my own magical Christmas land and kind of played a game of Disney Lorcana for a second. But if Zarek can do it, if he could do it.
I don't know. Maybe you guys like some Into the Unknowns. You got Demona. Get your hand low. Use it Demona. Draw your Into the Unknown. Maybe you can sing the Let It Go as well that you have, and you didn't get to either of those things. You have the Sphinx. So you got 2 Rusher. You got a Rusher.
Okay.
You got a Challenger. Doing the math. Demona won't ready. So you have to click.
That's big.
Yeah. That's absolutely massive with that. That Stone by Day coming in and being a little bit of a problem. So we can do some cleaning up, buying us a couple more turns, and it depends on how many cards Ferrante has in hand.
This does cleanly answer.
Yeah.
You will get another turn. With one lore only being gained next turn, because I don't think you can clear the Ghostly Serpent just yet as Hades.
Look at that.
Nice board clear, or nice way to give yourself another turn. I thought it was over, Zarek said ain't heard no bell, but
Ain't
you're
heard no
not able
bell.
to quest at all or put any pressure onto Ferrante, who can continue to rebuild yet again for another turn with those 3 cards and a ton of ink to work with.
As I would say, Ferrante being one of the other legendary Ruby Amethyst player who you sit there and you're like, how many cards in hand? How many cards in hand? How do you always have so many cards? And it's because of those latent Ruby Amethyst abilities to where we're like, you know what? Draw cards. Draw cards. Always have resources. Never run out. Never, if you have no cards in hand as a, Ruby Amethyst player of ye old, then you're kind of banished inside, I think, personally.
And we're just surveying all that ink, ton of ink to work with. Amethyst Steel with a full inkwell is just one of the most dangerous, threatening things that you can ever imagine in this game. I hate to see it. I like them struggling with no cards in hand, no ink in the inkwell, and just trying to play that
Does
way.
he have 4 cards in his hand?
He has a ton of cards. Yeah, you got Demona previously, and he drew
How
for turn.
does- because both players played Demona.
That's
So
right.
yeah, I was going to say the
that's right.
Demona wars were raging, and like I said, again, this is my little callback to his maybe his like accolades as a Disney Lorcana player is like making sure that the resources are always plentiful, and that was another thing too. Is like, oh well, I can deal with this board, but if they're low on resources, you look up and they're holding 4 cards, and you're like, oh come on. So we do get the Cheshire Cat, so we are going to move the damage over to the Sven, getting rid of that massive challenger and evasive character as we go ahead and flood with an Angel and an Yzma Conniving Chemist.
Yeah, just 2 more
Deal
cards,
with
2
that.
more threats. Demona will be able to ready next turn. You did reduce your hand size enough. And even if you can manage to pull off another miracle to get through this, you now have that Yzma in the back row as well, ready to replenish more. And the Angel can start to help clear some of the other characters that you might set up. So this is going to, it's just like a slow constriction. Every turn you're going to have to do this. And Lux is going to be able to continue to rebuild, and eventually you won't be able to draw back.
As Ferrante takes it in game 1 of the top 8 of our Ink Open, our Amethyst Steel going ahead, taking it. Zarek looking at his options and saying, hey, let's just go to game 2, my dude. Let's go to game 2. I'll be on the play. I'll get you next time. As we watch that normally bad matchup is Lux Ferrante navigating it incredibly well, and Zarek saying, I'm not down. I'm not out. Let's keep doing this until just game 2. Game 2. Let's go.
It definitely helps being on the play. Let's see if he's able to 2-0 it here, or if he's going to have to show us another example of beating Blurple on the play in Game 3. I am interested. I know earlier he was talking, he was able to do it. Christopher Robin does work.
Yeah. And just speaking to Michael after the last round, he's very high on Christopher Robin as well. A lot of people are high on Christopher Robin. That new underdog mechanic coming in Winterspell, being able to play such a powerful card on turn number 1, and then being able to quest with the 2 questing 1/3 character immediately is really helping a lot of these Amethyst decks like they needed help, right? Amethyst just getting even more powerful. Someone at RB, give me a break. Amethyst guy, cut it out. Ruby guy, what are you doing? Wake up. Let's get active, Ruby man. I need some better things there. But that's a very fair, valid point. If you are playing these decks, make sure you're paying attention to what these players are doing, because there were several turns there where Ferrante, I thought it was over. I thought he was cooked. I thought there was no way that you could manage to recover from that situation. And you, through your play and through your deck building skills, you were able to overcome and come back against a matchup that I think is probably one of your worst matchups in the format right now.
You
So
know,
I don't know if you noticed that, but like I'm looking over there, and Ferrante is 802. So I don't think he got by anything in Swiss yesterday.
yeah, it does
No,
kind of
yeah.
seem that way.
I was
Undefeated,
like,
never
I was
lost.
like, so basically he either has tuned or teched or anything that's like that. And that was why I was really excited about day 2, because we're like, hey, we were watching these games, we were watching people innovate and everything else like that. Now we are watching top level. We are in top 8, and these are the micro decisions that get us to where we want to be, and where we want to be is in the finals and winning the CCQ. So these are the players that are at the top performance. Like we said, I think Lux was first or second seed. Zarek is doing well as well. So, I mean, these are the matches you want to study, especially because we know that these decks are so prevalent. And again, micro decisions are how we get to our end game goal.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a lot of them to be made in this matchup, especially with Amethyst. You have so many cards that are constantly drawing you cards, and then you have 10 cards in hand. You're like, which of these? Like, it's an embarrassment of riches, but you still have to answer things. As we saw Zarek have that turn where, like, Ferrante had played the Demona to give Zarek up to 3 cards. He draws for turn, but it was like Tipo Sail. And then, he plays the Sail, draws a card, and it's like, oh, I draw more just simple card draw without adding more characters. And sometimes if you stumble in there and you have too many in a row, it just swaps tempo, and that was like one of the two things that Ferrante needed to get back into the game. And earlier you were saying he was making tight plays and it looked back and forth. That play that he challenged his Diablo into a character to draw a card to get more options. He was ahead on lore. He could have just been questing, but his cards in hand didn't line up. He needed to find a better line to do. And, you know, he has the experience. He's been playing it, and he went for it, and he was rewarded for it greatly.
Absolutely.
Risk-
yeah, and again,
risk reward, yeah.
that's why I was like, you know, when you see people do that, and again, I was like, I think that like baseline of the Ruby Amethyst, you know, kind of beginnings of it, that is an absolute thing that you would do. You sit there and you're like, I could quest with this Diablo, or I need to know what I'm going to do on my later turns. So slamming that in is basically where I'm going to get that card advantage.
But we did see something coming in from Zarek, and I think there might be a little bit of panic coming in from the right side of your screen because we went a full 7 since 7 didn't get a blue card on 2. I saw all purple in hand, and it looks like there's no Tipo, there's no sale, and you might need to bail from the top cut if that's going to be the case, as you are going to send that Royal Guard in, and you're going to hope on the top of this deck you get something to do on his turn 2. You do have that guidebook, I mean, but is that going to be good? I mean, he's got
Christopher Robin is so good. He's joining the fun early with that underdog ability. If I'm going to say, oh gosh, okay, if I'm going second, I get to play this on my first turn, but instead of we missed ramp, we play the guidebook. That's fine. It's a special tool that we'll use for later, and potentially Zarek has a way to go ahead and build back from this. And it looks like Ferrante did play Calhoun on 2. We do have the Calhoun on board as opposed to something more aggressive.
If we don't have the ramp, this is actually not bad. It's going to let us answer this Christopher Robin.
Early,
sure, he's going to gain 2 off the Calhoun, but if we hit the ramp off of this, we can still then play it, and we didn't get punished too much, because spending this turn to answer a card like Christopher Robin before it steals all the tempo is not a bad situation to be in.
And we did get to the Tipo as well, so Luke, I agree with you. I think pop the guidebook, take the Christopher Robin while you can, go for this Tipo, and hope for better days on the following crackback. But that is a super plus as well, because Calhoun will be able to clear that Royal Guard without any damage being placed at all, giving that 2-cost character some tremendous value early. So this is a tight spot. Now, these are decisions. This could be a game-defining decision right here that when we get to turn 15, turn 16, or whatever, you'll look back like, oh, this person topped this.
You always
this
ramp.
is the decision that you have to make.
I was going to say, you always ramp. It's always Tipo because, again, this deck does really, really well, and you guys, that is an absolute line, and I think it's like that's making the best of a bad situation. But if I drew the Tipo, which he did, you always ramp because that's going to get you to where you need to go later, and that is a little bit more available to us. Yes, we're going to get 2 more lore with the Christopher Robin, but now we will be able to get to the other points of our deck a little bit faster and on time, and we're not going to be off.
Spellbook only costs 1 to
It only
activate.
costs 1. You're always rampant, but the question is, are we going to challenge this Christopher Robin with this Royal Guard by popping this guidebook?
And I feel like
but
if
it does
we
cost
are,
1, does it not?
We haven't inked yet for the turn.
Yeah.
I feel like we should, if we were going to activate Book, we would need to do that first. But instead, we're going to develop a Basil to not give that 2 lore from the Calhoun and lose our pesky Royal Guard. But we are letting Ferrante gain an extra 2 lore here.
Imagine Benja. Imagine a world of Benja.
Benja would be
hilarious.
Hilarious. So funny.
I know.
Oh
and then
my
every time you
goodness.
play Benja, you're like, man, he's just a 2/3 with 2 lore. That's not the best. But when he's
He doesn't
good,
have it,
boy,
obviously.
he's good. Yeah. And no, it is not in his deck. But yes.
And they do know each other's deck lists.
Yeah, the deck lists are open for everyone who is tuning in. And thank you all for being here. If you are tuning in wherever you are, remember we are dual casting. We have on JDZ Quest on Twitch. Thank you all for being there. And also Podcana on YouTube. Thank you all for being there as well. We have a timer going, but I believe this is an untimed top cut. So just ignore that timer. We're going to have it running just for posterity's sake, just for something to look at. No big deal.
It's just there to stress you guys out and make you hang out with us and chat and being like, hey, what's going on? No, just kidding. But we do go ahead and throw down the Lexington small in stature, which we're getting small in hand size, so he might not have to be worried about that stone by day ability.
Ferrante is kind of in a rough spot here. At a small glance at his hand, we saw another Calhoun, and he inked an Elsa, which that tells me that he's probably having some ink ability issues right now. Elsa is an insanely powerful card, especially when you have a Calhoun in play already.
opting to go for the Sven on turn 4 as our 4/5 drop. I mean, goodness, he's being off on ink is going to make me be off on this entire broadcast. But at the same time, throwing down that Sven is just a menacing challenger with evasive. Just in case you did want to go ahead and throw down your own genie on this turn, I am ready and waiting for you to do something of that nature.
This is a terrifying board
Yeah.
for Ferrante. Demona wrecks it, and that's why we see this angel
Hold
coming
on.
down,
Yeah.
singing
Ooh,
some
wait a minute.
removal.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got it really excited. Yes, you're absolutely right. Angel coming down, turning that Calhoun into a Fire the Cannons, and Lexington singing Strength of a Raging Fire, cleaning up this actually terrifying board.
But that's the second game in a row, to your point, Luke, about the Demona. That's the second game in a row that Lux Ferrante was able to negotiate that very problematic Demona turn. Because imagine if that Angel doesn't come down and you weren't able to clear as much of that board off, you would lose. You were about to lose everything to Demona.
Yep.
And it was going to be pretty much lights out. But now Zarek, who has been pretty much stunned in place, this board looks quite feeble. Demona does not look nearly as good. And you got Angel Fuel if you were to play the Scourge of Wyvern Clan here.
That's not
Hades
bad.
looking for a deal coming on in, and Ferrante's saying, I don't know. Do I need this experiment 624?
So, if that last card in Ferrante's hand is Demona, and he's tanking about it, so it might be
Never make a deal. We
He
don't make
could.
deals with Lords of the Dead as it goes to the bottom of the deck.
he could have given him 2 cards and then played the Demona on his turn, and it would not have given him more cards basically because it was a full hand, and then been able to challenge in. But
Yeah, basically it probably says, I don't have the Demona. I don't care. Then again, actually, Ferrante looks kind of sad. He does look a little sad to lose his angel as we do go ahead and
it's a
ready and see and hope. I mean, what? Never didn't have it? It's got to be a Dock Bold Knight. Boom! There it is. The boldest of knights to go ahead and refill our hand.
And you still have a little bit of ink to work with. Play card, ink card, play card, inking the Cheshire Cat there in before slamming that dock. 2 cards in hand. Strength of Raging Fire obviously would be a nice card to have to take down this Hades fast talker looking for a deal. I think maybe you can play around the potential Sing of a Let It Go next turn and get that Hades off the board if you have that strength right now. Or we're just going to go a questing. Put the pressure on. Hit the gas
Yeah.
pedal. I don't hate that either.
Let's
says
go.
Lux.
Let's go sideways. We're on the draw. We have one more game, even at the worst case situation, and Zarek does get us gone. But at the same time, let's just go. These characters aren't doing anything for me at all. Again, we have only 2 cards in hand. Lexington will be able to ready at the start of our next turn, unless we do some Tigger shenanigans, which that's not actually what you want to do at this point. So yeah, I kind of like it.
you don't want to bounce the dock back to their hand. I think it's an
Nope.
excellent play if you want Ferrante to win.
And there we go. A little
Let it go. I can't sing it, but
a little bit of sing on the Let It Go, and that is going to be that Demona. So Lux probably question out early in anticipation of that Demona. I think it was a Stone Cold read on Demona was in hand. So just getting as much lore as you can before you potentially lose your board.
what do we let it go on in? Is it okay? Wait a minute. We want to get rid of the Calhoun, and then we are gonna go ahead and Demona it and get in there. And Ferrante's like, yeah, I'll draw a card, and then my Lexington won't ready, but that's cool. I think I would prefer the card at this point.
Yeah, yes and no. The fact that then Demona can challenge the Lexington is quite frustrating for us. But if we draw our own Demona, then yes, it's going to be great, and hopefully the Lexington survives another turn after that. So I would agree with you that the card might end up being better for Ferrante, especially since Zarek is probably going to be able to challenge most things down. Ferrante needs to get a couple more lore out to burst this out of the way before Zarek completely takes over this game.
And-
Absolutely. Hades looking for a deal coming in. And hey, do you need your Demona? Do you need it as much as you think you do? How is this the deal? The first deal to be made? No. Wow. A game of no deals. No deals, no
That has
cards
been
for anyone.
That has been a highlight of this tournament. Each Lorcana tournament has its own energy and its own internal storyline. This event, I don't think I've seen a Hades give up 2 cards
No.
yet. In all the games we've seen, everyone's just been putting their cards underneath
It's
the deck.
like everybody got
and it's been working out
together
quite
and they were
nicely.
like, no, absolutely not. No one's making any deals today because you're right, JDZ. I haven't seen anybody really being like, all right, you can draw 2 cards. It's like we finally realized giving people 2 cards is like really good. As Hades, the infernal schemer, comes down to join his alternate version of himself to then not really look for any deals, but say, is there a downside to this?
And taking that 5-cost singer off the board, getting a nice trade in, just trying to keep the board as narrow as possible while Lux Ferrante, who has been in a pretty decent spot this entire time.
good.
Zarek missing ramp early on 2. And another dog comes through. That is brutality.
Yzma into Doc is so good. You love it. Look at him. Look at him.
He's
Look how happy
smiling,
there.
laughing.
He's like, bro, it worked out. Love that, because when they come in the other order, it is the actual worst. But he had enough ink to go ahead and play the Yzma, then the Doc, refill his hand, and then he'll be able to play his cards the next turn. And look at him. He's going, I'm going sideways. I'm going northways. I'm doing all of it as
That's
we.
a solid answer.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
A second Hades. So the
Yeah.
Hades, and that 6 willpower does go a long way in this Amethyst Steel versus Sapphire Amethyst match. Hades has been a pretty decent card. I want to see these Amethyst Steel players go back. Give Sword of Hercules a try from time to time.
Get rid of those deities.
Just see
Yeah.
against Blurple specifically. It seems like it's really good. It got 8 targets to hit.
This is a prime example of why Diablo has been good. Like, is Zarek going to be using a Hades, a Let It Go, into the unknown on a Diablo?
Yeah,
to prevent
just-
a
You
card
don't
draw?
want
You just
to,
forget
right.
he's there, and he's just like slowly creeping up on you. You're right.
He's at
And then
14.
again, and there it is. Like, I mean, it sits there like Tipo a lot of times where Tipo would just sit there and get more lore, and you're like, I think this Tipo's gone for 8, but at the same time we
does.
are going to end into the unknown because he does
Wow.
not want to give him cards. He was denying that extra card draw because we got rid of Yzma, and like your Doc is kind of like it's gone, it's did its thing. So again, I think that's a really good. Just kidding. There's
Whoa.
2 into the unknowns as we got rid of your other Doc, and then we got challenge in, and now this board is looking way different.
That's
Is
a
that
wild
his
turn.
last card?
Yeah, now we're in top deck central, and this Angel is kind of about to do some money numbers here because you can discard and take down one of those Hades, only taking 1 damage in return, and then on the following turn, your Hades can't crack back and clear this Angel if you can get low resource enough, but maybe that's what Ferrante is anticipating here, clearing 1 Hades and having another Angel for the next turn, and we can do so. Look at that, and 2 lore as well. No, we're questing.
Go ahead,
What
no,
am I
we're
talking
going.
about?
This-
We're going for
Absolutely.
it.
This
no.
is why that last turn, I think I might have just challenged that Doc and kept the Into the Unknown for the
Oh, Cheshire
resisted
Cat.
up Angel that like we might not be able to answer if there wasn't a Cheshire Cat. But we were an ink short. We can't activate.
We can. We're just quest. I think, not challenging. What am I thinking about? Looking at the lore, you're at 17. Let's get that Angel exerted. Game 1, put the pressure on Zarek, who is showing that patent pending Zarek tail with index finger on left cheek, letting us know that we're going to leg it out.
Oh, we're questing.
Interesting
We're
on the legs
questing.
there. We're legging here.
Interesting. Yeah, we're saying, hey, we got a little bit more stuff than you, but we're able to Demona, draw 3 cards, refill our hands. Scourge of Wyvern Clan, Scourge of Zarek's plan is more like it. But at the same time, what did he get? No. Okay, that's a lot of ink for Ferrante. Those Into the Unknowns and Hades, 2 Into the Unknowns have really given Ferrante all of the card advantage.
Could we not have cleared anything there?
We want a quest.
Zarek, if you're Zarek,
Oh, if we're Zarek,
could we have gone after that Angel? Resist 2, Hades, Cat, smoother damage?
We were an ink short.
Yep.
We weren't ink short.
ink
Oh,
short.
what did he play? Oh,
He genied into Cat.
I see. What about Cat and then Boost?
It's all,
No,
yep.
I think he had
And
no
the
cards.
handshake
Through the
goes
genie.
out
Oh,
as we are at 19
right.
with the
Genie drew Cat.
Demona off the tizzy. There we go.
Oof.
Ink open champion. Just kidding. It's our round top 8 champion is Lux Ferrante with the Amethyst Steel Lexington and Diablo combo, you guys.
And that's one of those things. So if you're like Amethyst Steel loses to Blurple, cut it out, dude, because I guess he did miss ramp. There were some things that that did go wrong for excuse me. There were some things that went wrong in that matchup, as we could see. So obviously I'm not saying it's that way every time, but Ferrante played very well, and I think Amethyst Steel versus Sapphire Amethyst is not as solved as people would like to
Did you
imagine.
know that 90% does not mean you will always hit turn 2 ramp?
90% of the time, it
It's
works
gotta-
100% of the time.
It's got to be higher. I just get
It's like
frustrated. every
91
time.
point something.
It's
but-
got to be low. I don't believe in the hyper geometric space calculator, what everyone's talking
Oh,
about. That
all right.
90% is
I'll
fake.
tell Frank.
That's
I'll tell
fake.
Frank that the
Yeah,
next
I
time
I think
talk
actually,
to him.
I think Frank is here. So if you,
I'll let him know. I think
Okay.
it's fake, okay, because you're talking 95%, 92%, whatever
It's
the numbers
90
are.
1 out of like 20 games.
Yeah, it's
One-
like
or 1
90
out of 10.
Because they were like,
one out
oh,
of 20.
I'm not buying it, okay, because it happens to me every other time. We're
That's
talking
confirmation
50-50.
bias. That's actually
I
what
don't,
that
man,
is.
it just doesn't happen. It happens way way too frequently for
you
my.
don't
for my
remember
life.
the games that you ramp and just get them, but you
Yeah.
remember the games you don't hit ramp.
And that happens way more often than it should, especially in the feature match area. So taking nothing away, but still, you did find it later on. You did get to some plays, but it just seems like you said the card that Diablo just sitting there innocuously gaining lore over time. He was playing very aggressive. There were some decisions made early on that Christopher Robin, who gained a tremendous amount of lore, you could have cleared that character a little bit sooner if you'd have wanted. So there's some things you can look back. I think Zarek is going to have to go back, watch the film, see where things may have fallen apart, make those necessary adjustments. But still, taking nothing away,
I
you
was
got to
gonna
the
say,
top 8.
fell apart.
of
I
this,
was like, it fell apart in top 8 with a room full of almost
Yeah.
300 people. I mean, I would love for my runs to fall apart in top 8.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you
They
should
fall
not be
apart.
selling
Yeah.
Michael Ferrante short, as like he
Absolutely.
has a fantastic resume from
Absolutely.
this last season of DLCs, making plenty of day 2s and winning promos. And he's been grinding and has probably over 1,000 games between set 10 and this Winterspell here.
But we're going to get a chance to get to know Ferrante in a little while once this interview is established and set up. We have him over in the interview booth with Garrick from Garrick's Lorcana Lair, Garrick from Podcana Podcast, Garrick from This Is Not a Podcast, Garrick from the Questcast, Garrick from Ink, Garrick from everything over with Mr. Ferrante, who's getting busy, loose, and active. If you're going to throw me a thumbs up, we're going to kick it right over. I believe Garrick is ready. Let's get it. Let's hear what Ferrante has to say about that stellar performance.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Michael Ferrante from Luxury Gaming, who just won his top 8 match, the Amethyst Steel versus the Blorple. The people are saying that it's a bad matchup, but Ferrante has something else to say. Talk to him.
Yeah, no, you just gotta, make them miss ramp, I guess. No, it's tough. Yeah, no, he literally mulled 7. Like I played him round 7 in the event, and he mulled 7 all 3 games, I think, and then he mulled 7 both of these games. Like that's why I wasn't on Blorple. Like I know it's a very strong deck, but I just don't want to. I don't want like a way for my deck to lose to itself. Like you're playing, you got to play consistency, and if you miss the ramp, you got to play from behind, especially in the mirror and stuff like that. Where purple steel, unless I draw like triple dock, and like I'm always in every game, and it has legs into every deck in the format. So
Yeah. When you came to this tournament, also happy to have you here, you knew that you were going to be going into a grinder for sure, because this is a CCQ. It's traditionally a really strong region. We have a bunch of really good players out here, and the field was absolutely stacked. When you were building your deck, thinking about the options, what made you think that Amethyst Steel and your build specifically was the right one? I know you're playing the Lexington. A lot of people are off that card. I think it's a great decision to go with that. What was your thought process going into the CCQ today?
yeah, so testing online, I jammed like 50 games or more coming into this, and I think I had like a 42 and like 3 record at some point. I was like, I have to sleeve this up, even though like it's not like a crazy amount of testing. It was still like very consistent and everything. That's my guy. Like he's a boss. He's a 4/4. Even if even in that last game, he got frozen for I think 2 turns, but he stayed on the board.
Yep.
And then I was eventually able to untap him. They either have to answer it with like an Into the Unknown, or they trade into it, and then you have Angel now where you can move the do 2 more damage if they leave the Elsa or whatever. And he's just a house. So like I'm on Lexington and Diablo to help with like the Blurple matchup, I guess you can say. And I'm a big fan of Calhoun. I know everyone's been playing Pocahontas, but like Calhoun he just can quest and get you that lore, and he can't get traded into. Like they can't take out your 1-drop and Calhoun, where if you have played Pocahontas, they can most of the time take out your 1-drop and your Pocahontas, and then you're just way behind, where they have to like make the decision to kill the Calhoun or something else.
Yeah.
So it's just extra lore throughout the game.
Yeah. You got 2 more to go here. Try to get to this this national qualification. You made it pretty far thus far. You got 9 wins, 2 more to go. Got to go 11-0-2 to get it done. But you've got the skills, you've got the deck, and I think you have the tech choices, especially with what's left in the top top cut. How do you feel in your matchup against Dogs? There's a Ruby Amethyst player out there. Where were you?
I put myself in the best position. I'm the 2nd seed, and I think the 1 seed lost, so I'm the highest seed left in the event. So I just, I put myself in the best position. I drove 6.5 hours here from home. I betted myself this weekend. I was like, I did the testing, I put the time in, and I was like, I gotta come. So I came down here, and it's showing off. So, if you grind and you do the right things and you test and talk to the right people, then it shows, the success shows. So I just got to, keep playing good, 2 more, and we get that invite finally. I might cry. I'm literally the bubble man. Like from SpongeBob, I'm bubble man. Like I've bubbled every DLC, made it to the last round winning, stuff like that. And, I just want to get that invite. That'd be so awesome. But I'm happy where I'm at right now. But 2 more.
2 more.
Yeah.
You heard it here. 2 more to go for Lux Ferrante, repping the Amethyst Steel, repping his team, Luxury Gaming. Want to wish you good luck, man. Great run thus far, but the job's not done. I'm going to send it back to the booth. Shout out to Lux Ferrante. You might see him later on the stream. We'll see what happens. Back to the booth to get.
And we are back to the Ink Open. That was your top 8 winner in that pod was Lux Ferrante on Amethyst Steel. And now we are going and waiting for the next few matches to finish up. I'm not sure if we have that data going forward, but I do know that we are going to have an exciting top 4 coming up for you quite soon.
Am I wrong for wanting to see a finals of Lux Ferrante versus... well, obviously, I want to see Sailor in the finals, but if we take that out...
so Sailor, he's not rooting for you at all.
We'll just wait till what I say. I just want to see Lux Ferrante play against Ruby Amethyst because that's like his baby. He loves that deck.
Yes.
So seeing him have to beat or lose to his baby to get the CCQ,
yeah, fair enough.
is entertaining to me. But I have apparently a sick sense of humor, so...
I would say so. But at the same time, again, even if that were to be the finals and that's what we end up getting, it's kind of like interesting to see because against when he opted not to play Blurple, he opted not to play Ruby Amethyst. But as somebody who has so much time on those decks, you kind of like what you were just speaking to before, swapping your decks. Mm-hmm. So he is going to know every single weakness and every single line and every single in there. So it'll be a very, very informed matchup. But again, I mean, incredible player. He has not lost yet in this tournament. Mm-hmm. So he has seemed to have been. He has a lot of knowledge on every single matchup. It seems because he's doing great. I don't know how else to say it.
I want to see the bracket. Like maybe the top 4 we get to see that, and then I get my real wish of watching Sailor win a CCQ in a dog's mirror.
That'll be nice to see. I don't know which side of the brackets they're on. We can't find that information for you guys after we come back for the next round. But it is also really nice to see great players consistently doing well. Like you said, our good friend Sailor is coming all the way in from Canada to appear in this tournament, and he is still performing very well. We got Ferrante here as well, performing very well. 2 consistent players who have been good over the entire over and over again. It just shows that there is some skill expression in this game. There is, and it does matter. And also with your deck building and your meta analysis, and you do have to get a bit lucky, but still skill will carry you a lot of the time.
Yeah, everyone's always like, "Oh, Dogs is just an easy aggro deck to play." Then why are the Dogs players that are always winning the same ones?
The control players.
Very true.
They're actually the aggro players that you think are your control players, and they're the ones using Dogs at its peak efficiency.
It's like you have Diego, you have Dale Bolito, and then you have Habibi swapped to it for a while, and Sailor, and it's just like you have these players that will play the meta. They will see what they think is the best deck for an event, and they will adapt and play it if need be.
Absolutely.
Very true. Play the best deck. Play the best deck. Win the most times, and you have to play it and play it
play
very
good,
well.
Win good.
But also, I want to thank everybody for being here. We did surpass 1,000 live viewers here on the stream, so you guys are doing great, rocking and rolling with the program. Let's see if we can get this thing up to 1,500 between YouTube and between Twitch. Let them know. Make sure you share the link, share the streams. If you like YouTube, you're on YouTube at Podcana. If you like Twitch, we're on Twitch at JDZ Quest. Make sure you're supporting both of those productions to just maybe get the word out there that we're playing Disney Arcana, because this is a great way to showcase what our game is like, not only competitively, but also just the community at large, which I think is one of the bigger selling points of the community. I personally believe that Disney Arcana is the best trading card game to be playing right now for multitude of different reasons. I don't want to get on my soapbox, but let them know. And I also believe that there are a ton of Disney Arcana players out there that exist that don't necessarily know about this game, and I think we can take the opportunity to let them know, and they might like it.
Yeah, I think they just haven't realized how insane this game is.
Yeah.
Like, I know how to play a lot of card games, and this is the one I choose to play.
because it's the best.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great game. It's a great game. I truly feel that way. So if you guys like what you see, make sure if you're on YouTube, throw a like. If you're on Twitch, throw a follow, and we can get to where we need to be. But so far, so great. What has been some of your guys' favorite moments of this event that we've had this far as we're getting closer and closer to the end as we're setting up for the top 4?
I mean, it's not going to be a surprise to anyone, but I did get to see enchanted cauldrons being used and activated in a very, very amazing manner. And then in this very same deck, we got to see the new Tamatoa also with ward. And yes, he's awarded 6/6. That's great. But his ability came into play because there was a Pete with boost, and then he boosted the Tamatoa, and then he quested for an egregious amount. So like that was the highlight for me, because a lot of these Whispers in the Well cards do some crazy powerful things. And yes, I love the meta. I love day 2. I love high top Disney Lorcana play, but at the same time, I love stretching this game to its like capacity. So I love being able to look at these cards and being like, okay, this is really powerful. This is really consistent. There are so many micro decisions that these top players are making, and I respect every single one of them. But what shenanigans can I get up to? And the shenanigans with that new Tamatoa, with the Cauldron, with Amber, all of these possibilities are what I have seen a ton of this weekend. And yes, we are here and we're seeing a lot of Amethyst, and we're seeing a lot of Amber and Steel and everything else like that. But just the Swiss rounds and how wonderful all of these decks were, and how many new Winterspell cards we're actually seeing in the decks and them doing powerful things. So that has been the highlight for me. That has just been amazing.
I've got 3 words for you.
Let's see it.
Light the fuse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was really cool to see.
Yeah.
That was really – seeing Ruby Steel was my highlight as well. I mean, having a Ruby Steel player show up to an event and also win a game.
There was like 3
also
of them.
Win the feature match.
Win a match. Also
5-0.
Make it almost make it to a potential top cut. And that clearly means that there's something there that can be explored. So going into Ghent, I believe Ghent is still very wide open. I don't think this meta is close to being solved. I think there's some incredible cards and combinations of strategies out there that just – people just need to get out there and explore, and the meta just has to line up right. You need a perfect environment of things to happen to get the most out of what these strategies can be, man. It's just such an exciting time for Lorcana, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you. It's been a very magical weekend for me.
It's been a blast.
Absolutely. Yeah, and again, like anytime I was like, when Cauldron came out, people were like, no, you do not put Cauldron in there. And I was like, I'm going to put Cauldron in everything. And then I had so many people message me and be like, did you know that Cauldron's good? And I was like, I will banish but it's like crazy because it is, and we've seen it, and like it is exciting. And like what you were talking about again, like this is the weekend, and then last weekend everything, these are the weekends that are shaping what we're going to see in Ghent. And Ghent is going to be because we've had a little bit more time to settle in it, we've had a little bit more time to get our footing in what we want out of this meta, and so Ghent is going to be accumulation of all of this data, and I'm so excited.
Absolutely, me too. I think we all are. But what we're going to do, we're going to throw it to a really quick commercial break. We're going to go get some information for you guys and come back soon to let you guys know what's going on with the top 4. Maybe we can get a graphic made, put it into the stream so everyone can check out and follow at home. Also, the Ravensburger Play Hub is pinned in Twitch. It should be pinned on YouTube as well, so you guys can follow the action at home for yourself. And then with that, you can see who's going to be crowned the champion here as we're going back into the top 4 here in just a few short moments.
But I want to say I am going to be out, and we're going to have the capable hands of Luke and JDZ and the rest of our casting team, and I'm going to be anxiously awaiting watching top 4, watching the finals. But I wanted to say to you guys, thank you so much for allowing me to be here, and I wanted to just say follow Podcana, follow Luke, follow JDZ, also follow me too. I'm just going to go ahead and throw out there too, because I want to hang out with more of you guys more of the time. So follow Colors Law on all of the Twitches and things, and we can all connect, because I just love this community. I want to hang out, and you guys are kicking me off the stream, so be my friends.
Get out of here.
And be back
We're gonna miss
soon
you.
for Ink Open top 4.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. I like that. Color, it was a pleasure to be here with you and see you out here getting your broadcasting on. You guys, like she said, throw her a follow as well. Hope you have a safe flight and you get back to your spot in one fell swoop instead of
Whoa! Don't do the airline curse on me.
Instead of your normal happenstance on your traveling situation. I don't put all that out there, but it was great to see you this weekend. I hope you have a safe journey homeward, and we'll get you.
Oh, I'm going to be here. I'll be around. I'll be through in the chats. I'm everywhere. Always watching.
She's
Wazowski.
also in the vents.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is, and with that, like I said, we're going to take the quickest of commercial breaks just to get some information for you guys, and we'll be back in just a moment. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Right. Greetings, my fellow Lumineers. We are back with the top 4 action soon to be starting, and we have another knockdown, drag-out match coming your way. Sailor coming in from the Great White North to face off against up-and-coming new Lumineer. First tournament ever, but he's on Michael, and he's got a pretty decent matchup. So, gentlemen, how you guys feeling, man? Looking good, feeling good. This is our first little trio we've had on this rotation thing today.
I'm excited,
Fantastic.
man. Yeah. It feels like the perfect mix of ingredients.
Yeah. I like
Two
it.
hype men and a guy who actually knows what he's talking about,
There
right?
you go. There you go. Like, you were more. I think you're more. We're more than hype man. Okay, we can bring the energy. Luke can bring the knowledge, but we can all bring the fun.
That's
think.
exactly
I think it's
right.
pretty fair. I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah.
Pretty fair assessment.
So it's going to be an interesting matchup here to see if Michael can continue beating dogs on the draw, or if Sailor's going to be able to take advantage of being on the play and have the perfect opening and get through it. We're going to see whether or not Michael draws all those Lumieres to play around those pesky under the seas.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the story of the game. We saw Michael had the opportunity to play against a Dogs player in the previous round on feature, and he pretty much the Dog player came out and did some of their most powerful plays, and he was able to dispatch them with relative ease, I would say. But Sailor is probably one of the better players we have in the game, and if he's able to overcome a bad matchup, I think that will kind of cement his legacy as one of the best players ever. So talk to me about what does he need to do? What are some of the powerful plays that he can possibly get to be able to overcome this adversity?
Have some high lore threats, get the Grandmother Willow, an early Tramp, and then you reduce your opponent's power with some lullabies or some rhinos, and you sing Under the Sea, and all their characters go to the bottom.
Yeah.
I was
that's your
talking
hope.
with one of your teammates, Zenulus, outside, and he was saying that this matchup is highly dependent on an early Under the Sea, which means that we're probably going to be seeing some hard alters for the card. Is that correct?
One interesting thing about the Sailor's list is it's the 4 Under the Sea and 0 Chromacons. So we don't have to go as aggressively for Under the Sea as much as, say, for Tramp. To
Interesting.
get that Under the Sea.
Right, because you can find the cards and discard them and figure out what you're going to be holding on to. Why is the Ruby Amethyst matchup so hard for dogs? I mean, there's cards like the obvious stuff like the Headless Horseman comes in and, maybe Sailor's not ready to turn sideways and you're able to start banishing some characters with that. But what is it in particular?
Turn 1, Tinkerbell. Turn 2, Diablo. Turn 3, Cat. Turn 4, Tigger. Turn 5, Elsa. By the
Turn 6, Demona.
and all of those cards, only one of them naturally get hit by Under the Sea.
But also, by the way, the deck also has that Diablo. There are certain situations where the Amber Emerald Dog deck is just going to stack a bunch of characters ready and not quest in the event that you can't find that Under the Sea. And you're just going to sit there. And now you have 2 quests. You have Sisu, you have Diablo, you have these characters that can just start out-aggressing the Dog player. And if you are going to try to crack back or try to exert your characters, you're going to lose your entire board. Headless Horseman is another card that comes to mind. Very powerful card, being able to just deplete those ready characters. Being able to exert, being able to take down ready characters is a great way to get through the dogs if you're having issues with that deck.
And if that curve I talked about had Headless over Elsa, none of those characters get hit by a natural Under the Sea without any reduction effects.
Right.
And one way that dogs can try to win is it goes wide, it doesn't exert anything, and then it does in 2 turns. But Demona stops that. Demona is very good at trying to prevent decks from going wide and waiting to 2-tap to win.
So it's going to be a good matchup. I believe there are plays that Sailor can potentially find to get through this mountaintop, but it's going to be a long road to hoe as we are getting into the top 4. The players are now seated, and we're looking at those deck lists and Sailor head on head already. So it's going to be tough. I'm super excited to see who's going to come out on top. We are seeing those Christopher Robins as well. That's another card that Michael has access to, even on the draw. We saw how effective it was in the previous round, and I think in this matchup it's even more powerful because the challenging capability of the dogs is not as great. You have tramps, you have those ladies you can bolster, but at the same time you're going to get maybe 2, 4, maybe 8 lore out of Chris Robinson before you can take it down effectively.
Right, exactly. There's a lot of cards that you're going to be able to almost outrace the dogs player. There's even lines where you can Diablo a bunch and then just start turning sideways. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
Oh, Christopher Robin into Diablo into Cat. How do you challenge that down?
Yeah, without having a bunch of answers, stuff like the Tramp Enterprising
And
Dog.
then they just go right back at you, and then you don't have anything.
Yep. It's going to be rough. But this is also a matchup of, pardon, but somebody who's playing in their first big tournament. One of his friends was out there. We were talking to him. It is Michael Nagel's first big tournament ever. So this is kind of a Cinderella run, a little bit of a awesome storyline. We will see if the experience of Sailor, one of the OGs of the game, he's been in it since, I believe, the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Playing a deck that actually, funny enough, Zenula said it plays a lot like Sisu on Ice, which
It's
was
hilarious.
Sailor's old, right, Ruby, Sapphire. He put out many guides on this exact variant where you would use the Sapphire coils to then get the get everybody out with the Sisu, the large Sisu. But, yeah, it all comes full circle, doesn't it?
Speaking of full circle, it's about to be circling up right now. The players are beginning to be. That didn't work. But it's going to be.
No, that was a great transition.
As the players are getting ready. So here it is. The top 4 is underway. On your left, we have up and new coming Illuminator. First tournament ever, like you said, Brent. Not first major tournament ever going into the top 4 against Sailor on your right. One of the best players we had a very outstanding season 1. Trying to build upon that, going all the way to the World Championship. And if you notice the shirt that Sailor is wearing, that is correct. You are seeing that is the World Championship shirt that he received from that tournament, wearing it as a bit of an intimidation factor to the opponent. What do you think about that, Mr. Brent? Are you in on the intimidation tactics?
I mean, Sailor already has such an aura, right? He's even let his hair down today. Like, you can tell he means business, and he wore the world's qualifying shirt that only the world's qualified players have. I think it's a great tactic. We'll see if Michael cares at all, though. And if there is anything to be done, yeah, Sailor's going to say this. Being on the play, because he is 9-1-1 as opposed to 9-2, will be a little helpful, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, and we see some Go-Go's. We see Grandmother Willow. It's like 3 Go-Go's in his hand. I'm assuming he's – yeah, we're mulling a big grip of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if we definitely got rid of 1 Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, he's probably trying to look for that 1 cost Grandmother Willow, 1 cost on 2, and then another 1 cost on the 3rd turn, and maybe get an early tramp. I think this, if Sailor's going to win, it's going to require the earliest possible tramp that you can get, and I think Grandmother Willow with a multitude of 1 cost characters is going to be a great way to do that. Whereas Michael is probably just looking for a standard textbook curve, a nice heavy, probably that Mulan. We didn't really discuss that Mulan earlier, but he is playing both the Mulan and the Mulan shift, so maybe find that Mulan on 1, a Diablo on 2, maybe a Cheshire Cat or potentially a Sisu on 3, and then Cheshire Cat with a boost on a later turn with that Mulan as well. So you have options. You have so many ways to engage with ready characters in Michael's deck. So I would love to see how Sailor can get over this. And if he can't, maybe Ruby Amethyst is going to be a viable pick to take to a major full-scale digital kind of tournament. We saw it have success in DLC in Melbourne, and now here it is back at it again next week, having success at the Ink Open.
I believe also that Ruby Amethyst, I was told Michael actually had to go through 2 Blurple players to get here. Sorry to interrupt you, Luke. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just really interested to watch. Like, if he does take down Sailor here, I would like to see him, like, show how he's able to beat the Blurple and the Amethyst Steel decks as well. But Sailor's starting off with a lady here. That's some burst lore if need be, and also strong enough not to get challenged down by some of these smaller 1-drops here, and Mulan's not enough to take it down in 1 hit.
Not right now, but if she can get to that shift, Mulan shift, I don't know if Sailor can potentially recover from a very volatile Mulan play. So I'm certain there's something that is going to be in the back of his mind at all times as we're going to play Bobby on 2, so no Willow. So that's going to be a pretty slow start for the dog player, as we do have that Under the Sea in hand already. We didn't even mention that Amber Champion Mickey is another card that Sailor can use. We saw that Scott had a little bit of success slowing down slowing down Michael in the top 16 match. So maybe that's another card that Sailor can lean on.
It is a pretty powerful card. The problem is if you play it and then they immediately Horseman and then punish you for exerting your characters because of the extra willpower you thought you had. that can be backbreaking. So it's great if they don't have it, but if they have the maximum punish, it is devastating.
And that's something you always got to be playing around as much as you can. So that's going to be on the back of Sailor's mind the entire time. So if Michael does not exert this Mulan, it will be a constant threat that the elite archer will be shifting onto and blowing out the board of Sailor.
But we're saying, I think we've said that statement at least 4 or 5 times in this broadcast so far. He's got to keep that in the back of his mind. He's got to keep that in the back of his mind. He's got to keep that in the back of his mind.
To think about.
There's a lot hanging on the back of Sailor's mind right now, and I think it's filling up so fast that's where you have to be a great player. You have to negotiate a lot of different pitfalls. It's not necessarily what your opponent has or what you have. It's what they can potentially do to you, and what threat are you willing to circumnavigate to get to the position that you want to be in. So it's a lot to worry about. So we get rid of that Under the Sea.
Whoa.
With the Bobby.
Is that not one of the cards that we want to see? Why would we get rid of that?
So he's hoping to hit another one off of the tramp when he gets it. He needs to be able to dump his hand there, so he needs to make sure he has enough inkables and able to keep the other cards there. And say he keeps that Under the Sea, and then he draws another Under the Sea. Or something like that before he gets to tramp. That could just stop him in his tracks from being able to do it.
I see what you're saying now. And on Michael's side, I do believe I saw a Lumiere, which is kind of a tough card to get around when you are implementing an under-the-sea strategy. I mean, other than Della's Moon Lullaby and the Rhino, I mean, if the Lumiere comes down, it's going to be the Diablo.
There is a Diablo that, despite Deceitful Raven, I believe, is going to be on the board on 2. A very powerful card in this particular deck. He can quest for 2, and also he can challenge very well and wear Cheshire damage quite significantly. This is a card that Sailor obviously doesn't want to see come in on curve, as Nani is going to find her way to the board. Let's see what we hit. There's that Grandmother Willow.
It's a tramp.
There is another tramp, smaller tramp.
But you're sending one of your other tramps down to the bottom of the deck
Brutal.
because you can't choose that tramp. Nani feels like a card where, sure, we want to go deep, but some of the cards that we might want, like the Tramp, Street Smart Dog, or the Under the Sea, might get caught in the crossfires.
And even that Lady as well, that's a big part of your winning condition, or being able to help add new cards from your discard pile to your hand, all gone.
It's definitely something to keep note of, and it's something that Sailor's been using for a while with visions of the future. And with tramps and nannies, there is a world that you might get down there. A small one. It's probably not going to happen, but it does allow him to know that he has a less of a chance to draw another one, so maybe that could impact some of the choices he makes later on.
Yeah, more information is always going to influence these players, especially when they're this good. And now on turn 3, I'm wondering if we're going to see the Lumiere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still not enough on board to sing next turn if we do find the Under the Sea, but Sailor will be able to find... will be able to go 4 cards deep if nothing is done about any of the characters on his side of the board.
Very true.
So if Michael was to just play some characters that could be Under the Seeable, and then Sailor draws the Under the Sea and shifts Lady, he could then Lullaby the Diablo and Under the Sea the whole board, and that could probably be a pretty solid position to be in. But not having a cat here or another 3-drop that's kind of a threat, and just playing a 1/4, that's not that scary at all.
Right. I think Michael does have more options in hand. I think he could have added more of those one-cost characters, but you would be very threatened by a potential Under the Sea, especially with no Lumiere in play. And we are going to quest this Diablo. That is a bit of a check there, because I believe there is a tramp that exists, I want to say, and now you will give up that Diablo. However, it will throw your tramp numbers off to be played here, the big tramp.
So if Sailor has the Lady as well, we can play the tramp, trade the Bobby with the Diablo, and then shift the Lady to get back the Bobby.
Yeah.
It would require us, though, to have to ink again. And these dog decks have kind of been like, I'm going to stop at 2 or 3 ink and then use these extra cards I'm not inking to be able to keep more of the more important cards off of a tramp. Which is also a consideration. We can play the 7-cost tramp for 3 right now. If we play the tramp for 1, we then get to play that tramp for also a cheaper, because every 1-drop you play basically maintains.
But
so
it does delay it a turn and would allow Michael to keep to an additional turn to set up some threats. Is that something
Well,
Sailor
he's
might be
only
taking
going
into
up to
consideration?
4, so Sailor doesn't have to worry too much outside of the possibility of a Tigger being played. And
Oh,
if we
he's taking the route you thought about. Sorry to interrupt.
and we glance through his deck list, and he does not actually play Tigger, so he doesn't really have to worry about anything until turn 5, and that's when Demonas and Headless Horsemen are coming into play. So my guess is he's going to build kind of a big board here. And then the turn before Elsa's or Headless happens, he's possibly going to exert everything. So that way, by the time a Demona could happen, it's not as impactful. Or maybe the turn before Demona or the turn before Elsa, then and Under the Sea is saying to limit the impact of those 5-drop and 6-drop cards that could be backbreaking for him.
And this is a powerful rebuttal, though. So we go tramp, small tramp, and then larger tramp to be able to send a ton of cards to your discard pile. And now you have this very threatening challenger. Oh, and by the way, these ladies look like they can quest quite heavy, and you are not in
Two
shift.
Lilos!
2 Lilos into – yep. That's huge, actually. Because those Lilos you'll be able to play straight from the discard. Just added pressure that Sailor will be able to implement. And now we've used only one Bobby to take it out. Let's see, to take out the Diablo Watchful Raven.
But let's see what Sailor does here. Does he quest and gain this lore and run the risk of a Mulaning, or do you just pass? And I think pass is going to be the vibe that you have to go for. You cannot go into this Mulan. I believe Mulan is a shift
5.
She's shift 5. Okay, so you're not even there yet. So
That's another one of the insanely scary cards on turn 5.
Yeah.
Like that's 12 cards that Sailor needs to worry about on this next turn.
back of the mind, it's filling up, dude. It's like actually prime real estate in the back of Sailor's mind right now. But this position looks quite good here. If I had to say so myself, as you have the ability to sing Under the Sea next turn, clear all these characters, and then start putting some serious lore on board. Oh, and if Michael were to go for a Genie or even go for an Elsa, you still have the ability to sing Under the Sea and clear that board and gain a tremendous amount of lore in your following turn.
But by far the scariest thing, I think, is that Mulan. Going Mulan and then into Demona, so you get to, like, trigger the Mulan again. Maybe that's the secret that Ruby Amethyst players had not just been maxing out on Shift Mulan.
Yeah.
Maybe. Do you see what's in his hand? Did you see the flash of what's in Sailor's hand? He's got 2 Triumph Street Smart Dogs.
Oh, man. So you can dig and look for that Under the Sea next turn. I think you're playing 4 copies of that card in your deck. You only hit 1.
And
so you got 14 cards to look for. I think you have a great opportunity to find it.
So we get to return 1 Lilo, which then makes the Tramp cost 1, and we get to keep 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And then we discard whatever we drew for turn, and then we could play the other Tramp to dig deeper if we're only looking for Under the Sea, which currently
because then it'll
we
be
don't need to
6
shrink.
Yep.
Michael, who is staring down his Oblivion now, who has been kind of doing numbers on dogs all day long, but here you are back against the wall, Palace Guard getting a quest in. That's a great sight for Sailor to see, as Mulan is thinking about going on a quest too. I think that's a bit dangerous.
If this Mulan quest, Sailor is in a
feeling
fantastic spot.
great.
You just send that Tramp right into that, I think. You normally don't challenge, but to just guarantee that a Shift Mulan isn't going to hit you. It could also be that Michael is playing some mind games
You
right
think
now.
he might be bluffing?
It is his first event,
Ooh,
so
he does turn it
maybe
sideways.
not. But I feel like Sailor has to do that. Michael's probably like, you have the Under the Sea. You just dug really deep. I know you have it.
See, this is the level of play. I would never think about the math of doing the using the Lilo, and then you could still play the Tramp, and then play the other Tramp for absolutely free.
And you get a big dig too, and you can even
6.
find the Delamoon's Lullaby at this point, and keep the Undersea and the Delamoon if you wanted to get real crafty with it and just clear the board. Looking at Michael's hand, it is I believe you have maybe 2 or 3 cards in hand, so your resources are beginning to dwindle. Getting plus hard with an Under the Sea in this spot seems like almost insurmountable, but we saw this very similar thing happen in in the top 16 match, and Michael was able to claw back.
Also, both of these 1-drop ladies are going to quest for 3 because we're going to be adding 3 characters to play most likely.
Absolutely. So that's 6 lore right there just from them alone. Is there a world where we don't need Under the Sea right now because we would be able to challenge it out?
Yeah, I think we could just send
challenge the Mulan, right?
Yeah, we just take out Mulan
and then quest.
And like, what is Michael going to do? Headless Horseman takes out one lady.
Yeah.
Pumps up the Royal Guard, which then takes out Lilo, and then Diablo takes out a lady. Lets us ready up with 6 more lore.
What
Maybe
a
that might be
storyline.
enough. That's not a terrible play.
I don't hate it. And that might be what Sailor is about to do.
Oh,
we're doing it.
no.
We're doing it. We're doing
He
it.
says, no way.
It's happening.
No way. The
It's-
Under the Sea is coming.
Oh, we're going to dig for it
We're gonna
again as a
dig
free tramp
again.
is down.
So you only have to keep one card because you play the Lullaby, which didn't draw. So he's gambling here that he can hit the Under the Sea, and I don't think he hit it.
Ooh.
But even if you don't,
Your board
even
is
if you
still
don't, you
so-
can still challenge in.
You can still
quest
quest, yeah.
everything out, and you're up to 8.
I still think that taking down that Mulan is probably going to be high priority number 1, and then quest everyone. And now the Diablo's spiteful Raven won't be able to engage because he's under the effects of the Delamoon's Lullaby. We're digging 7, discarding 7, as I think still you send it here. I go full send on the quest.
So the issue is if it is a Headless Horseman, that doesn't actually fully shut off the Diablo, I think. Because you Headless, which takes out a character, which buffs the Diablo by 1. Then you use the Royal Guard to take out the Lilo, which buffs the Diablo back up to a 3/3, which then can take out a lady. So his play was just being like, I've got 3 more Under the Seas. I'm drawing a big chunk. I have a decent chance to hit the Under the Sea, and if I hit it, I wipe their whole board and I win the game on the spot.
But Michael's been putting his hand away. We have no idea what Michael has.
No, he
He's
showed
the
it.
most.
He showed it. He's got 2 genies, a Pilot's Guard, and a Lumiere.
So we don't actually have the Headless Horseman to do the most punishing play here, is what you're saying.
And
Yeah.
without Headless Horseman,
Right.
it's probably also almost over. We're seeing 2 more Lilos go into the discard. So, there's a world Sailor, just whatever he keeps, he inks. And then
Wow.
brings back 2. But he's probably doing something else, but we shall see.
And just like that, we were talking about how he needed the crucial Under the Sea, but really Michael not really hitting a lot of the cards that he wanted for his earlier turns is coming back to bite him a little bit here as we quest up to, I believe, 8.
Yeah, that's a lot of lore, and this is a huge return fire on the next turn. So even if you are able to get through this board, there are still some mighty draws that Sailor can get. Even if you go Lilo, you can go double Lilo next turn, and then the lady still won't be strong enough. You go 1 Lilo. Hopefully, is there a way you can get 2 characters out though? Maybe shift lady. Will that do anything?
We don't know what the card he kept was, so he could do 1 Lilo, and if he kept a 1-drop or a 2-drop, and then draws an Inkable.
Or this is
I don't know if we can get 3 characters out.
No,
though.
we can't. So those ladies won't be able to get to their full questing potential next turn.
Well, it
Unless
could be
you
a tramp.
have a Tramp Enterprising
That's
Dog.
right.
That's not bad. I mean, there's also a world where we keep Shift Lady, I'm assuming, Miss Park Avenue.
And also, if we just do 1 lady or 1 Lilo, the lady could then challenge the Royal Guard to get rid of it because it's going to have 3 damage on it from this Nani. Assuming there's not a cat possibly. We have Lumiere, we have Elsa. He's got choices, and how is he going to do it?
Michael in a rock and a hard place here. I mean, what makes this matchup so awesome to me is that it is such a lopsided deck choice. But everything else, right? Sailor got to be on the play, and he is the much more experienced player in this top cut. We are at the top 4. We are cutting to finals next, and then the winner of the CCQ will be announced after that. Wow.
And look at Sailor's face. He looks like he's been here a ton of times before. It seems like it's kind of I don't know if intimidation is the correct word to use, but there's definitely has to be some type of intimidation factor of wearing your world championship shirt on stream. You're staring down this board. Triple Tramp is just messed up. I don't care what you're playing. I don't care Ruby Amethyst, what the matchup is. That's just a really messed up thing to do. And having them being played all in rapid succession like that is just you're not going to come through a lot of those. So Michael is staring down a position, maybe trying to find a way to get through it, and I just don't know what that is.
Yeah, normally when you play 1 Tramp, it tends to find more. But we did see 1 go to the bottom off of the Nani.
And he found the other 2. Kept them smartly, and now we're going to Elsa, and that does a little something, but how much of something?
You can clear 3 characters in this spot, which is decent, I suppose. You can clear the Nani with the Palace Guard. You can clear the Lady with the Diablo, and you can clear the Lilo, I suppose, with the Elsa, if that's what you want to do. But just getting as much lore off the board is probably going to be primary objective number 1. Elsa comes through, and let's see who Diablo elects to take down. And it's probably going to be one of those ladies.
One of
I
those
would imagine.
ladies for sure.
Questing.
That's
Interesting.
That's peculiar.
Okay.
what are we playing next turn? I think I might have taken a lady down.
I think so. I think
But-
you got to get the lore off the board, and you also
The threat of 3 lore from one of those ladies even is pretty crazy.
And he doesn't know that Tramp got sent to the bottom of that deck, so just a fear of another free trampage might be too much to bear. Even though I think you still had enough to play for free, as we're going to play another one-cost character Diablo's weekend again, and the questing has continued as we're getting all these glimmers exerted. Tramp side by side,
Getting up to 17, I believe.
brutal. Ouch, baby.
Absolutely brutal. I mean, what do we do? This game's over. This
Yeah,
game is
it's-
over.
It's
Oh,
looking
that's-
that way.
Oh, that's right. He couldn't challenge because of the Delamoon's Lullaby. I forget. We totally spaced on that because he did sing it on the last turn with the.
That's fair.
So he was not able to challenge and clear anything. That's me. It's a long day. I need to lock in. I haven't had any
we
coffee
forgot
this
about
morning.
the lullaby because he missed the Under the Sea, and we're like, oh, it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. So that was Fast and Furious. Wow. So that's how you do it, folks. Take notes. Maybe Sailor just put on an absolute class for everyone at home who might be watching of how you can get through the dogs or get through the Ruby Amethyst while playing dogs. But what is now? We need to see what does Michael need to do to keep that same to get back into the driver's seat now.
I think he just needs to follow the game plan. That round felt like he was struggling with the draws he was getting.
Right.
Some of the decisions he was inking, it was like these are cards that you probably want later on. And I'm assuming because I didn't really ever get a full good look at Michael's hand in the early stages that maybe he was forced to make those decisions because of it. So to be fair,
Yeah.
I mean, Sailor is an incredible player, but also I think Michael was not hitting exactly the cards that you want
Oh, yeah, I
in
mean,
the matchup.
Didn't have that Mulan.
Didn't
so
have
then-
the Headless Horseman.
Yep, didn't have either of those to punish. Plays very well into being like, well, if you have the Under the Sea, I'm going to lose these anyways, so I'm just going to turn them sideways.
Agreed. A lot of great moves for a guy who's playing in his first big tournament ever.
Yeah.
And Sailor still was going into it. You know, he was just like, this is it. There could be a world that maybe you hold the Mulan back. You're like, you know what? Sailor's going to whiff, and my top card's going to be Mulan, and that's the only way I win this game.
Right.
And so you play into it, and sometimes it's just like, boom, off the top. You don't even look at the Mulan. You just, you know, I know you know this.
Yeah.
I know you know this. You just flip it because that's all that matters. It's the only thing that can be an out.
It's the one
so
way.
Let's go for it. But, you know, he didn't do that, and he didn't flip the card. So,
Yeah.
he is, so good for him that he didn't take the gamble, right?
You got to do what you got to do out here. Yeah, I mean, Sailor could probably not have been any happier to see that Mulan turn sideways on that turn. I don't think
Yeah.
it would have affected much. It had Michael kept it upright, but let's see how Michael changes the strategy around if Michael's able to get some of the more common curve, right, that we expect out of this Ruby Amethyst. I mean, you were talking about what? You were talking about Mulan turn 1. You're talking about turn 2 Diablo. You're talking about turn 3. I can't even remember.
So maybe
Cheshire
CCQ,
Cat,
Cheshire Cat,
turn
yeah.
4 Tigger, right? Like,
Which
these
we
are
don't
very
have,
strong
actually.
plays. Oh, we don't have Tigger.
But what I like,
Turn
what I
4
like to see,
Iago.
what I like to see
We do.
from Michael, I would like to just see a complete reset, decompression. Don't let what happened in the previous round carry over into this following round. You went up against one of the best players. You kind of got knocked down a peg or two, but here we are. You're still at the top table. You have to have a short-term memory. Stick to your flight plan, stick to your game plan, and maybe you can recover and get back into this thing. So it's definitely not over. You still have opportunities, as Sailor's going to try to do exactly what he did in the previous round.
And let's not forget here, Ruby Amethyst into dogs, especially without Chromacon, very tough matchup to begin with. So Michael does have an inherent advantage. What you got to face, Luke?
There is one thing that this could be real bad for Michael on, and his current 4-drop that he kept in his hand was Iago.
Oh, Delamoon's Lullaby.
Exactly. So there is a world that he plays at Iago and Sailor just lullabies it, just completely skipping that turn for Michael. And that could be the thing that Sailor needs to get back. The other thing I noticed is he did ship away one Royal Guard, but he had another Royal Guard in his hand, meaning that once again he's starting the game off with not an opportune 1-drop, because that doesn't, like, what if Sailor opens on a Daisy? What is that Royal Guard doing? He better have a Diablo
Mm-hmm.
to back it up. And I didn't get to see if he had that or not. And so it's going to be really important on what to drop Michael has to follow up. Because at Tinkerbell, you know, you could go turn when Tinkerbell turned to Lumiere, and you can trade with that pesky Daisy.
I don't even know if he's playing the Tinkerbell in the deck. I think the Tinkerbell didn't make the cut. She's not here, but that's interesting. I thought she's one of the better ones. Looking at the one-cost characters available, I believe we have the Mulan, and we have the Olaf, and we also
Only
have
one Olaf,
the
even.
Palace Guard, man. So I
Okay,
don't think
well.
you have access to that Tinkerbell, which is, I don't know. I think I like Tinkerbell. Maybe that one willpower isn't enough, but you did have to make room for those Christopher Robinson. I think that's probably the card that
It is.
fell for that deck switch.
It's not my place to tell the person who is playing in the top 4 that he did not build his deck right. Because I would have put Tinkerbell in, but I'm interested to know why he didn't. And I think the reason is the Mulan. And that's probably what pushed him through. Is most people are playing the Tinkerbell. He's like, no, I want this Mulan to answer dogs. And I want this small Mulan. They cannot, how is Sailor supposed to interact with that? He cannot unless you exert it yourself. And sure, it's not as powerful against some of the Amethyst and Sapphire decks, possibly. But, you know, sometimes they might think you're only playing it for Cat.
Yeah.
And not even play around the shift. And you just win the game. You're like, oh, nice evasives. I'll take out this character and shoot both of them for 5.
Yeah, that elite archer, phenomenal at doing her job. We'll see. I love the friendliness of the players here, a little bit of chatting in between. Always love to see that sportsmanship. I'm rooting for a game 3, guys.
Same.
I don't know about you.
I
want the game to go as long as possible.
That's 2 lullabies in his hand.
And in Under the Sea, so Sailor's already kind of got it here.
I'm always going to be rooting for a game 3. And think about also another a good thing.
Right
to
to the inkwell.
there is no
Smart.
There's really no way to slow Sailor down with these songs. There's
That's
like
another Iago.
no Ursula, no Mowgli type effects to be able to engage with this Delamoon's Lullaby or the Under the Sea. So once you have it, you're pretty much going to play it eventually, or sooner or later, unless you can stop the singing capability from Sailor.
And Sailor also inked that lullaby, deploying a lady here, trying to do the same thing as last game. And after seeing Michael ink the Iago, he's like, you know, I might not need this backup copy. We're going to see, though, if Michael ends up inking the other Iago or if he's keeping it for some tempo here. Like Iago into Elsa is pretty good, and we see the cat sitting there in his hand. He has curve. He just needs a top deck inkables to play it.
And it just looks like Michael's just gearing up to Quest as well. He's not really going to be worried about dealing with the opposition board. It seems like he's ready to put characters down, get them exerted, and try to just win this thing aggro style, just playing to the curve, like you said, Luke, and just questing aggressively. So Sailor now is going to find himself more in the controlling defensive posture until you can maybe manage to take that initiative on the draw and get back into the driver's seat.
I'm interested to see if Sailor decides to keep the Under the Sea this time.
He did. Oh, instead of picking it with Bobby, yeah, I think he has to.
Wow, what is different? I wonder.
He doesn't have the tramp.
It's almost the exact same. Oh, that would make a lot of sense. You don't want to keep that tramp enterprising dog back in your hand so that you can challenge in Bobby with the Diablo?
This tells me that he does not have Shift Lady.
Right.
And this tells me that he does not have Big Tramp. And so this way he's trying to develop his singers. Or, actually, if he has the Shift... if he has Shift Lady here, next turn he's lullabying, singing Under the Sea, wiping the board most likely, or at least 2 of the characters.
Yeah, Shift Lady, sing Under the Sea. That is an absolute. And that's also would explain why you want to put that tramp in to get that 3 singing capability down. And there's no way to engage with that this early on in the game, as we are going to bring out that Cheshire Cat. So you will possibly keep at least 1 character around while you get 3 more lore added to the score. Sailor now has that play. If you got it, Luke, you got it, but you won't have any value. Or you get the Rhino back.
I don't think
from your
he had
ladyship.
Shift Lady.
But I think he just drew it.
Did he just? I think he did too. This is going to be backbreaking if he drew into it. Oh,
no.
okay. Okay, that would have been absolutely insane.
That is a tramp?
That is a tramp. And one lucky point, by the way, also that Sailor dodged the Mulan early is that Cheshire Cat would be able to utilize the Mulan, the damage on the Mulan to take something out and take away the singing power of Sailor. But he has dodged that at least.
So with that singer,
yeah,
if that is the Lady 5 and not another Lady 1 in hand, we can play the tramp.
Oh, it is lady.
Pump up the Bobby, take out the Diablo if it's questing again.
Yeah.
Which it might not because of Nani. And then shift, get back the tramp, get back the Rhino, sing Under the Sea.
He could just be trying to. He could be trying to just get as much value out of that Under the Sea as possible, because you do have full combo in hand. And can you imagine a second copy of Delamoon's Lullaby as well? That's another option that you can get. Waiting for that to come through, as we are going to put that Iago down. So perfect. Delamoon's Lullaby target has just hit the board. Probably more so than the Diablo, I would say, just because it's a bigger threat, and you just clear it right away. So the patience of Sailor, I think, showing some starting to pay off a bit, as you are adding more characters to the board to be able to be removed here in this spot.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice because Cat is scary, but you just can't stop the Iago. We inked one Lullaby, and we put one Lullaby on the bottom of the deck with the Nani, and we have one in hand. So we only have one more we can get to. We do not have a tramp yet to try to even dig for it. So it's an interesting spot where do we just leave our opponent? Like, are we just playing Under the Sea here for one character?
Well, we could Delamoon Lullaby
Rhino.
Cheshire Cat.
Or I'd Delamoon Lullaby the Iago and just straight up.
We have the Rhino in discard, though, so we could shift Lady, get back Rhino, ink, play Rhino, shrink the Cat, sing Lullaby.
Onto the Iago.
Pop
and
him,
then leave them with just a Diablo if we need to.
Wow, that might be actually exactly what we see, and Sailor will be able to get back another card here. So if it is ink, then exactly what you just described can transpire here. Oh, and he has more cards.
Well, he gets to draw one card off of this Lullaby.
Yep, he has more cards in hand than I thought. Sorry.
He might not even go for the Under the Sea. He might just leave the tramp here to get eaten, and then he can shift Lady and get back. But
no, he got another shift Lady, I believe, off that draw. So he can play this. He can ink something. He can play the Rhino. Hit the
ink Rhino, play Rhino.
Yep. Ink Rhino, play Rhino onto the Cheshire Cat, and now we just sing with two, and then we can even quest out the Bobby. Like, this is insane.
Pretty good.
Wait, what?
Wait. He put the Under the Sea on the bottom of his deck on accident.
Who did?
Sailor did.
Okay, so I'm sure they're going to catch that immediately. If not, we can go over there and get that resolved. I don't know if it matters as much, because there are going to be, I don't think there's any. It should come up if you can.
Yeah,
if we can get that done. But what an incredible turn coming in from Sailor, as he now has a massive board established, and this is again looking super daunting. This is the moment that you needed to completely take over and be in a commanding driver's position.
He's laughing. He's like, whoops.
That's so great. That's so funny. Hey, the best of us, okay? to the best. Everyone can make mistakes. Again, that was completely innocuous. Thank you so much, Brent, for running over there and getting that done.
No problem. I know. you could tell the exact conversation from the hands of the face. Yeah.
When you turn, I assume you turned and walked. He just like laughed and laughed.
Yeah. He was like, "Oh no, it's Under the Sea. He's supposed to put." And I was like, "No, your Under the Sea is under your deck." He goes, "Oh."
That's hilarious. Okay.
Yeah, any level, if worlds qualified players can be making a mistake like that, anybody can.
Exactly.
Don't be too tough on yourself out there, folks.
Yeah, love yourself. But Michael is still in a conundrum now. After that very powerful play coming in from Sailor, you have that Elsa, which is a pretty decent crackback, but you can't really clear anything. You need to get to those Lumieres early. You never found them, and I think that is going to be the story of your tournament, as you are going to send the Elsa down now, clearing probably that Bobby or that Rhino. It doesn't matter, because the questing will commence next turn. Taking two characters here is still critically important, but man, what a freaking turn from Sailor last round. That was some expert navigation of how to get the most out of this deck.
And listen up, even if he takes out a bunch of the characters this turn, Sailor has another Miss Park Avenue in hand, will be able to play that down and recur the cards from the discard.
Yeah. and just keeping that engine rolling. This is keeping value in hand, adding more threats to the board. Michael now running low on resources. This is looking almost insurmountable for the Amethyst.
No challenge at the Diablo?
So he just has the vibe check. He's like, oh, you've got another lady, and he didn't want to trade with Nani. That was like another play. You trade with Nani, then he can't get back. He can't get it back with Lady because it costs 3.
Rocking a hard place again, I guess. But now Sailor will be able to quest out. He's only at 1, but this turn he has the potential to get up to, another 5 to get to 6?
Imagine if that Elsa was a headless. We take out a character, buff the Diablo, and let it trade with the Lady.
Yeah. We haven't seen. I don't think we've seen. We haven't seen any headless horsemen coming in from Michael just yet. We haven't seen any of your groovy cards you need in this matchup. I was talking so highly on it, but Sailor is making it look like it is just not an issue at all. So maybe if you're watching this, we're talking about changing information for Ghent. Dog or Ruby Amethyst might be coming off of that list exponentially after seeing what's happening here. No Chromacon required.
I mean, you have one of the best players in the world playing one of the best decks in the world, playing a version that most people have not played up against yet, ready to drawing insanely well while you are drawing the wrong copies of the cards on your curve up. We did look at Michael's starting hand, and we had said it like, this seems like an okay and a decent curve. But then Sailor's like, I can sing Under the Sea on turn 3, and you need to respect that. And the process of respecting it allowed the game to slow down for then Sailor to say, I have everything, so like I'm going to try to win right here. Do you have Headless Horseman to even slow me down? You don't.
And just like, so everything you just did really didn't do anything
for that.
It's because
Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, Grandmother Willow is still one of the best cards coming out of Winterspell set. I mean, it's on the board now, getting a discount of all of your characters, not just the smaller ones, as the Nani gets through the Diablo. And this is just where the questing can start. And this is the exact opposite position that Michael wants to find himself in this late game. Sailor now climbing the lore total, getting all the way up to 11 with a Lady in reserve and a nice full bouquet of cards. Man, this is a tough spot.
Oh, and we're going to we could deploy a Daisy here to just like push it through, and I think that's what we might be doing here. The question is are we inking this Tramp or this Bobby? And it looks like he might be going for Bobby. He might even play the Bobby, but I'm assuming he wants that extra 2 lore threat in play. Oh, inking the Tramp so then he can draw this card. Like, what if he draws Lilo next turn? You can just get extra value there.
Right. And I mean, something that now it's Michael that has to consider also the threats of a Go-Go Tamago straight off the top there.
Yeah.
I mean, now
true.
Michael has a lot in the back of his head. Sailor looks like all the thinking's at the front of his head this turn now.
Yeah, Sailor's back of head thought real estate has now started to empty while Michael's is beginning to fill rapidly. And this spot is just grotesque.
Yet look at Sailor, man. He is in it. He is focused. He is thinking. This is a man who is considering different play lines, who's trying to figure out exactly what Michael might have right now, all the different permutations here. I mean,
yeah.
You know, right now Sailor is just looking at Grandmother Willow, and he's thinking, you are the lantern of my eye.
A lot of people think of Sailor as the Ruby Sapphire guy, and surely he was that. But if I'm not mistaken, he was first an Amber Steel Songs guy.
Yeah,
with the lanterns.
We would chit-chat quite a bit about that because he would hang out in my stream because he also played Amber Steel.
Ah.
And so we both played it all the time, and that's where our friendship actually first developed.
I love it.
Right on, man. Look
We're
at that.
at heart Amber Steel brothers.
The lore. Well, all right. What can Michael do here other than Headless Horseman?
You just keep
Something
challenging.
keep challenging in and just.
I mean, you got to keep challenging and hoping. I mean, your lore is not anywhere near high enough to start threatening anything. Genie is just the absolute opposite of what you could ever want to see.
Not what you need, and
We
it's
do have
tough.
Lumiere, but still not fan. Like, you don't want to be.
I mean,
playing
you got to
Genie.
trade the Dumbo. So you'd have to ink something, play the Lumiere, trade the Dumbo with the Lady Miss Park Avenue to get 2 lore off, and then use the Elsa to challenge into one of the.
Yeah.
It's just rough. You could take out the Tramp, I guess, because if Lumiere is there, but.
And we didn't have the other inkable to be able to play the Lumiere, or at least an inkable that we didn't want for the next turn instead.
Yeah, you don't want to be inking that Lumiere there, but again, Michael has no choice here. The draws are not coming Michael's way, and it looks like Sailor is
18.
going to ride this all the way to victory.
And like you said, that go-go is still imminent. It is a realistic threat. You can't have a go-go walk-off. The rare and indigenous, we don't have it in hand. We got Bobby Zimmerowski who can look for it. Let's see if Sailor is a gambling man, and it appears to be.
Oh, we're just
no.
playing it. It's like we could use the value from it, but it also just exerts to win the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just put yourself up to the win.
And he's doing
He's
a little
counting
quick
a little
check to
quick
make-
math.
to
Quick
make sure
math here.
you can't stop me, and the questing goes in. That is pretty much check and or mate, or just leaves a check. Pass back on over to Michael.
Let's make sure they're hitting that daisy trigger. There we go.
Better late.
but
I
no.
guess better, never, not better late than anything.
What if he Cogsworth's? Which is not in
What
the
if he
list.
Cogsworth? That'll be 2 damage because she doesn't have the shift line.
No, she doesn't need to shift it. Hers is when she comes into play.
Right, but she's only a 2 strength character unless she shifts.
No. It's the
what
turn
do you
she
say?
comes into play, she gets the plus. You don't have to shift her to get the plus.
Oh,
It's just that you normally have to shift her
I've
because
been.
she doesn't
I
have
have
rush.
mistaken this
She
card.
doesn't have rush. so
Gotcha.
most
That's
people
why
have
you
to
need the
shift.
Cogsworth.
Yes. Yeah,
but it's not in the
exactly.
deck, unfortunately, and I think we're circling around the same thing here as Michael is fanning through the last few of his cards here in what looks to be the last few moments of what, might I just say, as his first big tournament is an incredible run to
Absolutely.
top 4.
Absolutely.
I mean, shout outs and the flowers to Michael. Sorry about that, JDZ.
No, absolutely. I'm very impressed with his poise and how he's composed himself in this situation. Granted, you didn't get the cards that you need. Your deck is designed to do a certain thing. You just weren't able to do that. Unfortunate for you, but you weren't. You're staying composed. You had your posture didn't indicate that you were feeling like frustrated anyway, and you still you did your very best that you could. And I think you have to keep your head held high. Get into a top 4 in your first event. I think that's nothing to sneeze at, as you are still trying to, maybe you can find a line to get through this, but this is looking like a cumbersome spot. But you went up against one of the best, and you did not come out you came out very scathed in this one, but it is something you can learn from as the handshake goes out.
And I just want to quickly clarify that no, apparently you do have to shift the Mulan.
You do have to
so
shift
I
the
probably in some fun casual games with friends cheated and not realized that Cogsworth Mulan deck back on the shelf.
all those Mulan decks that you kept on testing. Yep, all those hours into the Mulan.
Wasted on the Mulan shift.
You thought she was a more elite archer than she actually was. Yeah.
She just requires a little bit more of her friendly.
Shifting,
Yes,
little friendly, yeah.
something cool to do. But I think that card is really grooving. It probably helped Michael a lot getting to this wonderful spot. Now going down in the top 4, but taking nothing away from Sailor. I think he put on an absolute clinic of how powerful this Amber and Emerald dog deck can be. I know I said that it's not as hard as it was, but it's very scalable. I think it's much similar to snowboarding. It's very easy to start, very difficult to master and get to that level. And he was able to get the most potential out of that deck, and it looked like it was a work of art the way he put those plays together. So huge shout out to him coming all the way down from Canada, and now you're in the finals. 1 win away from going back to the national tournament is Sailor. I believe this will be his first invitation if he's able to continue.
Of the season, yes.
If he's able to continue this, he'll be joining you there. Maybe he can get
And
lucky
Sky.
and take a game off you.
So, fellas, we are about to enter the finals. We don't know who has won yet. I believe the 2 decks against are Amethyst Steel with Lux Ferrante and Blurple by I'm not sure who it was that made who's made it to the top 4 in Blurple, but it will be the finals coming up very soon. What are we playing for? What is at stake? What are the stakes here, fellas?
There are some stakes. We have their portion of $6,500. Okay, the cash that is going to be going home. That's hard cold cash, U.S. currency. You can pay your bills with that if you really wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Also, there's a very cool custom play mat that is going out to the champion player, along with the prestige of the Ink Open Championship title, as well as a first class ticket. I'm joking. Please don't. No.
First class ticket straight
to your own thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but you will get your ticket to go to the North American Championship, and that's going to be happening here very soon. And that is, I think, for me, that is the new threshold of, are you a good player or are you not? If you're going to Nats, you're a good player, and if you aren't, You aren't. I'm so sorry.
Jeez.
That's it. That's it.
Shots fired.
Shots
to
fired.
Shots
to myself.
90% of the
You heard it here
That's
first,
it.
folks.
That's it. Either you're a great player and you're going to the national event.
Sorry, Scott.
Or you're just and it's okay. There can only be so many great players. Speaking of, we got a great player over in the interview room right now. I believe we have Katie from the Lord Keepers In, Katie from Keeping Up with the Cousins, Katie from DLC. Take it away, Katie.
I am here with a great player indeed. Sailor, I mean, to be fair, when we talk about great players in Disney Lorcana, your name comes up, and we just saw why. I mean, you were walking through him, and you said, I'm just going to go for it, and go for it did. How did you feel walking into this match?
Yeah, I know there was a few different ways I could get there. Obviously through variance on my side, and either through good draws from me and bad draws from him, and very very tight gameplay. And I think game 2 specifically, I played that game so well. And I'm proud of it, and very excited because I really thought that this was the end of my run.
I mean, candidly, because we saw in the top 16, it's a rough uphill battle. And I mean, you navigated it very well. But I don't think you picked this deck thinking that this was a matchup you were going to be playing in the semifinals. Why did you choose to bring dogs in the specific meta? You're kind of known for a control player. So what made you want to bring this deck today?
Okay. Well, first, it's really good. Very resilient with the addition of the Nani, and even more explosives with the Willows. So being able to do Tramp on 3 can really solve a lot. And the way that you can snowball from there is being able to under the sea by turn 4 before they can interact with your board. And I brought this version specifically with giving up on the Chromicons in order to flatten out the matchup spread, making the Purple Sail matchup better with the Mickey Ember Champion and the Rhinos and the Delos Lullaby being able to add power to the Under the Sea, as very reminiscent to the Ice Block Sisu that I used to be known for. So at Maelstrom, we built that version, re-retiring a little bit on a player that did very well in Melbourne with kind of those ideas, but we built it slightly differently with different choices. And we were quite confident with the deck. Obviously, I think the red-purple matchup is also worse than with the Chromicons. But if they don't draw the Headless Horseman, and you're able to do an early under the sea like I did both games, you can get there.
Yeah, and I mean, get there. You're about to get to the finals, so we'll give you some time to take a breath, take a lap around the mall, and get ready for the finals. But before we do you have any shout outs or anything you want to say before you go get ready for that match?
Thank you, Katie. Shout out to the casting team, obviously, Inc. for organizing this. Ravensburger for providing for a CCQ here is big in the East Coast. And shout out, my team for preparing myself for the event, as well as Kurt and Logan. I think we brought something that is going to shake the meta for the following week in Ghent, and I'm excited for it. Thanks to all my subscribers on Metafy. You guys are the best and makes me go to these events that are far away from home. So thank you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll throw it back to the booth, and then we'll see you on stream.
Dude, Sailor's such a handsome lad, dude. Shout out to him.
Intelligent.
Man,
The whole package.
The whole package.
I need to get like Sailor. When I grow up, I want to be just like Sailor. And I loved everything he had to say. And I am under fire, though. I am getting blasted in the comments about my take on being an elite player, being a good player, being a great player.
He called me mid.
That was off the scene, Luke. I said that in confidence. Okay, that was not supposed to go out to everyone. Okay, I did not say that. I said that in confidence. But what I'm saying is that there's a tip of the pyramid. Okay.
Yep.
It has to start somewhere. There's got to be a line between good and elite, okay? And that line is your national invitation.
Great even. Phenomenal even
Just have
to
to
elite.
say-
You can't.
There's got to be a line.
It's got to be a line.
There is dozens of us.
Yeah, dozens.
Dozens.
Okay.
Who have not qualified for Continentals, who are amazing players.
Yeah.
And like we saw, like Fungus was not qualified in season 1, and then he wins a DLC. So you're saying Fungus?
Hey, you gotta show up. You gotta prove it. It's not about I say Usain Bolt is the fastest track and field person in the world. Is that necessarily true? Probably not, because everyone doesn't get a chance to go to the Olympics, Luke. Okay, you got to get out there and prove it. You got to go out
You're
there.
saying
and show,
you think
you
there's
gotta show up to the
somebody
team.
out there who could beat Usain Bolt?
Possibly.
We've just never seen him.
Possibly. That's exactly.
He's just
what
so
I'm
fast.
saying.
We missed him.
I think it's called a straw man or something. So possibly, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. You got to get out there. You got to prove it. I'm mid. Okay, I didn't get a chance to go to Nats.
I think
It's
people
not
are
an
just
insult.
upset that it's just like
Okay.
the best of the best qualify for Continentals. If that's the tier you want to get,
Yeah.
like if you want to get to the best, all right, so the best go there. The best of the best, you're hitting that next step. They're the ones getting that top 16. They're the one winning those DLCs. They're going
Yeah.
to Worlds or whatever. And then you still have great players
Yes.
who are just not there yet. I myself, in the first season, made day 2 multiple times. Did not qualify for Continentals until the last DLC. I played 6 DLCs. It was the 6th one to get me. It is tough to do. It is hard to do. And if you're trying to get there, JDZ was trying to inspire you. He was
That's
not
it.
talking any trash.
Thank you.
He was trying
Yeah.
to motivate you to do what you need to do to be up here, to be playing against players like Sailor and having and expressing yourself and showing how good you are. And the first step to do that is to go play. Go to your set champs.
Yes.
Crush it there. Wait in line.
Tell 'em.
Hopefully you get a ticket to the next DLC.
Yeah.
Make that day 2.
Brr,
Make
brr.
that top 32.
Win
that golden Mickey. Make it to World.
Bow.
Just like that. Just like that. You guys said it.
Fireworks.
And honestly, and you don't even. This is just for the people whose goal it is to be the
Yes.
best player.
Yeah.
If you wake up and you go to your local game store or you look yourself in the mirror, whatever you're going to be doing, and you say, my goal is to be the very best Disney Lorcana player, which is some people's goal. I know that's your goal. I know that's all the great players' goal. I want to be number 1. I want to be the world champion. I want to be the best. I'm talking to you. If you're just someone who just wants to get out there and play and have fun, there's no issue with that either. So I
Yeah.
don't want to. You don't have not going
You
in that.
go out there. You be the best at having fun.
Well, yeah.
You play all
Dude,
the fun things.
I am the most competitive fun player. I'm having the most fun. Okay, period. I'm kidding. Very humble.
We thought.
in
See,
that.
He's like, no, I have no fun.
I
at
have
all."
the most fun.
all I'm saying is people were painting you as Muhammad Ali, talking a little trash, but it was actually you being optimistic and motivating people. The Tony Robbins of Lorcana, right here in the flesh. JDZ,
No.
3 letters. Say the
But
man.
but honestly, I do feel that way. I think that's the line. You
Yeah.
got to get there. You got to show up to these events. And I know we don't have as many events as I would like. Hopefully, going into next season, we have we triple, quadruple, quintuple the
nice.
amount of DLCs that we had from this season. But there are so many of these CCQs that you have to attend. I mean, I know where we are in our world. It's not as easy to just travel all over the country. People have lives. People have other things they want to do.
And
But
so
if
this season is going to be a lot tougher to qualify
for sure. It's going to be harder.
We will admit that.
Yeah, we will give you that. This
But-
is hard mode,
yeah.
but still, the cream is going to rise to the top, and it's a floating scale. I mean, maybe last year you're elite, and next year it's hard mode, and you're not there again. You got to keep it. You got to maintain it. You got to retain it by showing up to these events. You have to, if this is your passion, if this is what you want to do, you have to get out there and cut your teeth against the best players. You need to be at Ink Inc. You need to be at CCS. You need to be at Glimmer Games. You need to be at ETB. You need to be at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. You need to be
Absolutely.
going to the events in Texas. All these events, you have to go.
The most
and
you can, for sure.
You have to play as much as possible. If this is what your passion is, if this is what your goals are, if you want to be on that level, you can't just be, I play all the time, but I win on my local level, and there's no events near me. Even if you are the best player in the world and no one can see it, you're not.
This is actually something from previous games I played that I tried to be the best at. Mm-hmm. I did not travel enough.
Yeah.
I did not put it out there to go to enough big events to get that, because you're not just going to win the first event you play in unless you're Fungus. Like sometimes you're good and lucky all at once.
That was the first
Sure.
event he played in?
I think that was the first DLC he got into.
Wow.
Like he tried on all the others, wasn't able to get in. Or Life. I mean, I'm pretty sure either Fungus is a teacher or his wife is a teacher or both. Amazing people. You can't always
It's
get
tough.
time off for work.
For sure.
Not everyone is a trophy husband like myself or JD.
Oh, what? Come on, man. No, it is tough, and I'm not trying to belittle anyone's life. And I'm saying most of this stuff tongue in cheek, and I don't want to make it seem like we're, make anyone feel bad for not being able to live their dreams and pursue their passion or anything like that. So that's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm saying if there is an opportunity for you to play and demonstrate your skill and your goal is to be the best, you have to get out there and prove it by playing against the best in these high-stakes events. And just like that, we are going to be going into the finals of this event here and now. So we're going to see who is going to move themselves up the chain and become great to elite by punching their ticket to the North American Championship here happening this summer. And I think
August 28th to the 30th in
there we go.
Anaheim, California, Disneyland. Maybe you've heard of it. A lot of football players go there, I hear.
Let's get it.
Anyways, JDZ, sorry to interrupt.
I believe we're going to have Sailor on one side, and I want to say it's going to be Ferrante who's going to be meeting him there in the finals. From what I hear, I don't know, but what we might have to do is take a quick commercial break and go through and see and set all that up. But speaking of commercial break, I want to thank Ink Inc. again for putting on this event. I want to thank PodCana and also thank the Quest World Production for being out here. Oh, wait, the players are sitting down.
It does look like we have Ferrante and Sailor.
Okay, so it will be Ferrante and Sailor, but what we will do is take a super quick commercial break to get set up, and we're going to bring you guys that finals match. So make sure you tell your friends. Brent.
I want to make one more shout out because I personally have forgotten to shout out the wonderful lore guides and the staff here at Ink
There you go.
Inc. This whole weekend has been phenomenal. If you haven't been here, I'm sorry you missed it. Come to the next one. Lore guys, everybody here has been on their game. JDZ, take us out, brother.
All right, so we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Make sure you guys get some beverages, get some refreshments. Tell your friends that the finals is starting very soon. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. I'm
And we are back. It is the finals, and we are about to see who is bringing home the CCQ for the Ink Open. So, how are you guys feeling?
Oh man, I am super locked in, laser focused. It all comes down to this. All of the tournament, all of the rounds, all of the Swiss, all of the late nights, all of the early mornings. Sailor, Lux Ferrante, two of the best players in the event, meeting in the finals. Thoughts?
Yeah, two of the best players in the world, in my opinion. Lux Ferrante has not had his chance to really shine. He said in an interview, I'm a little bit of a bubble boy. I'm always the one guy left out of the top cut, but not this time. Made it all the way here to the finals, trying to bring it home on that Amethyst Steel versus the Dogs deck. This is probably two decks we anticipated to see somewhere here in the top 4, but they both arrive in the finals. Blurple has not made it. Ruby Amethyst has fallen. Sapphire Steel has fallen. And it comes down to this: Amethyst Steel versus Amber and Emerald.
Yeah, and I mean, we're trying to see if dogs are going to come out on top. You know a deck is doing really good where in the chat you just say, ban, ban, ban. That's like the minute you know a deck is getting that heat. And I mean, they got a lot of exciting tools. I mean, we heard Sailor talk about how that Nani is helping him. And then we were talking about how you don't need Chromagon. It's reached a point where we don't need that ancient tech. We've moved into the future, and now we rely on that Under the Sea, and it's been working for him in a world where it's surprising.
It did. And he navigated through his round quite flawlessly. And a lot of people in the comments and a lot of people around the community believe that the Ruby and Amethyst deck is probably the Amber and Emerald Dogs' worst matchup, but he navigated through that with the greatest of ease and made it seem like it was one of the more favorable matchups. And I love how you didn't mention the Ruby Amethyst player going down there, Garrick. I see how you just tossed that.
He didn't go down. He just walked. Yeah, it's not so much. He just.
I was going to let the Sapphire Steel player.
Okay,
yeah,
okay. There it is. There it is. No, I'm kidding. But still, having 4 decks in the top 4 of such a competitive event does kind of tell a story about what our metagame can potentially be like. I personally believe it's a bit more wide open than we lead on to believe coming in with the game coming up next week.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens here in that tournament as well, because like Sailor mentioned, I think this is going to be a radical shakeup in the meta. I think there are a lot of unique things happening here, and that's why I really love these CCQs, is because people bring that spice. They bring decks that they think can win the whole thing, not necessarily just top the tournament. You have to win to get that qualification to the national championship there.
One thing I can't stop thinking about, though, is how sometimes we say, is this the one where they bring it? Because the CCQ is good, but then we talk about, well, they're not getting golden Mickeys for this event. So you wonder, like, what technology, what innovation is still left to be seen? Because everybody that's watching this tournament is getting ready and saying, oh, so I heard this is the deck. So suddenly people might be taking out their wasabis. They might not necessarily be building the decks the same way because they're like, everybody's doing what Sailor's doing now. So it is going to be fascinating to see how the meta adapt to this. This is the iterations, the 3rd weekend the set has even been out.
Yeah.
So it will adapt, but is it the final evolution? And I think probably not. We're going to see a little bit more shaking after this.
Yeah, and I like to see how everyone's like, oh, this is for sure. People speak in such certainty, like, oh, this is for sure beating that, or this deck is for sure the worst deck, or this deck is for sure the best deck. And I think we need to forget everything we thought we knew, and just really just go back to the basics and just really re-diagnose and reassess all of these different matchups and all of the different decks in our metagame right now. Speaking of which, we're looking at Amethyst and Steel. We're looking at Amber and Emerald. My conscience would tell me that the Amethyst and Steel deck does have a superior position over the Amber and Emerald deck. What do you guys think? I mean, we can throw it to you, Gary. What do you think about this matchup historically versus now?
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you, and I would agree even more so based on Ferrante's list here, because he is on that Calhoun. And Calhoun is a card that the dog deck really struggles into because she has that resist and she's able to gain lore while also challenging. So you're getting a 2-for-1 there. She's hard to remove. If that thing gets exerted, you need to find the room and the opportunity to play your tramp down, boost one of your other characters, and take out the Calhoun, because it's going to become a problem really quickly for Sailor. So I think that Ferrante's probably favored in this, especially with no Chromacon on Sailor's side, but we've seen the Under the Sea come in clutch all tournament long.
Yeah, and my prediction is rough because we've seen Sailors built different. That is, he is.
That's a factor.
Yes, that is a factor.
Yeah.
But I mean, one thing we joked about a couple days ago that the deck is 4 Angel and then 54 56,
Yeah,
Fire the Cannons. And Fire the Cannons is a problematic card. I mean,
Yeah.
Fire the Cannons deals 2 damage. And so much of what Sailor's doing is trying to retain value as long as he can. And Lux Ferrante has the ability to fumble that plan using things like the traditional Strength of Raging Fire. But then if he gets that Angel out, then anything can go.
But what Sailor does have, he does have a golden Mickey,
That's
but he
true.
has other golden Mickeys in his deck as well.
That
You
was
saw what I
good.
did there.
You
guys see that?
did.
You guys don't deserve
An
me sometimes.
Amber
He
Mickey,
has that
perchance?
Amber Mickey, and being able to increase the willpower of all of his Amber characters in certain situations versus Amethyst Steel, a lot of their damage removal is going to be willpower based or direct damage based, and that can really help maybe even the scales a bit. So I think it's going to be a high impact, high profile match, and the players are ready. Garrick, I'm ready. Katie, are you ready?
I'm ready. I want to see who's taking home the CCQ.
Let's get it.
Let's send it on over. And I do want to give a quick shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody watching live. We really do appreciate you so much for hanging out as we have the finals of the Ink Inc. Open here. Lux Ferrante versus Sailor, 2 of the best to do it. Amethyst Steel versus Amber and Emerald. They are going through their altar phase right now. We are going to have Ferrante here as the higher seed, so he will be going first, if I'm not mistaken, and that is a huge benefit, especially for this Amethyst and Steel strategy going up against the Dogs.
It's one of the most consistent decks coming out of the gate. Got that 1, 2, 3 Sing strength. We haven't really seen that happen too much today, but it might be what Lux is looking for, just to kind of start chipping away at those Dogs before you can get a nice, healthy Tramp play off. But Sailor's still probably going to open up with that 1 cost from Grandmother Willow into another 1 cost character, and then just continue to flood. I think it's Tramp. We saw how effective that Tramp Storm was in the previous round. Sailor can have another open like that, I think it's going to be very difficult for Lux to maybe overcome the Amber and Emerald Dogs player.
Yeah, and one thing we talked about with Sailor, and we've talked about a few times, is he is, we say decks that you're known for. He is known for a deck called CCQ on Ice, which is Ruby and Sapphire. So in this matchup, Lux has access to Lux Ferrante's deck might be seen more as like a mid-range type deck, but he might choose to be more aggressive in the face of Sailor, knowing that Sailor's going to be a little afraid for interaction. There is the Cheshire Cat that can do lots of diabolical damage removal. So he has to be very careful. Sailor has to be very, very responsible, while Lux can be a bit of a bully in this matchup, I think, showing that the Dogs have to respect what he has on his side of the board.
Absolutely, but Sailor in this matchup can take advantage of his Mowgli's here, where he was unable to in the last match because Ruby Amethyst doesn't really play anything other than characters, because all of their characters have so many good enter the battlefield abilities, such as the Horseman or the Elsa. But now we can utilize that to sort of disrupt Lux Ferrante, so he needs to be aware of that as he's playing into the Dogs deck. You don't want to be keeping Strength of Raging Fire when it could perhaps be taken out of your hand. But like you said, Katie, the Amethyst and Steel strategy has so many different options to disrupt the Dogs deck from doing what it wants to do. Remove characters one at a time and make the ability to play Tramp that much harder.
And this is, I think this is a matchup that I really want to kind of closely examine, because in the previous round I saw Lux Ferrante versus Sapphire Amethyst, and he was making some super heads up, high impact, high profile, top level plays, and same thing in Sailor's previous round as well. So let's see who can. I want to see the battle of wits on full display here in this finals match, as these are 2 of the greatest players we have in the game, and they're at the finals for a reason. So let's see if we can see who can outmatch the other, as Daisy comes in on 1.
And outmatching has already started, because if we look at the stat lines here, we have the Hook who can challenge for 3, but Daisy Duck comes down on Sailor's side, who has that 4 willpower. But now the pressure's really on, because suddenly we have the ability to challenge for 6 with Calhoun coming down.
Yeah, Calhoun, like I mentioned, is going to be a card that Sailor has to navigate really delicately. He needs those tramps to boost up his character's strength and challenge back into that Calhoun, or it's almost never going to be removed. However, we do know that there are 4 Under the Seas, there are the Rhinos, there are the Lullabies that he can utilize to reduce the strength of Calhoun and potentially hit it with an Under the Sea.
And here's this very problematic 2-turn play. We're not slamming that Willow, so maybe Sailor didn't find it in that altar. Willow into another 1-cost character, into an immediate fast Tramp, or maybe you can start to get that Mickey down on board sooner than later. But this Calhoun just slows everything down. Daisy Duck, you really don't want to exert that character to start adding more cards to Ferrante's hand. So Sailor now in a conundrum. Oh, there is the Willow.
Yeah, and I think he has to decide, because we talked about Mowgli, and if you want to know how powerful Strength of a Raging Fire is. We are playing Mowgli specifically to look for 4 out of 60 cards in the deck, because Strength of Raging Fire is such a tempo disruptor. It can take care of that one card. You're like, this is the one I need to do the thing I want to do. In his deck, he has lots of little combo pieces, and you can completely disrupt it. So he's pretty much would be playing Mowgli exclusively for a very small portion of the deck, which is fascinating to think about. But look, Ferrante kind of knows that's something, so he might not have it. So he has to decide, do I want to look?
Yeah, Ferrante in his deck has incremental pieces of disruption, I would say, where Sailor really has the one big sweeping wave that is Under the Sea to get rid of everything all at once. But Lux Ferrante can sort of chip away at the armor of the Dog's deck and remove things one at a time. So it's an interesting philosophy that either player is playing with and playing against the other. We'll see what is able to come out on top here, as it looks like Ferrante has not only the Angel, but the Cheshire Cat in hand. Two of the best cards in this matchup, and there comes the cat.
That is a powerful and problematic curve. I'm certain Sailor's not going to want to see this 4-cost Angel coming on through on that next turn, but this Cheshire Cat is also a problem as well. Is there a world where you could ever, and I think that's just crazy talk. Never mind. I'm not even going to finish the sentence, but we're going to get a little quest in with the Calhoun, which I think might be a bit dangerous. Are you ever fearful of a tramp here?
He says, I don't think you have the courage. And honestly, with the board he has, I mean, you know that there is that resist mechanic on Calhoun, which is one of those very frustrating parts of having a steel deck on the board. So it is definitely calling Sailor's bluff, saying you don't have a tramp. You don't have the guts to start turning things sideways. Perhaps he's trying to egg on just a tiny bit of damage. Every piece counts. So it is fascinating. It's definitely calling a bluff and saying, I'm going to make you have it.
But I did just notice something. Looking at both of these Illumineers on their screen, they kind of look like the same person in like a time vortex a bit.
Yeah, actually, this is Looper. This is a special edition. We are in Looper. Sailor has to go back in time to beat his younger self to teach him how to play.
That's probably what it is.
Exactly.
This is like a time. They're playing forever in time, as it may be. As we get another Grandmother Willow win, and this is a great turn for Sailor, as the Nani is going to come on through.
Yeah, it gets a lot wider here, but does put that tramp that we were talking about into the Inkwell. So not favoring it there. Could have taken the trade into the Calhoun if he wanted to, but goes for the Nani instead. Wants to keep his characters unexerted here, potentially for that big Under the Sea, because you need these singers on the board, and right now has enough to sing it, but takes the tramp here.
Yeah, and now you have also that big tramp as well. That's another card that you can play quite cheap or for free as soon as next turn, or you can make a very dynamic Delamoon Lullaby Under the Sea play as well. This is Shift Lady. You have so many lines available, but this Angel is going to hit the board and really start to cause some strife. And now Sailor has a clock that you need to keep in the back of your head again, as you have to start doing something before your board falls apart. Angel's such a powerhouse in this matchup.
Yeah, we see him go ahead. He went ahead and discarded that Demona to do Angel's ability to go ahead and fire the cannon in quotation marks to deal 2 damage to Grandmother Willow, and saying, listen, I know you're trying to exert as much value as you can out of 3 ink. And so that's just getting rid of a little bit of value. We call it like a lantern ability where you're able to discount the character. So he knows that that's Sailor's plan, and he also knows that he knows that I know, that Sailor has cards that can force interaction very quickly. We saw Demona go down into the discard, but we have Elsa's Fit Spirit, and then another Demona might be right behind it.
Thinking about questing the Calhoun here, it looks like Ferrante might do it. Running low on cards, but you got to think that last card in hand might be a dock if you're getting rid of the very, very powerful Demona card, while Sailor has plenty of cards in his hand still to go, thanks to the Nani essentially drawing him a card when she comes into play, a specific one that you'd like to find. We have a Lilo in hand. I know there's a tramp in there and a Delamoon's Lullaby, but would love to start removing the cards on the opposite side. However, even if you did find an Under the Sea, right now you're only getting rid of 1. If you have the Delamoon Lullaby, you can get rid of 2 and leave yourself with 2 really problematic cards on the opposite side of the board.
But that Angel, I think that Angel, it all comes back to Angel. You got to get rid of Angel in some form or fashion. Looking at Sailor's hand is looking quite slow, and that hand on head might be an indicator that he feels the same thing. Ferrante is feeling quite confident, hands crossed. Body language is a lot to observe there, as that Angel is just going to completely rip the entire board apart every single turn, and this is just looking quite grim there for the Canadian.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is so firmly on. I mean, we saw Sailor navigate a very stressful matchup in the last round. He was against that Ruby Amethyst. But Steel is just a very, very, I mean, we talk about the ink language. It is a very solid color. It sits there and it goes, move me. And it's fascinating because we say that Amethyst is very powerful, but Steel is the one that's showing up here on the board right now. But we do need Amethyst to show up to keep the cards in Lux Ferrante's hands. He needs card draw to keep that Angel engine firing. So Sailor just has to do the math. That's not my favorite part of this deck is you are constantly doing calculus and Excel spreadsheets in your brain and seeing what can I do before I start the time clock closes on my side.
Yeah, absolutely. And you make a really good point about the cards in hand because you can use Angel all day, but you also need to eventually put some cards into your Inkwell. You want to get to 5, you want to get to 6. So when you draw that Demona or you draw that Elsa off the top, you're able to play it. So right now, you need the card draw. If Ferrante does have that dock in hand, then that will be great refill for the Angel here, but she can kind of just be a little bit useless if you need to start putting cards into your Inkwell and further your game plan. You don't want to hamstring yourself later in the game for some immediate value off of her unless that immediate value will just translate into a win, which of course it could by taking tempo away from the Dogs deck.
But if you're getting a plus every time, you're going card for card. If I'm Lux and I can get a card from my opponent as you know, as I draw one, discard one, I'll take that trade every single day because at that same time, Sailor's not questing. He's not advancing his game state either, as he's not able to really do too terribly much. We got the Moon Lullaby onto the Calhoun, looking for a favorable trade with the Nani. I think Nani can now challenge the Calhoun for free.
Also have Tramp available.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really just picking how you're going to use those resources. The one thing that Sailor knows is his card draw opportunities are just very different than Michael's on the other side. So he has to be treat these cards as precious as gold because he just doesn't know when he's going to get more answers. He does have another Lullaby in his hand, so he can draw another card, but here he goes. He deploys that Tramp, adding some strength to the Daisy Duck in a rare Daisy Calhoun challenge.
Look at that. Daisy, the tables have turned, and now Daisy, who's a pretty formidable challenger with her 4 willpower as well. You really don't want to be questing this Daisy too much in this matchup, so having her as a battering ram armed with this powerful Tramp, great plus value. It also can bless his Captain Hook as well, but still, the board is now, damage is able to be moved.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. I mean, the minute you start exposing yourself to damage, that cat smiles a little wider because that is exactly what he wants to see. And Daisy is known for carrying a pretty good amount of damage. I mean, the Dogs deck doesn't traditionally have a lot of willpower on the end, so a Daisy sitting there is something that is very tempting to the deck on the other side.
Definitely worth thinking about potentially double challenging here into the Captain Hook and leaving 0 damage on the Nani, and we do go for that. Sailor thinking about all the permutations of what Ferrante could do on the other side. If you challenge in with that Nani, you got to remember that there is an Angel on the other side and could throw a snowball dealing 2 to the Nani and removing it. So right now, putting 1 damage on each of those, I think, gives the Angel less value overall.
Right, but you still can move damage to the Nani, and then you just pressure cook the Nani, and then challenge in with the cat, and that's going to reduce the board. And it also might put your Angel in position where she can now have that resist 2 buff being added, and that is going to make it much more difficult to get a crackback in on the challenge. Maybe Sailor's setting himself up for a potential Delamoon Under the Sea play if you can get it off the top, and keeping that 3-cost singer around might assist you in getting to that vocal range.
And one thing I wanted to point out is we talk about the abilities on the cards, and a lot of the cards on Sailor sides are one-time ability. It happens when it's in play. But there are the power is increasing with some of these cards because Willow has a constant discount effect. But on the other side, you have that Angel who has the constant deal too, and then the Cheshire Cat that we say can move. So it's something that can happen every turn. So Sailor, I have to think, is just constantly thinking about how he's going to get rid of what's on the other side because it's not a problem that is going to go away. It only gets more and more punishing as time goes on.
Ferrante looking like he might want to discard to the Angel ability here, or potentially thinking about inking something, maybe singing a Strength of a Raging Fire.
Well, that's a great call, Garrigan. There it is. Strength is going to take down that Nani, no issue at all. And the Angel can follow up with a potential Fireball and a challenge as well. So that's 3 characters that can get removed from this board, and that will put Sailor in such a poor position. And there is the tree. It has been cut down. Angel now going in for the rare and indigenous 3 remove character turn. Ouch, baby. That hurts.
Yeah, can go for the Willow here, can go for Daisy as well. And we have to keep in mind that Ferrante, no cards in hand, meaning Angel will have that resist +2.
Yeah, and I mean, when we saw this card be revealed, it was kind of like, well, when would you want to have no cards in hand? But it happens. Sometimes Amethyst players don't have any cards in hand. It's hard to believe, but I think you just trust the deck because they're so he can hit that genie. He's at 4 ink though, so I mean, it is a little scary what he's doing here, hoping that card draw will find it. But he also knows that he has to deal with Sailor's board. That he can also do some devious things the wider his board gets.
Right. We got Sailor, who's comfortably seated at 0 lore, and your board is getting more and more narrow as each turn goes by. This Angel is putting in overtime on your mental health right now, as Bobby's going to come through and probably get this Lilo down into the discard pile, no issue. And now you just don't have any threats. I mean, I don't know how you can manage to get through this Angel. I think Angel may just be able to solo this entire matchup right here.
I mean, she's powerful. I mean, she's showing that any card that can have a lot of different things that it does. I mean, showing her go into that challenge and just really say, wait a minute, I don't have to deal 2. I can deal more than that. It just shows why this card has really gone up in everybody's eyes because they've just said, wait a minute, I can keep this board in check. And the Dogs deck has an excellent conversion rate. We talked about, somebody in the chat was like, have we seen this kind of deck list? I mean, there was like 3-5 in here. So it's a very powerful deck, and Lux has sized his deck right for it.
Absolutely.
Oh, it looks like we do have Under the Sea in hand with Delamoon's Lullaby. Unfortunately, we don't have the singers for it. We need our Tramp, our dual ink Tramp that can sing as a 7 there, in addition to one of these one-cost characters, and it's brutal. If he had that out on the board, he'd be in such a good position.
Right.
Hit the Angel with the Lullaby, sing the Under the Sea, and now we're off to the races. Ferrante, only 4 ink, 1 Cheshire Cat on the board, and you're looking so good, but we're not in that timeline right now. We're in a completely different one where we don't have the singers. What do? Do we use the Delas right now to draw an additional card, or do we just hope that we're able to find something as we keep continually getting snowballed and Cheshire Catted throughout this entire match? You got to do something. It just doesn't feel that great for Sailor's side.
I think it's tough. Maybe you have to go Delamoon and send your entire side into one of these very problematic threats, because in a typical spot like this, if you're a Sailor, you'd probably be quite comfortable in waiting a few turns to just grab some more cards, and maybe you can get more singing capability set up, and then you're in a good spot. But that Angel and that Cheshire Cat make it just so problematic. So is that Bobby Zimmermuski? Is he dry? I believe everything is dry, right? Ready to challenge? I think you might have to just Delamoon and send some units into the Cheshire Cat just to take something off the board.
He might have just played that Bobby's, but I mean, that's such a terrible thing. It's kind of like,
it's
the rock in the hard place kind of metaphor here, where it's like, oh, well, I want to lower the ability. I want to draw cards. My Under the Sea will only become less valuable the more I use this downsizing ability. But here we go. We're going to start the party and choose the Angel to decrease the strength by 2, drawing a card, and is it?
I thought it was the Miss Park Avenue.
The big lady, that's what it looked like. Or it might be small lady. It's a decisive
draw.
yeah.
Yeah. They have a myriad of tramps and ladies in this deck.
She does have the 3 willpower, so that could be a somewhat decent, but maybe not, because you can move the damage from the grandmother Willow over to the lady, and then blast the lady with the Angel ability. So you have plays that you can do as Cheshire Cat looking to add some more damage to himself by clearing the Tramp in the challenge.
And for those just tuning in, we got a double raid. We had the Lore League and Catan went ahead and raided us. You guys are probably saying, what's going on? You're in the finals. It is the finals here.
You tuned in at the right time, and wherever you were, hopefully it was just as good as here. Thank you so much, Lore League, for being here. Thank you so much, Gaetan from France. So we got all over the world.
Yes,
we're international here. We're Italy. We're France. We're America. We're Canada. We're everywhere. So
it's the Olympics. It's back.
And we're in PodCon as well. So you guys just raided in. Get over to PodCon and support everyone, as we are probably almost at that 2,000 threshold of luminaries watching all over the world. Thank you guys all for being here. It's been an incredible weekend of Disney Lorcana, as Mr. Ferrante is doing the thing, exactly what you want, putting some damage onto that decisive dog with the Cheshire Cat bounce, and then another snowball comes through. Angel Cheshire Cat. Can you think of a better combination against this matchup?
Oh, it's just so devastating. We talked about it before the game even began. If you're able to get these 2 down, there's almost nothing that Sailor can do, and he agrees. Let's scoop him up and go to the next game. However, I would like to say, if you were able to get to that Tramp Street Smart Dog, which is the that's the build-around card
You
for
have to
this
have
deck.
it,
If
yeah.
that card is not in the deck does not exist, and he wasn't able to find it. If he had it there on the turn with the Della and the Under the Sea, the game is completely different.
Right.
So Sailor going to be on the play here, but wants to definitely get to that card and get to his strategy and try to control the game a little bit more than what he was able to there, as Ferrante was just in the driver's seat the entire time.
Oh, absolutely. I think the name of the game is going to be Tramp Early. How early can you get it mathematically? I know we get Luke back in here or find someone. How fast can we potentially play this thing? Maybe we can play a one-cost character on one. We go tree. I don't know what the lines are to get this thing down as fast as possible. I think you can get it down as soon as turn 4 potentially. But I think the sooner the better. Let's get this bad boy down and let's get the Delamoon's Lullaby Under the Sea combo off and try to slow down Ferrante, because if you don't, he can just start to quest as well. And we saw how effective that was. And the Angel Cheshire Cat was just problematic. It's just a lot of different angles that this deck can take.
I don't think I could say it better than in the chat. We have Maxi B saying, "Dogs is super beatable," says the person who watched the game where they didn't find 7-cost Tramp.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Right?
it's like, and that's kind of the thing is, I mean, we have the tent poles of the decks where it's like, this is the card that the deck is built around. And Sailor was one of the early, canaries in the coal mine. I remember him making a tweet that said, these are the cards to watch out for. And Tramp Street Smart Dog was on there. And I said, but why? And he's showing us. He said, I'll show you. And we saw it in the last game. For those tuning in, he just took down a deck that's a little hard to believe he took down. I mean, do you guys want to share what the ink combo was for the non-believers?
It was Ruby Amethyst.
That's a tough one.
Ruby Amethyst making it all the way to the top 4 in back-to-back Disney Lorcana events. So that's, or making it to the top 4 in back-to-back events. There's going to be something there. Granted, I mean, I personally think the deck might not be the most powerful deck. I am a hater. I'm kidding. But I think if you can get the right bracket, I think that is a super solid pick. And it's still not salty. Are you still on Ruby Amethyst, Garrick? Do you play it a little bit?
I like Ruby Amethyst still. I've talked about it a couple times here on stream. Sky showed a deck on PodCon that I was a really big fan of with Scrooge and things like that. A little bit different than what we saw in the last round, but I think it's still a deck that has some legs. Obviously, it just made it really, really far into this 274-player CCQ. But we're taking a look at the hands here. As we're taking a look at them, I would, again, like to shout out every single person that is watching right now. Over 1,700 people watching between the two streams, which is absolutely incredible. If you're watching on YouTube, hit a like. There's 93 likes, 720 people watching. Let's pump that number up.
Wait, hold on. Stop. One more time. Run those numbers again.
732 people watching, 93 likes on the YouTube side.
That doesn't make any sense.
I called all my friends. That's what.
Like,
Yeah, I put out a.
Hey, YouTube. Hey, listen, I'm talking to YouTube. Twitch, you guys are doing everything right, okay? I'm not talking to Twitch, okay? The Quest World, you guys are doing everything correct. PodCon, what are you guys doing? Let's lock in. How can you sit there and look at the button right next to your mouse and just not click on it?
I like this.
It costs you nothing.
We're
all
putting
right?
the heat towards you guys.
Like,
We're flinging the snowballs
come
right
on.
at the audience.
This thing is not before these finals are over, we're not sitting at 300 likes. We're trolling. Let's lock in, PodCon. Let's make it happen. What more could you want? This is the
Pod
best.
Nation.
This is the best that you're going to see. We have two great players. I mean, we're doing it. Just click. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. It's an unlimited amount of likes you can do. Just do it. Sorry.
Unlimited like
No,
hack.
you're right. Throw some likes on there. It does really genuinely help out the channel. If you enjoy what you're seeing, throw a like on there. Throw a follow over there on the Quest World. If you are watching, you're not following JDZ Quest. He's out every single weekend traveling around the world to bring you some high-level Disney Lorcana. And let's get right into this as we ink the Bobby into the Daisy Duck Donald's Date, one of the best cards in Disney Lorcana, going up against the Captain Hook.
Match wits. With the one cost Captain Hook, two of these foes have been locked and engaged against each other for time immemorial, I would believe, as they have just been two 1-1 counterpunch. And Sailor now going on two, looking at that tree queued up at the right side of the hand. I think you got to slam it. We're going Tramp early, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that is his bread and butter of getting to this game 3. That's where he wants to go. He said, that was cool, Lux Ferrante. I like you, Michael, but I'd like to show how good I am at this deck. So Daisy does, I mean, we talk about pressure of being challenged, but the pressure of questing is true, too. We don't know if Lux will hit the Calhoun or if he'll get that very, very nice pressure. But here we go. Speaking of pressure, it is the value pressure of Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, saying, I'm here to discount your friends.
Oh, but looking at the hand, there is no additional one-cost character, Katie.
Oh,
to go
no.
along with it.
Discount, no
and
discount.
and there is no big body tramp in there as well to kind of help keep this party train rocking. Sailor's hand is looking a bit high costed, and that is not the optimal curve that I would assume you want in this situation at all. As Bobby is the draw from the top of the deck. Double Mickey, though.
Yeah, we got a different big body character, and that is the
Oh,
Amber
never
Champion
mind.
coming down, providing an additional 2 willpower to all other Amber characters, and that is a character that can sing under the sea.
By himself, solo. We're talking solo dolo.
Mickey's got the pipes.
He's
like
the leader of the club that's made for Under the Sea.
Yes.
And it's a very tricky thing because Under the Sea is a very valuable thing, but we have seen that Lux has been very smart. Ferrante has played things that are not, we call under the seeable, where their strength
Oh,
is
another one. I'm sorry, Kate.
another one. I mean, to be fair, DJ Khaled, tell him.
So that's 2.
Yes.
This is looking great, Katie. This is looking phenomenal in this spot. He's got, how much willpower is Daisy at now? I can't do basic mathematics, but I believe that's a 1-8.
A classic. Daisy Duck, the famous 1-8. And it's very fun because it's an additive situation where it's kind of Cogsworth we saw early in the Lorcana history. We now have Amber where they look at each other and they start to give, it's your other Amber one. So one Mickey's like, I got your back. So this is what Sailor wants to see. He's got a hint of a smile. I see it. He's not out of the woods, but this is the path. He's following the light out of the woods.
This is looking a much different spot, and I love this line that Sailor has taken here. When you have more willpower coming at the Amethyst and Steel, whenever you see Steel, willpower being high seems like a great way to win a lot of matches. As now you have your opportunity to get a little bit of time to draw the cards you need. Angel is still going to be effective, but not nearly as effective with these double Mickeys in play.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's got snowballs, but I mean, we said Cheshire Cat's so good, Angel's so good, but they are only able to do so little. Even if you're carrying a ton of damage, you can only move 3 at a time. With Cheshire Cat, you can only throw 2 damage at a time. So the more willpower you get, the more that Sailor's just not afraid anymore.
Yeah, and if Ferrante wanted to challenge, let's assume that Daisy quested on the last turn, it would take all 3 of his characters to remove the Daisy off the board. That's just how much willpower we have, and we saw the difference between this and Steel and Ruby in the top 16 match, where the Ruby deck had the option to play the Headless Horseman and just get rid of the Amber Champion. But like you mentioned, JDZ, Steel has to do damage the old-fashioned way, so they have to do some math and add up the numbers to equal the willpower, and sometimes that's not easy to do, and it's even harder to do when there's 2 Amber Champions out on the board. So right now, Sailor just needs to sit around, relax, find his spot, pick his spot, get those Dellas out, get those Rhinos out, and Under the Sea the entire opposite side of the board, and then just quest for a game. I think we're just going to be at a standstill looking at each other. Do I quest first? You quest first?
Just holding out hope. And I think that's what Sailor is probably going to want to do. He is going to have to send one of these big tramps to the bottom of the deck with that Nani on her search. And I see Ferrante does have that Angel in hand looking at that thing, thinking like, hey, man, you're worthless. What are you going to do? As I slam this Lilo now, who is also a 1/6. Good grief. That thing can probably start questing here too, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, you said who goes first? I go first. Well, this is why we have this card here that forces interaction. Elsa Fist Spirit has been known to break those stalemates. She comes in, and as long as you don't have 4, she can go ahead and exert you. Now, it is a scary thing because if I'm imagining them, they're the size of sequoias right now.
They're huge, and you got to think about this because I think you're about to make a mistake, as that Mickey is going to be bolstered by the other Mickey, who is now a 2/7.
Yeah, Lexington got to go in here for sure.
All
Lexington
hands on deck.
plus Calhoun have to take care of the Mickey Mouse, absolutely.
Clock in is what we say here, because I mean it is all hands on deck. Now we saw this in the top 16, where if you do have a problematic card, then this is how you do it. You start aiming for these tent poles because Mickey is holding up the whole show right now, and so 1 Mickey down, 1 more to go. So it becomes a little bit better because now that one Amber Champion's gone, the other Mickey, it's your other Amber card. So suddenly he lost that 2 strength.
And that is I think that's a very fair point. Being able to exert in the strength takes out the other. Oh,
wow.
Man. And the position falls apart for Sailor almost instantly. And you can just see that chest needle swing right to Lux Ferrante's side after that super dynamic turn. Elsa exert. You have the Lexington Calhoun take out the Mickey, and you sing on Mickey, and this is now your Under the Sea looks so much worse in this spot. And you get to the Moon Lullaby a bit too late. I think you still can sing, right?
Yeah, he has the Under the Sea in hand. He just drew it. We have 5, 6, 7, 8 exactly, so we can sing it. We We do deploy the Lullaby here, so at least 3 cards are going to be off the board on the opposite side, and that will feel really good.
Wait a minute, we get another one.
4 cards are going to the bottom here for Lux Ferrante. This is the big move that Sailor needed to recover after both Amber champions removed from the board. We thought, hey, things are swinging Ferrante's way, but hold on.
Yeah.
Sailor's got something to say about that.
Needle's moving right back to
Yes,
Sailor's
sir.
side, and this is exactly what I want to see. I love swingy games. I love seeing a call and response. I love seeing 2 players doing what their decks are designed to do and having a game. I mean, and this is exactly what you would want to see in the grand finals of a major event. Everything is on the line here, leaving nothing but a paltry Lexington with 2 damage. He can at least ready, but he's going to have to ready and start doing some heavy lifting here soon.
Yeah.
He's scared.
He's looking left and right, and he's like, I remember having a lot more people here a few seconds ago. And there's a classic term we call in this game called I ain't heard no bell. And this is a classic I ain't heard no bell situation.
Yeah.
They're going back and forth. So I'm excited to see if they keep doing this forever. But here we go.
And we have
It's a little bit. That's something.
that's a little something. Calhoun and Christopher Robin coming in. He can start questing, but he's not a very effective challenger in this spot. Daisy Duck goes down, and now Sailor has too much momentum. Does he have a hand, though? I think he is resource depleted. Both players are pot committed, playing off top of their decks, and we still have a lot of game left. Sailor has a lot of questing to do to get to the position they need to be in.
Yeah, I mean it's so funny. In a game like this, we've been like, this is happening. You look at the lower count, and you're like, oh, 2-0. So a lot has happened, but it really is a situation where you're swinging that pendulum back and forth until one person runs out of gas. And when we talk about the gas, that is the card draw. And Michael is like, well, I technically have more access to card draw. I can draw things off the top that might be a little bit more advantageous to me, but the ink count looks like he only has 5 ink, so it's kind of stressful when you're just drawing one card at a time because you can't do both of inking and playing.
We did remove 2 strength there from the Lexington with the Delamoon's Lullaby. Could go in with Nani. If something wants to challenge into Nani, then she would trade back with it. That is an option, but also thinking about just crashing in with Rhino potentially. Oh, it looks like we do have Lady in the hand as the option to shift here, the Miss Park Avenue, but do we have targets in the discard? No, we only have
nothing.
1 right now, the Daisy Duck.
So maybe I'll be interested if Sailor starts to quest or exert some characters to maybe coerce some challenge backs to get some maximum value out of this lady coming into that next turn. But I think this is still tenable for Ferrante in this spot. It looks like Sailor is starting to take the initiative, but Ferrante has lines available as we're going to send the Power Hamster into just to get the value immediately. Look at that.
Yeah.
I love that play. I never would have seen that one.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-1 there. He's able to get a character off the board, and he's able to also get that character right back into his hand. It's inkable, and he can replay it to get advantage off of that cost reduction or strength reduction. So here's going to quest out and say, yeah, do exactly what you're doing, saying if you want to respond, you can, but I'm going to get some lore on the board.
It's not closing time, but it is questing time as we get 2 of our bigger characters exerted, and we find a genie. Things can turn really bad here if you start chaining draw on the Amethyst side. You get to 1 single dock, and things are starting to look a lot scarier. So we have 2 cards in hand from the Miss Park Avenue. Ferrante able to punch back here with 2 cards of his own. Now thinking about, am I going to challenge into the board on the opposite side?
I don't think he can. I mean, the best you probably can do is maybe send this Christopher Robinson on a quest to maybe set some bait for a potential takedown of a crackback. But your Calhoun is outmatched by that lady. You can get a plus there if you wanted to challenge back. But we might be going on a double challenge here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's kind of scary. Kind of scary. But yeah, he elected to go ahead and say, I think the momentum's switching my way a little bit. And it's fascinating to see because Lux has 2 hand, or he has his draw pile. Ferrante has his draw pile in his hand. But we see Sailor using kind of a second hand with his discard here, which has to be a little bit frustrating because he's like, you don't have card draw, but you have that ability to keep looking at your discard, keep track of what you've both played, discarded, and potentially get some stuff back. But here we go. That Rhino is back on the board and selecting the Genie.
Oh, so now Genie is not going to be a very capable challenger coming into that next turn. And I think you had to make that trade, even though you kind of got plussed on a little bit. Getting that lady off the board and not getting under the seed again, I think would have just been completely the end of the game. So I really like that challenge coming in from Ferrante. But now Sailor still free, super free and clear to start questing. And the Genie now, we have to remember, is under the effects of the Moon Lullabies, I believe.
The Rhino.
The Rhino. I'm sorry, not the Rhino, not the Lullaby.
50-50. You had a 50-50 chance.
I
Which
was close. I almost
Rhino
got there.
is going to reduce by 1 strength, so he's, I believe, like a 1-4 now. This is a very math-intensive match here. And so we see Sailor doing it right here. And we saw him do it in the last game, too, where he was just every time before he passed, he's like, one more time. Let me make sure I know where I'm at here. Because as some people have pointed out in the chat, it's DACA clock. And that's something that happens in these steel decks where you're like, okay, as long as this doesn't happen, and then it just happens. So I don't think, did he even look at that card? Did he put it down?
He looked and started nodding his head. So it's either really good or it's a card he can't play right now. It could be a Demona with only 5 ink available to him. Challenging in here for 1 and then using the Olaf to return the Genie to hand, redeploy it, draw an additional card. So the Olaf was really, really big there to find off of the Genie the first time. We don't ink. It's an Angel in hand. I didn't quite see the other card. So we're holding on to both of those and valuing them really highly as a Daisy Duck enters hand for Sailor.
It looked like it might have been a Demona, possibly. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of where he was just so cautious about putting it down.
It might have been, I think it was an Angel. I saw a little glimmer of an Angel there, but that was a super, super slow, low-tempo turn from Ferrante, who he really didn't add anything to the board. You just had to bounce and replay the same card, losing a character in the process. Genie now never has, been known for his challenging prowess, but now is in a position where he has to pretty much challenge for the remainder of this match if you want to have any hopes of winning. Angel might have to hit the board and do some heavy lifting again, but I think it might be a bit too late for the experiment. 2, 2, 3?
64.
64.
Don't you know, if you have every experiment, then name all of them right now.
That was a joke.
1, 2.
That was a joke at home for the kids who might get it. I mean, I don't want to make that joke here. I don't want to explain the joke. But
Okay, all right.
Oh, no.
Shout out to the kids
Dang
who
it, you
would get
played
it.
us. We thought we played you, and you were dunking on us the whole time. But now we are looking at that swinging pendulum quite again. And I think knowing that he has his 2 cards in hand, it probably means he wants to use them to his most advantage. As we know that Angel relies on being able to discard, so he can navigate some pretty choppy waters, but Sailor is an expert. So he is sitting here doing that math one more time. He only has 2 cards. I'm just guessing. It could be anything. But I mean, I think maybe by the one in
Sailor
front.
has just 1 in hand, and it is a Go-Go Tamago. We are considering whether we want to quest here or not, because Daisy Duck is likely going to just draw cards for Ferrante. Yes, you do get 2 lore. You would go up to 10 here, 11 potentially if you want to quest with the Rhino, and 12 if you want to put that Grandmother Willow at risk. But Sailor has a lot to think about here. Getting to 12 is pretty good before Ferrante is able to establish like any challengers. It might just be the way, and Sailor does agree. We're going to quest up here to 10. Take a look. It's a Christopher Robin. We're not really worried about that if we're Sailor.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cards that you can gain access to. I think you'd hate to see that Angel, even though Angel still might be a bit too slow in this spot, leaving nothing but Genie up. And I believe this is that game on board. You have to clear, I believe, 2 characters this turn, or it might just be over for you. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, that's a lot of lore coming back your way. So Ferrante, maybe if you can get to a turn where you can play the Angel, and is there a way you can get Angel strength and a challenge in? I don't think so, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, we just got from New York. That's not possible. And we saw the Go-Go Tamago coming down, which sometimes it's like, why? No. But I mean, Sailor's at the point where he's not really interested in challenging anymore. He's moved on to the second course of the meal, which is just questing as fast as he can. So a character on the board is a character. She's evasive. She quests for 1, and that is just what Sailor might need. And she could sing in theory. So he's just hedging his bets and saying, I'm at 12. I'm putting on immense pressure.
Yeah, put game on board and force your opponent to react to you. Ferrante might go with a different option here if you don't have the game on board. You know what I mean? So, like, just get it on there, present that you can win next turn, and force your opponent to deal with pretty much everything.
Yeah. So the stare down commences, and I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can, but I am fully invested in Sailor winning at least this game just to force a game number 3, because that's what I live for. High stakes game number 3 in the finals of the Ink Open. Sailor's board is amassed, but this is only game number 2, so Ferrante will have that going for him if there is in fact a game number 3 to be had, and you will be on the play. So it's going to be a really, really cool thing to see. But this spot's looking almost insurmountable. Maybe we can think about it. You got the Genie gearing up to the challenge. Lilo looks like a pretty viable target.
Yeah, I mean, retaining value is the name of the game here, where he wants to be able to do as much as he can and keep as much as he can. It's crazy. Genie's not normally known as the card that has to save you from the challenging and the wide board, but he's going to do the best he can. Starting out with inking that conniving chemist of Yzma, who's a little slow right now, and there we go. We have that angel. Can she do it all?
Can she? Is she strong enough? I know she's a great card, but I don't know if she's this strong to be able to do so much heavy lifting. I'm pretty confident you can take out the Lilo, the Grandmother Willow, and that's 2, 4, 6 coming back. And that'll give to 18, and then maybe there's a world. I don't know what world we're living in, Garrick, where that's possible, but
Quest World?
maybe, possibly.
It's the whole-
Everything is possible in the Quest world.
Yeah, but math is pretty solidified at this point. And
Yeah.
we look at that Christopher Robin being held as if it is a snowball, tapping onto that Grandmother Willow saying, this tree is cut down. And now we have a Genie saying, I have to get to work too. Don't worry, Angel. We're all working full time here. He has one card in hand. He passes knowing that you don't have game on board, but that is that Lilo coming right back from the discard.
Yeah, no hesitation on that Lilo. Have to play it every single turn. The Angel's out. Make the Angel use the resources to get rid of the Lilo. Stall out your opponent as much as possible. We're going to put a Captain Hook and a Diablo in hand. Captain Hook, pretty good. Diablo, not doing much in this spot. Diablo, interesting to see this card make a return, actually. We haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, speaking of Ferrante, he says that Diablo is the MVP of the tournament, and it overperformed for him in this Amethyst and Steel strategy. I thought his best days were behind him, but apparently not, as the zero cost Raven is still going to be, or zero strength Raven is making his dramatic return. And a lot of the cards in Ferrante's deck, a lot of people have written off in Amethyst Steel, but they've all found their way back. I want to see Black Heron as the next card up, making her way back in too.
That's so Raven. But anyway, so we're trying to do one of those feature things that Raven Simone is known for doing, where we're seeing, is there any permutation of this? We see that Demona, that pause lose in the hand, possibly not, where we don't know. We talk about, do you have time? I don't think we have time for Yzma. We don't have time for Demona. We need to respond right now with 2 lore left. He just has to have 2 lore questers on the board. It's looking pretty good, but he's still doing the math. You never want to just move on unless you have to.
Absolutely. We need some removal from the hand here in the form of Elsa, maybe Strength of a Raging Fire. You need something to help clear off these characters, but I don't know if there's a way to get everything off the board except for one single solitary character, whether that's Gogo or Rhino. You have to get rid of both Daisies, you have to get rid of Lilo, and you have to get rid of one of those two, or the game is simply over.
You gotta be able to play like multiple Strengths of Raging Fire. I think we can fire the cannon or Angel the cannon on one of these characters.
Yep.
Swing on one and you play. I just don't know what the plays are, but we're still going through it. And Sailor is just sitting there totally relaxed, like, hey, I know you can't do this, but I'm just going to sit here and pretend like you can and let you burn as much of your brain resources as possible, thinking about something that just insurmountable, and I can just sit here and relax. So there's something to be said about that. Poise and posture matter.
Yeah, I mean, and in an Amethyst deck, there always is the unknown where you're like, well, maybe. So I think you're saying there's a chance. And like we said, I don't know. I mean, Sailor's doing the little, I've done the math 500 times in his head. We've seen Sailor before he passes. He does the math one more time. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and start the party here to get
a Cobra.
You didn't find it.
No.
This is going to go to Sailor, but I mean, Ferrante can take as much time as he would like. These are untimed rounds, so there is no worry there. I mean, there's an Angel actually in hand, so does Angel change anything here? You throw another snowball at this Daisy Duck. We challenge into Lilo.
How many cards? You can throw double snowball. You have another card that you can discard. Now you'll have one card to discard, so even if you wanted to double snowball, you couldn't do it.
There's no way.
Yeah.
And we've seen these difficult decisions over and over again on both sides, where you can't have it all of inking a card, playing a card, discarding a card. You really have to be so careful with it. And then he did the math, and Sailor says, I did the math too, and I think we're going to game 3.
Yeah. But this is what I live for. So I'm glad that Sailor was able to force this game number 3, and we have a more Lorcana is always going to be better than less Lorcana. But this is it. So if you're not up and active right now, if you're not locked in, if your seat back is still leaning down, and you're got your laptop out, put it away, okay? And let's focus on what is happening, because game number 3, for all of the marbles, all of the meatballs, Ferrante will be on the play. What's better than that?
I mean, nothing is better than the finals of a tournament with real stakes, right,
Yeah.
Katie?
Yes, I mean, we say real stakes because, I mean, there's money on the line.
Yeah.
This is a 6.5K, I believe.
Yep.
So they're playing for money. They're playing for some cool official Disney Lorcana cards. They're playing for, you know, some bragging rights. And then one more thing I can't remember. Can you remember?
Yeah, a championship playmat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's really
but
good.
wait,
oh, yeah,
wait,
I signed
wait.
it. No, okay, one more thing. Another one.
No. But seriously, I think it's going to be a great match. But looking at getting into the details, Sailor's going to be on the draw. We saw how effective those Mickeys were on the play to kind of stabilize a little bit, slow down Ferrante a little bit. What does Sailor need to do on the draw in order to overcome this Amethyst Steel play?
I've got a few words for you. 4 of them to be
Okay.
exact.
Okay.
Okay.
Tramp, Street, Smart, Dog. That card was not played last game. It wasn't played in the first game.
Wow.
That is the card you need to get over the finish line. You said the Amber Champion helped a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, we got there, but you need to find the Tramp to win the game.
I think he took him out of the deck. He went hard mode.
He's on the streets.
Yeah.
He's out there, and so we got to go get the dog catcher
Keep
here.
shuffling, Sailor. Something's not right. Something's not right. You need to find that card. Ferrante's finding the Angels. He's finding the cards to sort of stave off the aggression of Sailor, at least through these first 2 games. We'll see what happens here, but I'd love to see both players draw as well as they possibly can and go back and forth,
Same.
back and forth. I loved that match where it looked like Ferrante had taken the lead, had taken the advantage, and then Sailor comes back with a really dynamic Della Rhino under the sea play and swung the game right back in his own favor, opted to play the go-go down and start questing. I think a lot of players would have kept that go-go in hand, and maybe that would have been the difference. They wouldn't have got over the finish line. That is why Sailor made it to the World Championships last year, and that is why he finds himself in the finals of this CCQ as well. But Ferrante is no slouch either. He's playing really, really well. He's playing really, really tight, and we see
He's proving he has one.
he had Tramp at the top of the deck. That was the cut, a little mistake there. So I think we are going to be forced to randomize, and now Sailor is so upset, and that is just the word. You hate to see that because that is the card we just talked
was
about.
kinda crazy.
It was
Yeah.
it was an accident. I mean, that is hard. As a judge is there, the judge is going to be able to randomize the deck post cut. We pass
Please
back
have a
over.
Tramp in the
Just to make
opening
things
7
right
here.
in the universe, I think would be idealistic.
I don't
and
see
I don't see
one.
one either. Oh
Tramp,
my
if you can
goodness.
hear me, Tramp, if you can hear me. And that is the devastating thing about these card games. These are 60 card lists. You can go more than that. But I mean, we talk about, there's 60 cards, but there's a few cards that is just, if you don't see, you don't have a game. We're talking about Doc, we're talking about Strength Raging Fire, but like we've said so many times, it's Sailor, that Tramp knee, and the Under the Sea. So here he goes. Ooh, was that Pulse Mulligan? So what his hand is now, Pulse Altar?
That was just after the shuffle.
Okay,
so
okay.
pre-altar. So you still have the opportunity to exchange your hand a little bit. Maybe you can find it. Currently, it's not there now.
Oh, he does have the Tramp.
There is there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I
okay.
believe that is it. He does have it. Okay, so we're good. We're good. Ferrante can sleep well tonight. He doesn't need to have. You know, 2 Tramps is pretty good, though.
It is. 2 trips is good, but I mean, man, because both these players, I mean, they're people in the community that this is a powerhouse. I mean, you look in the comments of both the YouTube and the Twitters, people saying, I want Ferrante to win, I want Sailor to win, because they're beloved members. They're people who are willing to play these decks. And so it's hard to say. I mean, can they both win? No. But they can both play their hearts out, and I think we're about to see that. They are finishing their altering phase. We have, I think 1,000 people in the Twitch. It's crazy. We have
2,000 total, I believe, between the two.
2,000 of my best friends.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's DLC numbers. Thank you so much to everybody out here. I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah.
You're right. I mean,
Shout out to everybody showing up for this amazing tournament. We really do appreciate you. We're trying our best to make it as high quality as possible. We hope you're enjoying the stream. We're hoping you're enjoying the gameplay and the commentary and everything going on here at the Ink Open. We try to bring you the highest quality streams that we possibly can, and we really do hope that you are enjoying it. It looked like Sailor went for 1 card there and 1 card alone and found a Della Moon Lullaby off the top. A pretty good one to find if you are the Dogs player.
And we've talked about it a few times throughout the past 2 days, is what is the identity of Dogs? I mean, you can play it like a control deck, which is how Sailor kind of plays it, but we've heard it called a combo deck because a combo deck is hallmarked by you need the pieces. A Della Duck Lullaby without a Under the Sea is a little silly. You're just drawing a card, and you can use the combo pieces. That's why he built it the way he did. Chromacon without, it can be a very dead card in the hand sometimes. So all the combo pieces are valuable, but you do need all of them to truly sing as a deck.
Yeah. That's a dual. Yeah, though we
Yeah.
both agree. That was
Jinx.
Jinx.
Buy
I
me,
mean,
buy me
no-
a soda
no
later,
notes.
I
please.
will. No,
Oh,
I
the double handshake.
Love to see the handshake. Love
I
to see
love
the
it.
sportsmanship as we are getting into the final game of the Inc. Open, the final match to bring it on home here. Who will be the champion? Who will get that invitation to the national championship in Disneyland later this year? As we do find the Grandmother Willow off the top, that is a card that's going to help you get to the Street Smart Dog a lot quicker. Thinking about putting the Go-Go into the Inkwell, but Captain Hook on the side of Ferrante.
And both of these Illuminaires showing a lot of self-belief. I think they're both traveling far and wide to come to this event. Sailor coming all the way down from the Great White North, from Canada to America. And I spoke to Sailor before this event. He's like, I'm coming to take your CCQ win, and I'm taking it back to Canada, and I'm going to Ghent. He's also going to Ghent. He's going to take that one too, and he's going to go to Calgary and go to Montreal and take theirs as well.
Macho Man Sailor Savage.
That's what he said. Just like that. He wooed and everything. It was wild. I never saw it coming.
And so here's the thing that we watch in these matches. It's the pace. We saw him play the one drop. He played the one drop. Now we're like, okay, here comes Calhoun. That's what he does every game. He plays Calhoun, but he's pausing. This is not the slap down the card like we've seen before. So he's making a very, very calculated ink choice. And it's crazy because we're just, of course, he's going to play something on two, but you can't assume it. And he doesn't have a two cost.
Interesting. The Olaf comes out. That's not necessarily what you want. You want to see that Calhoun that we saw in games number 1 and game number 2. But here we're going to see Sailor definitely put that Willow down, play down a 1 cost, and then next turn he can play Tramp.
And there it is. Super early Tramp is exactly what you want if you want to take down anyone, but the Amethyst Steel in particular. And now you can kind of carve your hand up a little bit, or at least curtail your hand in such a way that you can find maybe your Delamoon, find your Under the Sea, get that thing sung, and you're on your way back to Quebec with the CCQ title.
He has a Rhino, he has a Della, he has a Tramp. All he needs is the Under the Sea, and things could be spelling disaster for Ferrante as we're going to see the Tramp come down next turn. I believe you can do that with the discount from the Grandmother Willow and the characters on board. He's going to look through his deck, see if he can find that Under the Sea, and if he does, this thing could just be over before it begins.
Now, you do have an ability. He got 2 characters on the board. You can. It's crazy, but people have played full retail value to do strength. So
Yeah.
he really is afraid of the tree. Now, that is not... You want to get, we talk about value over and over again. It's not the highest value, but it just depends. What is he most afraid of? What does he think he saw Sailor's altar? So he's going to go ahead and say, no, I think I can navigate this. I'll go ahead and play my Lexington. More pressure, but now this is a scary turn for
But I do
Michael.
agree with you, Katie. I think if he had that strength, I would have loved to have seen that strength come down in that spot and just clear that Grandmother Willow to really knock Sailor off of his timeline. But the Lexington is representing still a pretty capable singer, and passing back on over to Sailor in this spot. Now you're going to have to deal with this Tramp at a very early turn, and that just feels that feels devastating. It feels devastating. It feels quite sad if you can find it.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen Tramp, but I mean, he has been doing a lot of good work for Sailor and gotten him to this finals match. So now it is a situation, we have that Olaf helping hand who, the good news is in theory you can. So if he turns him sideways and you challenge into it, you could go ahead and return like a hook to your hand, which is inkable. So if Michael's having some kind of ink congestion issues, this could ease it. And it's just getting some lore on the board, but now he's just holding his breath and saying, Sailor, what do you have in your hand?
This game has just started. I'm nervous, man. I'm
sweating. Yeah,
shaking. This is incredibly exciting. This is such a tight match, and being able to see the players' hands here, taking little peeks at them. This is such a back and forth. It is a tightrope of a matchup. You have to play everything perfectly, and you have to find the things in the right spots that you need to get you over the finish line. Sailor really considering what to do here. Maybe doesn't want to deploy the Tramp immediately. We're gonna put a free Daisy Duck down. We can still ink and play Tramp this turn with the discount, and we will. So we get the Daisy down. 1 extra character gives us 1 additional card to look at, and I did not see an Under the Sea in there.
I love how Garrick is slowly leaning over, trying to see the hand.
I'm leaning away. I'm like,
we're all nervously ticking over here.
There's a lot of movement in the booth right now.
We're all like super nervous, but look how calm they are. They're like, oh, this is just another walk in the park. I'm like,
work.
I'm in a full panic mode. My body is tense. Garrick's tense. Katie's tense. We're all just like, man, what's going to happen as Tramp does come down? I don't think we found that Under the Sea, though. We did get to another Tramp, though, Garrick.
Yeah, we chucked our Lullaby. We chucked our Rhino. So it'll be interesting to see what is in hand, but don't necessarily need them both with just a Lexington out here. If you're expecting a Genie on 4, then that's going to be hit naturally by the Under the Sea if you're able to get to that. So you would just need one Della to remove the Lexington, and then you're off to the races. We're going to draw a bunch of cards next turn and discard a bunch of cards as well. There's the Genie.
I mean, he could. I mean, we talked about these high-value turns. He was able to do so much with so few ink, but I mean, if he does have that strength and he held it back and he used his patience, we have a Singer on the board. We just drew a card. So now it might be Michael's turn, but instead, we're going to go ahead and do a quest here. Anything less he can do.
And this is it. This is it. I mean, this is where I would tilt. I mean, you play so many copies of a card in your deck, and so many things should happen. Again, I don't think math is real. I mean, shout out to Frank.
I've never seen it.
Shout out to Frank Card. I've never seen anyone who grew up knowing math. Okay, it's just a fake. It's a construct. I'm kidding. But I think if we go for this this tramp here, there's a very high likelihood that you could find the Under the Sea.
And he has a Della in hand, which means that the board will be wiped.
If he doesn't find Under the Sea here, math is fake. Can we all agree?
Agreed.
Okay,
I've
cool.
never believed in that. It's not real, and it can't hurt you, but it is real. And we've seen both players have to do some expert level math, and it's so funny because, I mean, it's not calculus. You're adding, it's addition. It's kind of crazy when people explain just count, and I'm like, I don't, I'm scared. And it is the most high-pressure math you could possibly do because you count one thing wrong. Both players need their boards. One of them needs their board for strength. The other one needs them to sing and to get that tramp discount. So both of them are saying, I don't want to do this math wrong.
What was the phrase that Brendan always used in the old school podcast? Hypergeometric math.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds very scary.
It is.
All right, here we go. So we have the opportunity. I think you can play another character as well if you want to get an even deeper look before. Do you have a character to play?
We do. I think he has a lady.
Or you might want to keep something to discard. So you probably can't because you need to keep the Moon Lullaby, and you also
want
need
to keep the Under the Sea.
So math isn't real currently because there's no Under the Sea in his hand, right?
Correct.
He drew a card. Math wasn't currently real, but
currently
chance.
math is fake. Okay,
yes,
as
currently.
it currently stands. Okay.
Math fans in the chat, please stand up because we're trying to prove it's real, and both of them are, right? Because they're both saying there's this one really cool card I put on my deck. You're gonna love it when I do it, and they're not finding it yet, and so it is a stalemate. And Michael has the ability to break the stalemate. That's the one thing that he has that Sailor doesn't. And if Sailor doesn't find that combo piece, suddenly next turn Elsa can start picking off these little guys that plan to sing a little solo or a little melody together.
Della. So we're gonna look at an additional card here. It could just be the Under the Sea. We might not need to find it, but it's not. It's Tramp.
Okay.
Matt's still looking pretty fake. I'm not gonna lie.
We can go 1 for Tramp, and then we will have a free Street Smart Dog here, or we just go Lady.
Yeah.
Oh, but now we don't. We still have that ability. Do we have the ability to discard now?
Yep, we still have one.
Okay.
We still have one in hand. We already used the Della.
That's right.
So you want as many looks. And there it is.
Okay.
Math is
This
real.
board is gone. The board is going to be wiped here.
Yeah, and that's so crazy because, I mean, he knows it. He's touching his. Wow.
Man, that's brutal. Look at Ferrante. He knows the writing was on the wall, and he felt it. And honestly, you've been dodging that line all day long in this tournament, and finally Sailor gets it at the most pivotal and vital moment. And I can hear the crowd going insane outside. There is a huge watcher section that's developing around the feature match area. Around the viewing area. And after that Tramp came through in that Under the Sea, it just completely erupted out there. So this is looking so good for Sailor, and that's what the deck is built to do.
Yeah, this game is all but over. I mean, it's a formality at this point. The Under the Sea is exactly what you needed. There's no way for this Amethyst Steel deck to come back. You needed the Calhouns. You needed to find Angel to start picking things off, and they just didn't. They didn't come in the right order.
And it's devastating because we've seen at this point both of these decks look like they are broken and need bans. We've seen both decks be like, that's very scary. And Sailor kept calm. I mean, we saw the look on his face when he saw the Tramp too early, but 2 Tramps showed up right on time. But now he's looking at it. He still has cards. So Ferrante, shout out to him because, I mean, you said tilting. That's a term we use where you're just like, it's a term where you just are like, I don't want to be here. I'm not having fun anymore. But he's looking at his deck and he says, okay, what is the math? How much willpower do I have on the board? A lot.
I think that's going to be my new definition. When someone asks me what tilting means, tilting means
That's a good definition. I would like to point out here that Sailor's turn 4, he had 22 ink worth of characters on the board.
Ridiculous.
22 ink
Yo.
with just 3.
RB, let's wake up. What are we doing? What are we doing?
The
Okay.
Tramp the Street Smart Dog is a ridiculous card, and we just saw the incredible power of it when you're able to build your deck in the right way, when you're able to use the Grandmother Wills, use the Delamoon's Lullabies, and Sailor, I think a lot of people would have tripped up on that turn. They wouldn't have gotten to the Under the Sea. They wouldn't have gotten the ultimate value there because Sailor was able to bring the Lilo back, play the Lady, use the Della, play the Tramp, and sing Under the Sea all in one turn with 3 ink, and he actually only used 2 ink because he still has one unexerted.
Just in case.
Just in case. Just as a little treat
Stay
to
humble,
myself.
they say.
That Sailor is completely relaxed, lean back in chair, just body language, and Ferrante is just can sense the writing is on the wall. Tramp, I mean, I think it's on a very short list as best card ever printed. I think the card is, especially when you can get the most retail value out of it, it just seems like one of those things that Sailor's looking so comfortable in this spot. He almost looks happy as he wants to celebrate early, but you want to pay respect to your opponents. We're going to play these one-cost characters in Calhoun. Actually, it just does not matter because your board is just so wide. The quest is going to be so huge as Bobby's just
here.
Boom, full exertion there.
And if you're at home and you're saying, well, how do you know if a card is really a big deal or not? You think about the deck and say, if I remove that card, is it still a deck? And so much of these games were live and breathing by this Tramp, so it's hard to say. I mean, it is the deck.
He's rubbing it.
Here we go. I love it. He's trying to say, please be that card. And there we go.
It is. The handshake goes out. Sailor is your ink champion and qualifies for the North American Championship with the Dogs. No Chromacon, able to get there with the Tramps. Finally finds it. And there comes his teammate, Luke Wonderland. No bias, comes in, gives him a big hug. And you love to see it on the opposite side. The agony of defeat. We really feel for Ferrante getting all this way. He's such a great player. He'll get there. He'll qualify. He's too good not to, but I'm sure it will happen for him. But congratulations to Sailor winning the Ink Open, becoming the 4th champion and qualifying for the North American Championship.
Absolutely. I mean, sorry, okay, go ahead.
He's a face we've seen before, and you say, like, why are people in the chat excited? Because these players show up.
Yeah.
And they adapt to the meta. I mean, both these players are players where they said, of course they're playing blah, and they said an ink combination. And no, they both flexed because they said, no, I can't just play what I like. I'm going to play what's best. And so both these players adapted. And Sailor is famous for playing that Ruby Sapphire, and he said, I found it. It was actually, and he takes off the Scooby-Doo mask. Yeah. Emerald. So it's very exciting to see. I love seeing innovation pay off.
But again, all congratulations going to our winner and new North American qualified Sailor, taking nothing away from Ferrante. I want to ensure that he keeps his head held high. I know this is going to be one of those situations where you look back and you're like, man, I really wish I could have got there, but then this thing happened, and you get all the way to the grand finals, game number 3, and then you go down. So a lot of times you can get tilted or you can feel upset. You got to keep your head up and just keep going. I mean, you look how far you got, build on this, and you were undefeated all day. This is your first loss that you had in this entire tournament. Yeah. So that's definitely something to build upon and to work for going into the next one.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled for Sailor, but devastated for Ferrante, who, like I said, will be back. Such a great player. He'll be playing at the next DLC, I'm sure, or other CCQs, and try to make it there to the top.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And I think that's the thing that matters the most in these games is what is your resilience? And most of these players are very resilient. They say, this isn't my day, but their day does come. I mean, we've seen sailors show up to the tournaments throughout the season, and so I'm excited to hear about it, but I also am excited to see Michael at the next tournament. Before we do that, I think we have a little interview.
Yeah, we're going to send this on over to Sailor and his teammate Luke Wonderland, who's also qualified for the North American Championship here. In the interview booth, we're sending it over right now.
Right now we're live. Perfect timing.
Hey, what's up?
So you were saying you can't believe it.
I absolutely cannot believe it. Yeah, it went 10-1 in the tournament.
So you were just saying, how did that feel on turn 2?
Yeah. So he played the hook on turn 1 for the 3 games in a row, and then game 2 when he played Olaf, I said, this is a wrap.
You just had it all in your hand.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Well, I had Tramp.
You had Tramp. You're like, all right.
Yeah.
I was watching the lobby. I saw you play the Dellas. I'm like, oh, he's like needing to hit this. I didn't see the Tramp in your hand. You play that other Tramp. You go. I see it in the flick. I'm just, I got to run back there. This is it right here. Obviously, you're feeling amazing right now.
Yeah. So the fact that he played Olaf on turn 2 made me be able to go deeper into the deck because I was able to keep one less card in hand, but one more character in play for the Tramp 7. Because if not, I need to hold on to cards, not play too many, in order to be able to have enough Dellas and Rhinos in hand to combo. And yeah, just I had one last need, right? At that point, I just needed the Lexington to be gone. And even like the turn 4, I could probably still make it if I don't take it out. Um, but when he played Genie, it was just, all right, well,
You're like, well, I
this,
don't even need to
I
shake
know
it.
I win. Like, there's no way I don't win this game unless the
You
four,
missed the whole or the
unless
under
the 4 under the sea are at the bottom of the deck. Like, that's
Yep.
the way I lose.
as long as the statistics are in your favor
Yeah,
and the way
yeah,
they
yeah.
should go, you've got this.
Yeah, exactly. Game 2, game 1, I didn't have like any lines that made me want to wait, so I tried to challenge and hope to find enough Nanis and Lady 5 to be able to fight back, but I didn't draw enough, and the Angel was brutal.
Oh yeah.
Game 2, the double Minky champion. I'm sure people appreciate it in the chat. So I kept that hand actually, right? I kept 6, only sending the uninkables, so make sure I can play those
Play
2.
everything.
And then my plan was to go Nani and just grind, right? Like finding cards and like have those 2 big Mickey protecting the whole board. And I was even inking my Emerald characters. It was just like Ember everywhere. But he had to not draw.
It
He
was
completely like
terrifying
yeah.
from
He
where
took
I was watching.
so I had to navigate that game very well in order to not get blown out by his excellent turn. Um, he told me that he shouldn't have drawn with the Yzma. At that time, like I don't know exactly. Like I can't remember like what was his options. So he was pretty disappointed at himself, but it happens. Buddy, man, I'm sorry that this mistake cost you because yes, it could have changed the outcome of the game, but you played well all weekend. This Amethyst Steel player like beat on
All the blurple.
all the blurples, right? So obviously Ferrante is like a phenomenal player. We used to play a lot against each other back in the days, right? So it was good friendship in the in the final. We were chatting. It was fun.
And we saw you guys joking about some things a few different times throughout
Yes.
all 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were both happy that any of us could get there. Right.
It always feels good being able to play someone that you're like, well, I'm
You
obviously
deserve
gonna be
it.
disappointed if I don't get
Yeah.
it, but like it's fine. to
You also
finish.
deserve it.
So, do we have any shout outs you want to give before we chit chat more about it and whatnot? Who would you like? I mean, you've already done this like in a few interviews already. But
Yeah, that's fine. I can say it again. I'm proud of everyone surrounding me and very grateful. So first, like I really want to thank Kurt Spies, my teammate, for innovating on the deck. I brought him to his attention the list from Melbourne that was doing similar things, and together we were able to make enough changes that made it to the current list that I won with, and a lot of that was him having a lot of experience by deck building Ember decks, right? Since day one of Lorcana.
He's quite known for playing Amber Steel and Amber
Yeah.
Emerald. Pretty known for that. And you kind of adapted the deck list. You cut Chromicons.
Yes, we cut Cormicon altogether because basically the narrative was to have item 8 for this weekend because what I said the whole week was that I think that the final for Melbourne really like put a big
Target, kind of.
well, I wanted to say something more poetic, but
I'm
like
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, but like really I think it ingrained in our mind how oppressive
Scary it is.
scary the Chromicon is, right? So like, oh, I'm not gonna be that guy who doesn't respect it, who get blown out by it, right? So I really think that the feelings, the anti-Chromicon feelings, would be like more than it should adapt to, right? Because of the emotion based on the show that it put.
Yeah, a perfect example of attacking the meta at the right time. We've actually seen that a lot with the CCQs. We saw Zan do that.
Yes.
We saw Sky do that a little bit, and now you as well. Like crazily so. Like the tech of like dropping Chromicons is like a huge play, and then also adding the Amber Champions to maybe make up for the fact that there's going to be so much Amethyst Steel.
Yes, it's a big anti-angel technology, right? They really need to have it all for it to take out, right? They need to have the singers on top of the angel, right? Because there's no way to get to. Well, it's hard for them to get to 5, right, immediately, and they each written's the under the sea right away, right? So all your early drops that you played for your strength are very in danger immediately just by having him on board. So a lot of the steel decks are ways to answer dogs, because the Ruby decks are all doing fairly poorly to Blurple. Yeah, it was a way to attack the meta. Obviously, there's ups and downs of the list, right? There's gonna be cost in other matchups, but here, where it mattered most, right? It paid off. So it was really a team effort. So we arrived here on Thursday, right, together, and on Friday I was helping set up the thing here, and we were playing in the future area for the whole day. Me, Sky, Logan, everybody, right, and I think like even back at the hotel, everything, right, we played together as well. So there definitely I feel it more than ever. It was really like a great team effort. Obviously, big shout out to the production here. It was fantastic. Shout out to GDZ for setting all that up. All the casters, I'm sure, done a good job. Team Inking for providing all of that, honestly, and all the payouts, and excellent. Work.
Yeah.
And finally, again, my subscribers on Metafy, they make it so that I'm able to travel to these events, right? By still providing for my family. So like, I cannot express how grateful I am.
This win is brought to you by viewers like you. And we're going to cut back over to the booth here shortly. You just won that.
Oh, I did? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, cool. I had no idea. I had no idea. Thank you. All right. Another playmat to add to the collection.
Signed by J-Bomb.
J-Bomb. Love J-Bomb. Yeah. Shout out to J-Bomb.
All right.
We missed you. Right over to the booth. Thank you for watching.
All right, and that is going to be your Inc. Open champion, Sailor, coming down, betting on himself and having it pay off in dividends, coming in from beautiful, sunny, tropical Quebec, Canada, all the way down to Baltimore area to win this event. I mean, that's a risk, and you got to be risky sometimes. You got to risk it for the biscuit.
And Garrick, how does it feel? You've been putting in so many hours to this tournament. I mean, you've been raising this tournament like a child. You got to see Sailor take it down, and this is the first time it's been a CCQ. There's a CCQ qualification, but you qualified as a tournament for a CCQ. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, that was a huge accomplishment for us to get that, and really appreciate everybody that's been here today, from Color to Brent to Katie to JDZ, everybody that's helping behind the scenes, of course. Shout out to the Mats, everybody that is working on this amazing event here. Every single time we have one, it gets bigger and better, and that is in part thanks to all the production team, everybody that is working the tournament organization side, as well as the amazing players who are coming to these tournaments and bringing their all, starting from a 64-player invitational, ballooning all the way up to 274-player CCQ. It feels really, really good. I'm really, really proud of what's going on, and I'd like to thank all of you for the parts that you have played in making this tournament as special as it was. Thank you to all the viewers as well. Like we were crushing up to 2,000 people watching at the same time, and we really appreciate that. The love for Lord Lorcana is out there. The hunger for Lorcana is out there. And Ink Ink's going to try to keep bringing that to you, as will all of us.
Absolutely, man. I couldn't have said it better myself, Garrett. And being here at the Ink Open has been just being a part of this whole thing since the very beginning. See it where it started, see it where it ended up. I couldn't ask for a better tournament experience. You guys are doing something great for the community. Huge shout out to all the judges and staff as well. A lot of people have been working super hard putting this thing on, man. You guys have been staying up late, waking up early, getting active, getting busy, and it's just been a magical moment. And the biggest of congratulations going out to Taylor for coming out and winning this tournament.
Yeah, and then this is not the end of the Disney Lorcana story. There's exciting events coming. You're going to see us all over the next few weeks. I mean, Sailor's literally going to go home to Montreal and then get on over to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. So very excited. I'm so excited to be a part of the story. And thank you all guys for having me.
Absolutely.
I love these guys.
Yeah, and I'd like to show some love also to the tournaments that are upcoming. What do we, other CCQs, other events? JC, list them off.
Just like Katie was saying.
Name every event ever.
The big pinnacle of the format is happening next weekend in Ghent. It's going to be a 4,000-person event. I think that's all eyes on the entire community will be on that tournament. It's going to be a phenomenal production for sure. And then after that, we're going to go over to the Glimmer Games. It's going to be happening. I'll be in the building, hold it down in the dojo. We got Rebecca Quest is going to be there. We're going to have Brent is going to be there. Katie's going to be there. We're going to be getting loose active in that tournament as well. And then we got the Enter the Battlefield over there in Toronto. We're going to up north out there and participating in another CCQ Disney Lorcana event. It's going to be Katie, take it away.
I have one next weekend that I'm going to. So I'm going to be at Charlie's Collectible Showcase in Houston next weekend. So I mean, you're going to be able to find Lorcana everywhere. We got the Pro Play Summit in Pittsburgh coming up March 14th, 15th. We got the CCQs in Canada. They got one up in Calgary in April. There's an event in April. So that's a lot. And then we just have, a Disney Lorcana Challenge coming up in Indianapolis in June. And there's something, I see it here, there's a continental or a North American Challenge championship. Sailor should go.
I think I would like to be there. I think a lot of players are going to be there. But I know a lot of people saying, hey, Lorcana doesn't have any events. There are a ton of events to get out there and play. So you just got to get out there and do it. So thank you all for being here. It was a phenomenal weekend of Lorcana. I can't wait to see what comes up next. But Garrick, I think it might be time to wrap this show up and get out of here.
Of course, yeah. Again, shout out to everybody involved in the event, all the production team. The judges have done such an amazing job from the feature table to out there. All the players that showed up and gave it their all. Shout out to our tournament organizers, the Ink team, everybody involved. It has been an amazing weekend. I'm so happy it went so smoothly. Thank you, everybody, for watching. That's going to be it for us here. And JDZ is going to pop a raid off here. He's just deciding who is going to get all the viewers here.
No one is
literally all of your.
If no one is streaming, yeah, everybody is watching this. So if no one else is streaming, we're just going to end it. Thanks, everybody.
Have a nice Sunday, honestly.
Or you find someone doing. We got here. This person is doing something. I don't know what they got going on.
All right, rate them.
Get it active, man. And here it is.
All right, everybody. That's going to be it for us here at the Ink Open. For Katie, JDZ, Brent, Luke, Color, and myself, thank you for watching. We will see you at the next Ink event coming sometime.